Hey, we're live.
Oh,
How's everyone doing tonight?
so we got Leighton Welding's already here. Yeah,
Yeah, I saw that earlier. It was early when he came in.
got Dylan Gorman.
That's a new one.
Apologize, Dylan. I'm not sure who you are. So thanks for coming.
Thanks for stumbling in.
Yeah,
Piston Twistin', how are you, brother? How you been?
Yeah. He says congrats on the 9.2K
yeah.
of well-earned.
Are we over? Yeah, we were just around 9.2. I haven't looked. Today's been a pretty decent day.
And then we got Midnight Road Garage.
What's up, brother? He's doing pretty well too.
Yeah.
Back in the shorts game. I wonder how the shorts treating you there. That's the question. I know I don't think has Piston been doing a bunch of short stuff? I haven't seen much come across my feed from him for the short.
No,
my feed is all jacked. I don't, you know what I mean? Hot Rod Dave in the house. I haven't seen this guy in a while.
That guy.
Need to see about Dave. I don't know what you're doing. You want to come out to the garage and hang a little bit, but if you want, we can send you one of those links.
Big links.
I don't know if it's a fall asleep in the garage type of night, but you remember that live? I don't even remember whose live that was.
I don't either, but kind of just shut off the lights and left him there.
Just sleeping. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Jason, what's up, brother? How's it going? So what was Ryan's in the house too?
Yes, sir.
Here. There's something in this couch I'm afraid to pull out. What the?
You have a couch?
So when we cleaned out the top loft part of the dungeon, we found a bunch of furniture, and one of the pieces we found is this crushed velvet? It's like a blue
that was the chair
velvet
thing you were telling me about.
Yeah.
It's not a couch.
And you lounge.
You were gonna throw it away, and then it was saved by
somebody sat in it, and yeah. Stupid Fast Truck, what's up, brother? How's it going? Stupid Fast has been in like every one of my random I just throw on a live. Pat Paulson too was in there the other night when I was not doing great welding. But listen, I will say today this is very welded together. It's not breaking easily. Like I'm
where's the scrapper ring?
I'm bending it there, and it's not bending at the weld.
Yeah, as long as
the
it's not
scrapper
bending
ring
at the weld.
Yeah, the scrapper ring is still right here.
Scrapper ring.
Scrapper ring.
I'm a really shitty Batman. It's not a big deal.
Such a blue thing. Yeah. So okay, listen. I'm gonna tell you guys. I do not live in the world of. I don't watch the news. I don't I don't know anything about going ons. But I have heard two other people in real life tell me about Chinese spy balloons. Is this a thing?
I'm just saying, if there's such a thing as a Chinese spy balloon, as we'd like to believe, that is either two directions. Either the Chinese has given up, or they're just laughing at us. Like one or the other. Like, haha, look at them shooting down our balloon while we have our stealth fighter flying above them, like invisible.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't get is it a Chinese spy balloon, or is it just a freaking Chinese weather balloon that we're taking?
There's a small Chinese like school group somewhere right now. Like, they think it's the government, and we set off that balloon from the elementary school.
Yes. Oh, look at this guy. What's up, brother?
What's happening, guys?
Hey, we're getting the band back for real.
Yeah. I was trying to get my GoPro set up, use it as webcam, but I don't have the microphone.
What edition GoPro do you have?
The 9.
The 9, okay. Yes. Yep. So I was trying to do. I picked up a 7 not too long ago, and I like that. That looks familiar.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Thank you. It was going to work great. I was going to magnetize it right here on the desk. And yeah,
that's currently currently what's holding up the Canon that I'm looking at right now, which is nice because I'm on the laptop and it lets me put it it let me change the angles just enough where it kind of looks like I'm looking where I'm supposed to be, and I don't get the glare on my glass. This is bad.
You're gonna get me all the way over here apparently tonight. Let's see if I can move that over.
Yep.
I feel like
yeah, that's what happens.
Garage. I feel like this whole garage has changed directions since the last time I saw it. Or there's like shelves in front of the doors.
There's shelves in front. Those are rolling
that
shelves.
is the trick. I'm gonna keep practicing, and we'll see where we get.
See if that looks like I'm looking at it better. I don't know.
Solar panels. Wow. So yeah, but do you think this is a government thing, or is this some guy's version of the YouTube channel that creates things and sends it off in the air? You know what I mean? Like,
was it all purchased on Amazon?
Balloon Lives Matter.
It was made at Harbor Freight, I think, but
probably
it's a little long way, so maybe not.
Well, they outsource. I mean, they're the Chinese thing.
Yeah. They outsource it.
That's why they got a balloon.
Listen. The Chinese are very progressive with their equal opportunity hiring over there. So they're,
yeah, they are.
These dudes just ahead
kids
of
many age. They don't care.
We need spy gear, and then somebody else said, "I bet we can outsource that cheaper balloon."
Well, it worked all the way across the country. I guess.
Did it work? Which way does it? I mean, obviously, it's coming. They got it in Montana.
It's gone. They blow it up.
I mean, I feel like it's a diversion.
If they got it in Montana, did it come across, or did it come down from Canada?
Down. Canada went across Alaska. Just sensitive sites in Alaska through Canada.
Maybe it was a moon balloon.
It was a moon balloon. It could be a moon balloon. Did we ever think about that? Balloon. Did they launch it from the Chinese base on moon?
The Chinese moon base sent down a moon balloon.
Moon balloon,
and you don't even know about it.
Oh wow!
And it's funny because I see drink launched from China.
He's telling us this drinking a can of water, and it's adding to the story.
It's the grand illusion.
It's the illusion.
I don't know what's blown up more: dudes with wrenches or liquid death.
I've been on board with them since the beginning.
Have you?
They want to sponsor me.
Have you actually sent them anything, dudes? Or
I don't send anybody anything. I'm too.
I feel like
prideful.
that's one you should. Yeah. I think
feel
that's
like I need
one.
To, so here's my original idea. So I wanted to do a stop action film, and I've been saving these cans forever. And I want to take a bunch of these cans and turn it into like a can monster that eats plastic bottles, because that's their whole slogan. And do a stop action where this can morphs into a big can monster and eats a bunch of bottles. And then I'm gonna send it to him and be like, "You send me money, and this can be yours."
And we can do this. We know what they're gonna do. They're gonna be like, "This is great," and fuck you, guy. Make this better for us.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that's the you hope. Well, actually, you know what? You make it and you put it out first, and then you go, "Hey,
just got the alert that you're live."
Oh, hey, come on in. You should watch. So I think Fox, he's got to get 2 more balloons in order to get the big stuffed bear and alien, but he's getting he's on the good start. You know what I mean? You can't just get that right away.
Well, there's a second one in Latin America. If he heads down there, he could get 2. He'd be on the way to that big teddy bear then.
Whoa. There's a second one in Latin America?
Is there?
Yep. And this is all fake. Nobody's spying on Latin America.
Wait. So how?
They're not spying on us with a balloon. That's not.
They're tracking another one. Wow.
Diversion. It's a diversion.
It is. They're testing.
The problem with balloons.
Here's the thing: if North Korea, if North Korea tests missiles by shooting them, and China is testing things with balloons, that's a bad sign that somehow China has fallen behind the times with North Korea.
The best they have is
how big are we talking? Was this balloon and payload?
They said that I heard today. Well, they've been saying it was the size of 3 large buses. I heard today that the stuff that was floating on the balloon was the size of 3 large buses.
So are we talking like
how many balloons? It's gonna be one balloon then. You're talking about a large
one gigantic balloon.
It's a freaking what are the dirigibles or whatever they call those damn things?
It would be, but it's actually like balloon shaped, so it's bigger in the top. It's not. It probably would have
Okay,
made more
it's not like
sense if it went that way, but some kid in
Well,
China
you know.
made
And they're
it.
not steering. Is there steering or any
Just-
sort
I
of?
heard there was some navigational abilities.
I'm just
But
saying.
normally with the balloon, they just go up and down, and that's what makes
Chinese
them go.
balloon. Maybe they're just trying to get rid of some nuclear waste they can't bury anymore, and they're just sending it over America's way and just shoot it down.
Oh,
How was that? Yeah.
wow.
There's a person.
I mean, we shoot it
well,
down. It spreads some poison. I guess that's on us.
We shot it down over the ocean. So
What's up, John?
That's
How's it
even
going?
better. I mean,
Wait, we shot which one down into the ocean?
I thought you said
the one
Montana.
that
There's
was
no
across
ocean.
I thought there was one
No, it
that
came-
was like in Montana.
yeah,
or something.
that was days ago. It came down Alaska, Canada, went into Montana, went all the way across over to the Carolinas. I don't know the path, and they're not saying, but of course you could go online and find all these people that videoed it. And then when
Yeah.
it got over the ocean, they F-16
I
missiles.
mean, what
that
has
bad.
China said though?
Nothing.
That it
Just like
China,
that's-
China has said it is
That's
a
not much.
civilian weather balloon that got off course, and the U.S. government guy that does the Pentagon briefing said,
I
"It's
mean,
a spy
I'm
thing.
just
we know what it is.
saying.
We know what they can see. We're not worried about it. They can do whatever they want." And then they
I'm
shot
just
it.
saying, there's
Well,
an
'cause
elementary
I
school
feel like-
in China that set off a balloon, and we sent $1 million jet after it.
No, we
Well,
sent lots
if
of
it's the
jets.
size of a
It's been getting
school
tracked for
bus,
days.
oh wow.
The best thing that came out of
What
this is
kind
those
of
fighter pilots
altitude?
had to fly around for a while. 60,000.
What kind? 60,000 was the altitude? It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's up
Yep.
there.
I
That is
mean,
wild.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it said South Carolina. Yeah, it's where they shot it down at. So, again, they got all the fighter pilots got some practice and training out there. So instead of doing flyovers and sporting events, they got some real world stuff.
Well, I mean, listen,
Fox
they're always
News
if they're always up in the air. So,
oh man,
Well, they
There's
mentioned
some-
that they have satellites that can look at anything. So there would be zero
That's
reason
exactly.
for them to float a balloon for spying. They can do everything
Yeah.
from the
Now,
satellite.
if you were trying to tell me that this came from North Korea, I would be like, okay,
Yeah,
even they have
Okay.
missiles.
that's true. And one that can almost reach the U.S. depending on.
depending on who you talk to.
Yeah, exactly. And whether it's
Listen, I'll tell you-
to launch it.
I'll tell you what. If we're gonna, well, we got into conspiracy theories way quicker than I thought we were going to.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Oh,
we were-
yeah.
Like
It's a COVID balloon. It's a
It just
oh, sorry.
jumped
So
right
let's talk
into
about
it.
how birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real. Yes.
Birds.
They're government
Aren't
drones,
real.
man. Did you know that?
Oh my
I mean-
god. High tech balloon, man.
Chemically or
All right. 3
physically?
buses? Seriously.
I don't know. People just say that balloons are
3
drones. Or
buses? Wait, this is
birds are
totally your
drones.
fault.
I mean, are we talking about short buses or big buses?
Yeah, what kind of
Yeah, I
buses
don't
are we talking about here?
I mean, Chinese
Got me
buses
on
might
that.
be small. I mean, are we doing
Ooh,
Chinese
that could be.
buses?
Or was it a double decker kite thing? Are we,
Yeah.
is this
The big bus?
it's an AI balloon? Oh yeah, let's go into the quantum realm again.
Chinese public must be like their national broadcast system. So Chinese public mocks U.S. reaction to spy balloon, making fuss about nothing. It's just a balloon.
It's just
Sure.
a balloon, man.
That is a
always
perfect Chinese
balloon.
response. Like, stop looking at the balloon. It's
If you don't look at the balloon, we don't talk
Balloon,
about the balloon.
that's not a
Wait,
balloon.
do your Chinese Russian
I don't
impression
know
again.
Chinese.
I don't want to be here for that.
Why is your
I'll-
Chinese so Russian?
It's a Chinese dual operative.
Oh,
Echo.
you hear the echo too.
I heard it.
It's got to be on your end. I don't think it's on Ryan's.
All I got is
Hear
these.
anything, but it's-
I don't hear it now either. We don't speak
Testing.
about this ever again.
What
It's
was
just
it?
like the Chinese
Oh, never
balloon.
mind.
It's not here.
Special needs bus.
Special needs balloon.
It was special something. Special ops.
That's how they get rid of their special needs. They put them on a balloon.
Here we go.
What balloon?
First rule
About
Chinese
Oh.
balloon club is don't talk about Chinese balloon club.
what?
Solid advice. Oh,
You heard it here from Fox News first. Yeah, I was thinking we were going to see some TIG progress today. Do we get to see any TIG in the dungeon today?
You saw Scrapperang. I mean, come on.
I did.
I might a little later. I think tonight we were going to kind of actually talk like we used to on an old Saturday night.
Yeah.
But I was playing with this. I mean, yeah, it hasn't broke yet.
Yeah. He keeps
bending on the important part.
They're strong.
So well
that's too fast in the middle.
Yep.
Too much
there's some spots
too fast.
Yeah, it's a lot of figuring out and playing, but I got the front end bulkhead kit came in. And so I can always MIG all of this stuff on, but I think with the thicker material, I have a little more room with heat dispersion and thing like that too.
Oh yeah.
So playing with this little stuff I'm learning things. I don't know if it's any good stuff. I don't know if it's all bad habits, but
as long as it doesn't get you too frustrated, I think it's good stuff. If it gets you frustrated to the point that you don't want to do it, then that's different.
Yeah. He has spent entirely too much money to stop wanting to do it at this point. Show him your drill bit.
Oh yeah, I did my little I needed to do a thing, so I
can't see what
made a drill bit. It was
welded a drill bit to a rod.
Yeah. I
love it.
Oh, will it? There it goes. So yeah, just it was a broken drill bit. Yeah, tigged it.
Okay. Nice.
That
looks good.
I put it in there, got it good and hot, and just for what I was doing. What's up, brother? How's Southern Maryland treating you? I did not realize these guys were like right down the road from where I used to live and did all of those videos back in the day. Like we totally could have like hang out and had beers and done stuff if I wouldn't have met them 2 years after I left the damn place.
Wow. Did you grind your Sticko drill bit?
On this?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you
there's no grinding. No, I full send, just dirty.
No. So when you got done, that's exactly what it looked like.
Oh yeah, no grinding there. That's
yeah, I think that's what he's asking. Yeah, that's nice.
Oh yeah. It looks pretty. I don't know how
he's been drilling with it.
Yeah, no, I did. So the Traeger got wet, like the auger got moisture and then turned everything to mush, and then it's solid now. So I built this to drill out the center of the auger to try and get other crap in there to blow stuff out, and that's what I made this for. So it was a broken drill bit in my box that's literally right there of broken drill bits that anyone's allowed to use the drill bits in there. I don't care about them
because they're broke.
Well, there's some ones that are not broken there, but yeah, pretty much. Then I have a drawer somewhere that has Daddy's good drill bits that no one's allowed to use.
See, I'm really hard on drill bits.
Shit ones, just yeah.
I just destroy drill bits on a regular basis. So I don't ever have like good ones. I just burn them up, throw them away, buy new ones.
That's
well, how's the floor holding up after the redo? After we destroyed it,
awesome. Not really a mark from that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm pretty. Nice. I'm pretty decent with it, but it was, you saw all the flaking before the car ever came in. I mean, it was.
Oh yeah.
Needed to be done.
Oh no, I feel like you're selling us something that we totally did wrong, and you're trying to act like it was okay.
No, when we got there, we had talked about it, and then when some of the stuff, I remember when I was rolling around on I was rolling around on something, or we were moving something, and it was just coming up, and I was just like, "Ooh, it's a good thing he's redoing this floor."
It
is definitely. You sold me on the fact that I'm never going to do that to a floor I had to work on top of.
No.
But I'll definitely do it to a floor that I'll park things in.
I don't know. The one at my shop in Maryland there was the exact same stuff. The only difference is I didn't put the little flakes in it. That's the only difference. Same kit, everything. And I had the good adhesion that you had on 90% of your floor on my entire project. It was just that one little area where it just didn't take right for whatever reason.
Now, it didn't take right in that one area, but once I started hitting that with the, I think I was using razor blades, it was just peeling everywhere, all over the place.
Oh, okay.
And so I went out until it stopped, and I was getting good adhesion, and then painted it all, and it's been perfect then. But what were you saying? How did yours do?
Mine was great all the way through. I didn't have any, but I did a
So-
ton of work with getting it in there.
See, I think the difference there is, and I did this with countertops because I bought a similar kit to do a countertop setup. The countertops only come apart where the flakes were put in. So maybe that has something to do with it.
It could. It very well could.
It wasn't. It wasn't an outline of a Volvo. It was just where things were, slid. I think the biggest culprit was
too far off though. The square.
Oh, true. Well, I know the big culprit was the lift holding the motor. We were pulling the wheels, sliding it back and forth.
I'm just going to say the melting undercoating that was hitting the floor was not doing it any favors.
The fires, yeah, I'll stand by that.
Honestly, I mean, the lift was definitely tearing it up in the spots that it needed to be, so it was no big deal with it. That undercoating crap, it's still all over the place in here. It ain't coming up.
That stuff was napalm. It just burned itself into the concrete.
And we did some stuff to try and get that off, but yeah.
Yeah, once that stuff started melting and dripping on things, it was like, oh no, that's really bad stuff.
Yep, that's just well. Here's the thing, though. You're never gonna have to worry about that spot being anything ever again. What's up, Relser?
Yeah, and I can roll over it. You don't even notice it's there like that. So.
Yeah, no, it's just super protected now. That one spot.
It's extra good.
Yeah. It is. I should have I didn't even think about it like the last day. I should have thrown the fire blanket over the whole thing down there. That would have been perfect. Well,
that would have.
Well, until we
we weren't laying on the ground in the back.
True.
We were, but not all the time.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I laid on my back and welded the inside seams of that tank mount box.
Yeah, but did you have stuff falling off?
Every now and then I wear that shirt, and it has so many holes in the front of it. It's just...
I had a shirt that I wore the most of the time I was there, and I ended up throwing it away because I washed it multiple times, and there were so many little metal shards in it that every time I put it on, it would stab me, and I could not stop that from happening.
Yeah, that's what happens when you work with metal.
Grinding and cutting and all that. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, that's just. I did, however, break down Ryan, and I bought the new top thing that we looked at when we went to Airgas that one day for my hood.
Helmet.
Remember the we looked at it and I was like, nah, I don't need that. It'll be fine. And not for that little blue thing. I went the other day and I was like, it's time. I want that now.
Nice.
30 some dollars. Take my money.
Yeah. We cleaned out Julie's parents' house. They moved out of it 10 years ago and it had been sitting empty. So they were finally like, hey, you got 2 days to come get anything out of it. And they were hoarders. Not dudes hoarders, so it wasn't all great stuff. But it was, you got a whole field full of awesome cars. They did have cars, but they were all gone.
I was trying to figure out if that was a compliment or not.
It was a compliment.
Don't just go with it. Don't worry about that.
But they had like everything, like all sorts of stuff. They had 2 buildings outside. One of them had door on it, but it was like an 8-foot tall, 12-foot wide door, but it didn't actually, it's just a piece of metal basically. So you just open it. So it's kind of open to the atmosphere. The other one was just a carport with like cattle gates in the front and back. So all that stuff was open and was completely full of stuff. So we went through, got all that stuff. But one of the things I got out of there was the freaking,
don't worry about that. Keep going.
Don't worry about it. I'm still here.
Had some stuff in the garage, and he had an almost brand new Miller welding helmet that he bought, only used a couple times. And I asked him about if it was his. He's like, yeah. So we bought a couple things from him. So I basically got that helmet for like $1. So I got a nice Miller welding helmet now. So
I have a very nice auto dimming Miller welding helmet that had a repair tag on it. So evidently it was being repaired at the local whatever place, and somebody had left it on the back of their toolbox or something on their truck, and I picked it up out of a ditch. And it
the old tailgate special. I love those.
Yeah.
I like to walk ditches for treasures.
Listen, I have stopped and walked back on the side of the road to pick up treasures once or 7 times.
Roadhammer.
I do like. There's a bunch of. I have a bunch of tools. Like every time we would buy a piece of junk car or a thing out of Copart or whatever it was, we always got tools out of it. Of some, like a hammer. One time we got a pair of snips out of an S10, or there was a.
You saw how many hammers I pulled out of that Volvo. We kept none of those.
I know. Every time you did, I was like, "Hey, that's a good tool there, bud. Come on."
I have
I was sad
2 plastic totes completely full of weird oddball hammers that I just have no place to even put at this point in life.
Yeah, I'm not trying to sponsor Canon, but the camera is so much better than what's on the laptop. Even dudes, it's like, that's a potato. Go get the other camera.
Yeah,
but I don't have the fancy thing to plug it in. So when it dies here in a little bit, I have to swap batteries because I'm not paying the money for the thing to plug the camera in.
I'm just gonna buy one and send it to you.
Get out of here! It's ridiculous. The fact that Canon won't let you plug it in through a micro USB and charge your camera is ridiculous.
It's not a camcorder; it's a camera. You got to remember that.
The GoPro doesn't get out of here. It's just listen,
I'm with you there. Wasted. I thought the same thing.
Exactly.
So what do you have to buy to get it to charge?
Okay, it's a little plastic cartridge. It slips in there, and then you plug a cord into that
battery that has a spot battery. You can plug another USB-C into, or whatever.
No, it's a power plug.
Power plug, whatever.
And you plug it into a wallet.
A micro USB, a micro HDMI plug. Any one of those can conduct power to charge. Because trust me, I know it does it on everything.
She's a fat girl. Yeah. She needs all the extra power.
Get wrecked. My freaking Starlink has the exact same pin out, freaking powering a dish somehow.
Yeah, because it's.
We could talk about
secretly
that.
spying on you like Chinese balloons.
Well, you say that, but we know it's got 24 pin connector with a Cat 6 cable running.
Yeah, it's literally running 4 pair.
So I got Starlink. It's been awesome until it was a month and a half old. It just died.
And then it was a month and a half to get a new one.
And then it was actually 30 days exactly. I got it the 30-day mark exactly to when it went dead, so I could turn it. And that's why I went and turned it on the roof. And I was mad that night because the mast was on different from the next one, the one I had before. So the only thing I left on the roof was the base, screwed down to the roof where it needed to be. Take the satellite up there, don't unplug it at all. It comes plugged in. I'm like, because this is where the problem happened, I think, is on the connection. So I left it plugged in, went in there, clicked it in the base, and it's backwards 180 degrees. I'm like, you've got, and it's like almost dark because it came at the end of the day. I was just gonna have enough time to click it, drop the cable down, plug it in, and go. And I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. The one thing so I had to take the screws out and flip the base 180 degrees and screw it back down. I was just like, yeah, they took, what was it, 20 some days to get back to me on customer service link or whatever their thing.
I would like to acknowledge this comment quickly.
Yeah, sorry.
When Dave said lost a nice weed eater off the tailgate, I didn't even think weed eater. I just thought, why are you hauling around a goat?
Why wasn't he on a chain or
that many people that have goats like for weed eater truck goats?
Goat.
What is this, Adam Sandler? Hey, goat!
Oh, I love that, man.
That's an old one. Yeah, I really dated us right there. Yeah, go ahead. The button hook. You button hook.
The old man.
You want to go ride a roller coaster? I'm gonna go ride a roller coaster. I got my picture.
Something about his sister running off with his
wife. Story.
Oh, it's terrible. So you've been what have you been up to, Ryan?
Do what?
Really? That one? That's your favorite stand-up, you think? Really?
Not that one bit, but that whole album.
Oh,
as far as the whole thing with it as a whole, not one individual.
The Peeper was a good one.
Peeper?
Yeah, you ever heard Adam Sandler skit The Peeper?
So I have a question. Up until that point, was there a bunch of people doing CDs like that, sketch CDs? Because the Adam Sandler ones, I remember when I found it, I was just like, what is this? I've never heard anyone do some stuff like this before. Because it wasn't an album. There were some songs on it, but it wasn't an album.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it had Lunch Lady Land, and it had his Hanukkah song.
It did have some songs on it, but there was more skits on that.
Yeah, it only had like one or two songs on that one, didn't it? The original one?
Yeah, the one with the goat, because you had goat, and then you had the nighttime is the right time.
You gotta get a free haircut. I use that all the time.
They're all gonna laugh. They're all gonna laugh at you.
Oh yeah.
What else was on there?
Oh God. Actually,
there was a couple of weird ones on there.
Yeah, this was Adam Sandler's Stan and Judy's Kid had the peeper on it. That was the name of the album.
Oh, that was a different album. Because I don't know very many, or if any other comedians. Was that one of them? Is that on that one?
That's the name of the album. What the hell happened to me?
Is it?
Yeah, it has the ode to my car. Steve Polychrome.
Oh, piece of shit car! I forgot about piece of shit
car.
Oh God,
I got the piece of shit car.
Oh, spring always pokes my balls. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh,
again, see, the whole album as a whole is just great. Is it the best comedy album ever? No, but as a whole,
here's a good discussion to have.
Hey, what do we got here?
Piston
Twistin saying hi. What's up?
I've had this discussion with a lot of people, and if you were to listen to any of that stuff now and you'd show it to somebody that is of the age of 20 or younger, they're going to look at you like this is dumb. But when we were younger, that was as, crude comedy. And now we're so far detached from what that is that it isn't even funny anymore to most people.
Well, and I even back then, I didn't like all of that disc. There were some ones that were more cringy to me than others, even back then. And some of it hasn't aged well. That's the funny thing too with comedy, man. What a fucking genre where you can put something out and then just be so. It's just no, you can't say that. Like 10 years later.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stuff he has said in the past
Eric,
that even though he is Jewish would now be anti-Semitic.
Oh yeah,
probably.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's probably something in there where it's like we can't say that no more.
Not anymore. Well, it's just like what was it? Carell saying, "Well, you couldn't make The Office anymore," and it's like,
bye webcam.
Okay. At least you can still hear me when that happens. That's not a.
Yep.
He's sponsoring for Canon.
Get out of here, Canon.
So Carell said you can't make.
You couldn't make The Office again.
I never could watch that, so you're gonna have to fill me in on its relevance because I never found it watchable.
There's a lot of parts that I did like about it here and there, but I never really watched it religiously. But there was a lot of jokes made that I guess you can't make anymore. Like the whole "that's what she said" I guess was a big thing, and that's kind of where that came from, or was really popularized, I guess. Yeah, I'm not gonna say they started it, obviously, but yeah, because that was apparently his thing constantly.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't think about it being like they couldn't make it again, but I don't know, maybe not.
It was just I remember it was a thing that in an interview somewhere he had said that.
I believe it.
It's giving me an error all of a sudden. It just goes error up on the.
Bye.
And now, it says USB device not recognized now.
Oh, your computer is crap. I would be looking at your cable. Is your cable any good? Because you seem to be having a problem with that cable.
Listen, who knows, man?
Try a new port.
I agree with that, Hot Rod. The Office was hard to get into.
I never got into like I need to watch them all the time, but every one I have watched, I've been like, okay, that was good. I can see why this was a thing people liked. You know what I mean?
About The Office?
Yeah.
No, see, I couldn't watch The Office. I couldn't watch Parks and Rec. I couldn't stand that whole fourth wall break dynamic. It was off-putting.
Yeah.
Felt like I was watching Big Brother House.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So definitely not from, but definitely repopularized for.
You got Destroyer in here.
Yeah, we said hi earlier. Where were you?
I'm drinking water.
I'm drinking water, man.
I was watching water before this.
I'll make those jokes still. You just can't. You just have to not care. There you go. Words.
Yeah.
Well,
aren't you supposed to be the wordsmith here?
I have.
Oh, So that's the part I didn't tell you, Ryan. As after a while of them just not talking to me and me getting mad and this trouble ticket, I just started doing a captain's log every 2 days, and that went over pretty well.
Were you sending it to them or what?
Yes.
Oh yeah, like I'm just on the trouble ticket because that's all you can do is it's an open trouble ticket, like an IT request for a new printer. Come down. Hey Bob, can you come look at my computer? It's doing, you know what I mean? So that's all your only communication with old Elon Net, Star World, whatever it is. So every 2 days I was like, star date, like 20 days since communications lost, some bullshit. The crew is unhappy. We're low on cell phone data, blah, blah, blah. You know, I was just making it up as I went along. So when they actually did, she called me. They called me on the phone and like we talked about it. She was laughing and like, we'll handle it and get things and refund and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Yeah. It was actually,
they're a bunch of nerds.
Like,
they get it too.
So funny. I was just like, well, I went for the point. I was so freaking mad that it was taking so long and no one wanted to respond and all this other bullshit with it. And then I basically watched a video where the guy's like, yeah, the system's broken, put on their faulty equipment, start a new trouble ticket, get rid of the old ones that say faulty equipment and just wait. And so I did that and I was like, I'm not just gonna fucking wait. And so I started doing that thing because it was kind of passive aggressive. It's very passive aggressive. When dude finally narrates, when he finally narrates them and gets down, it's very passive aggressive. In fact, at some points it's probably just aggressive.
Are we gonna get videos of that or
no, I don't know what we haven't really decided. It's almost, I feel like we need to find somebody that can animate and like, I think he just does the audio and then somebody can put it into something later.
I think it's gonna be a lot of this, like a lot of really close up, intense, and then just clicking of a keyboard, and then a little dialogue box that's coming up over here as it's like writing in a log and then narrating. There's no talking, just a lot of intense.
Oh, so you're not even going to narrate it then?
Oh, I'm going to narrate.
Who's going to narrate?
Oh, okay.
But I'm not going to talk in the video.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I see what you're saying.
I have a prediction for when this goes out. You will be throttled massively. You'll still have Starlink, but you ain't gonna do that.
Well, I mean, I told her, I was like, she's like, well, I'll send this all to you on the trouble ticket. I was like, well, whatever, remember what you're going to say. It's going to be basically a parody or whatever. We're going to make a video about this. Make sure you like and subscribe.
Gotcha.
Thank you. But she was awesome, and it's not her fault. But the problem with Starlink is a DBA of SpaceX. They're not even their own thing. It's just a division of SpaceX. There is no real customer service. It's all farmed out to, I don't know where this lady could have been, wherever she was. You know what I mean? Just going through the trouble tickets, like whatever.
Living in a van somewhere.
She could be like on exactly
living in a van down by the river, working for Star Command.
I would love to do that, man.
What?
Yeah. If you could,
if that's your,
depending on the river.
It all depends on the river.
I can't do that. I'm not rich, man.
What?
They were. Listen, I'm not a
Star Trek aficionado to know the difference.
Yeah, enough. I guess they're not. They were kind of Kirky, but more Picard probably, because I wasn't like the whole, how's he do it? The whole boom, boom, boom. You know how he talks, like kind of a, but because the thing,
Star Day.
It wasn't. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. But it did. But it also wasn't pinky up British accent. So, it's HughesNet. Well, that was the thing that pissed me off. I actually paid for another month of service when I before they had even called me to or contacted me about it being broken. Half of a billing period it was broken, and then I paid into another billing period with it broken before they even were like, "Hey, we're sorry about it being broken." And so I was heated typing and trying to not be an asshole, because at the end of the day, I know it's not her fault. Whoever was the person who had to deal with me, and I just thought in a week from when I talked to her, they had a new refurbished brand new kit at my door.
They're all refurbished.
Yeah, I believe that.
Exactly. How many? Exactly. Well, and then it's like now I now have two, and I have a hell of a Wi-Fi network because they told me to plug in the old one, and put the dish upside down, and the boom will just lower itself. And I'm like, but you do realize the whole problem here is they don't talk to each other. And so she's like, oh no, it'll be fine. And I was like, okay. And so now I've started a new trouble ticket because it won't do that, and I can't send it back in the box they sent me. And I'm like, what do you want me to do? I hope they're going to be like, oh well, just whatever, don't send it. It's broken.
Yeah, we got
Because
money.
I'll keep the
don't
extra
sweat it.
mesh. Well, at a certain point, is it worth the shipping or whatever because it won't fit in the box and whatever you got to do? I don't know. Who knows?
No,
It'll be another 25
something
days
like
before
that
someone gets
process.
back to me. Yeah.
You have
who
a
knows?
new log going.
I have the new one. I do. No, because I don't really care because this is me giving them something back. So I'll let them get back to me. My internet works. I have internet over there now, so I don't care. And realistically, if it breaks again, I got spare parts, so it's all right.
No, nice. They're sending a Chinese balloon to pick it up.
Maybe that's how they knocked out my last one. You know, the Chinese have been threatening to go after old, and so the Chinese just knocked out. That was the balloon came across and it was knocking out my dishy. That's what they call that. It's
That's
a
what it
dishy.
was.
They call it a dishy.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just being funny. I didn't. They actually, yeah. I bet if you look up dishy, it's actually some sort of sci-fi type thing or something.
I was gonna say some sort of Japanese porn, but
It could be. You got to remember, these are the people that, if they're part of SpaceX, which you know they are, that have barges named like "I Still Love You."
it's true.
So
All right,
dishy is probably something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the other barges.
What do you got there?
Dishy? Nudge.
Nudge? What are you nudging there, bud?
They look like M&Ms. They're made with
Okay.
coffee grounds or something, so they taste like coffee.
Oh, okay. Is it like an espresso though, so you get all jacked. You're like,
Yeah, caramel macchiato.
yeah. I just go from really chill to just like speed. Yeah.
You know, that's another one. I just got Paramount, so I could watch Beavis and Butthead. And
That's what you got Paramount for?
shh.
Or did your
we
wife
didn't get
want to
it
get it because of the cowboy porn?
Cowboy porn? No.
Is that on there?
Yellowstone.
What are you watching?
I didn't know that was.
Oh,
on.
so that's how I classify my wife's smut. That's what I call it. It was vampires. Remember the stage? Everyone remembers. What was it? True Blood or whatever it was. And then I'm sure there was some sort of space series at some point. I know the thing now is and I call it the cowboy porn because she watches the show and it's all the cowboys and the pretty things and whatever. And it's just like whatever. That's not gonna.
I think you're into weird stuff, man.
If unless you want Sasquatch, this is what you got now.
So, I decided to watch Beavis and Butthead because I enjoyed it as a child.
Yeah.
I watched all of about 3 episodes of it. I'm like, this is hilarious.
Brailsford?
And then I watched about 3 more episodes, and I went, yeah, I know why this went off the air.
See, I was gonna ask you about that because I have seen some things that I thought were good when I was a kid, and then I found that the more I go back with nostalgia, the more I just ruin the thing by seeing it now with my jaded eyes or whatever, however you want to call it. Some things are just better left as a memory.
When I was very young, and I used to pirate a lot of videos, so I would always go get the old series and rewatch them, right? So when I was very young, I remember getting up at 6 a.m. on Saturdays to watch Biker Mice from Mars because it was like a ripoff of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It wasn't real popular, but you could watch it. It was out there. I went and downloaded that whole series, finally found it to where I could get it because it doesn't exist, and I watched 2 episodes, and I'm like, this just ruined my childhood. I remember this show being good and like visually well done, and then I watched it. It was like, oh my god, this was drawn by children. Like,
you've got somebody here who's like, yeah.
Look at Brailford
Brailford's
stuff.
like, that's my shit right there.
Yep, right there.
Man,
And
yeah.
Team America. World Police was an
action
awesome movie.
figures and stuff. So
Team
Brailsford's
America
apparently
World
like
Police.
10
That's
from
one they could never remake.
4,000. So if
No.
you guys have not subscribed over there to
Yeah.
Brailsford, make sure you guys get over there. I'm pretty sure everyone here has, but if you haven't, make sure you get over there.
Got good content.
Team America. I have not watched that one in a while, but I watched it when I was older when I watched it. So
Yeah, that's
you knew what you were
not that
getting into
old.
there, you know.
Yeah, I love
My,
that. There was a 2.
my tagline on my instant messenger at work forever was "Freedom only costs $1.05."
Bucko.
Yeah. Freedom costs $1.05. $1.05.
Oh. Yeah, see, I didn't ever get all of the that one was one I didn't really reference hardcore. I don't know.
I think you did. You just didn't know. That thing had so many good references.
I just did the main tagline. Team America.
Fuck yeah. Oh, sorry.
And everybody at home just responded.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You have to with that one. That's just in there.
And we'll just walk around somewhere and go, America. And then someone will respond back.
Gonna say
Yes.
Coming the day and save the motherfucking day, America.
oh, it was a good movie.
Power Rangers was pretty weird. Yeah, I never was a Power Ranger.
I was never a Power
that
Rangers.
was fun.
It is funny though that the guy from Breaking Bad was the original talking head voice.
Really?
Yeah, it was one of his very first roles and what actually kept him as a essentially an actor.
You talking about Cranston or the other guy?
The guy who played the main character.
Bryan
Cranston.
Cranston. I did not know that.
He was the original talking head voice.
I was not big into Power Rangers though, so
I was not either, but I watched a whole article on him because he said that he was going to quit being an actor, and they pretty much let him do that, and he didn't get paid squat for it because they're like, well, you can do it and keep your resume, or you can just not do it.
yeah. Huh. So, yeah, listen, the growth. How are you doing, Ryan? You're doing all right, right?
Yeah, I'm at like 784 today.
Talking about the
So
growth.
I'm not hating life. So not you guys level or anything. Like
Now,
that.
are you pushing shorts right now, or is that something?
No, they don't. Sometimes they do
paying?
well, sometimes they don't. I mean, I've never had any do great, anyways. I think 3,400 was my biggest, I think. But I've started to get some more on the older ones. So hey, if I can get that out of them, I'd be happy. But I don't.
I would love to see an old short actually give these at this point. So
I've had some. Well, what do you consider old?
6 months.
Well, shorts aren't that old, so
no. I haven't had anything go that old.
Summer that I still get no, we're not talking much, but I don't get many views on anyway.
Oh well, I get one or two. His opinions and numbers are so skewed up there in the at the top. When we talk things, when we talk things, he's talking things, and it's very vast. And I get the idea, but I'm just like, I have to look at it from one side of. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out with dudes wrench's eyes, and then I'm looking at it from wasted talent eyes. Like, fuck you.
Brailsford. I have that whole series. Brailsford. I have all the SWAT Cat episodes. I'm gonna figure out a way to send them to you.
I'm kidding.
Nice.
It's actually one of the very last Hanna-Barbera cartoons too.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yep. SWAT Cat. Sorry to derail you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't even remember what the hell we were on about.
Talking about shorts and how I'm a jerk because numbers.
Well,
no, it's not that you're a
his
jerk.
was
It's just
different. So
it's just
the other day,
it's very.
you guys were talking. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I think there's enough delay that I ended up just trying.
The other day, you guys were talking on the live, and you were like, "Hey, you're like at 109,000 now, dudes." He's like, "I don't know, 108, 107, 9." It's like those are thousands he's talking about, not like I'm at 784, 89. I was like, "That's awesome, man. I love it." That's just It's like I don't know, 708 or 108, 109, something like that.
Well, there's a lot of. It's one of those things where you're like, I get it kind of because you're like, okay, it's this huge number. You want to, it means all this thing, and then you get there, and then it's like, okay, now what? Because you don't throw a party and be like, I won. It's just like, okay, now we're still doing shorts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You want to see my play button I'm never going to unbox?
Are you? You still haven't opened it.
Nope.
You got to put it in the background somewhere, like the box.
Yeah.
Like in the box needs to be the display thing.
I would love to see the box. I want to see it.
See right there by my safe?
No, we can't see.
Here,
let me put you solo.
Yeah, try that.
Boom, there it is.
Okay, I see it safe now. I think it's another safe.
Real blurry. Oh, it was stacked under something. How were we supposed to see that?
It was. How do we not see that? It's
on
focusing your microphone. There it is.
You got to stand that up like on the top of the fridge in the back, so it just sits. Not like that.
Unbroken tape seal. Look at that.
Does that make it
I like how you
valuable? Well, he knew.
I like how you pulled the address off already, but yet you haven't been showing it. No. You obviously have.
He knew he was going to.
I thought about it. You know that sticker was on there. Like I tried to heat it. It wasn't coming off. And they stuck it on the YouTube side of the box. They could have stuck it back here, but they didn't. It ruined this is a display box now, and it ruined it.
New in box. Never opened. Makes it worth so much more.
It does. When I sell this on eBay in 5 years, it's new in box.
I swear, no, but seriously, if you do,
you don't even know.
So this is
that is Schrodinger's cat.
My YouTube Schrodinger box.
Yo, when we go to the party at Dude's house, when he gets us over there one day, we're gonna sneak in and steal his dudes. We got like Mission Impossible. Get in there and get the play button out of the box, and he'll never know. We gotta get the right weight to get back in the box.
I'm gonna get two boxes. I'm gonna get like
boxes?
2 or 3 of these boxes.
Oh, now it's getting deep. You're gonna get extra boxes made to foil us,
and then do like little cups. Like which one's got the play button in it?
So we just bring extra tape. It's not heat gun. We'll peel the tape up.
We're way off on these commentos here.
I jumped because I wanted to show big. I was at Brailsford up here talking nice, and then
I never saw SWAT Cats, but anything voiced by Samuel L. Jackson's got to be good, right?
You're telling me. Oh, I was gonna say if Samuel L. Jackson was voiced in there, it just got way cooler.
He's saying he should, because he did the movie SWAT. Now he should voice SWAT Cats.
I'm down.
Yeah. I heard something about him doing
awesome.
Fury, to get off the line with it, that someone stole his likeness and started using him in the comics and stuff, and then as Nick Fury. And then when he contacted him about it, his people or whatever were like, hey, you can't do that. They were like, you want to play him in the movie? We'd like to say it's you. And he's like, okay, fine. So that's how he got the movie role.
Oh, so they made Nick Fury look a lot like Samuel L. Jackson, and Samuel L. Jackson's like, hey, bud.
Samuel L. Jackson before.
And then they're like, well, you just want to. Okay, all right, I like this.
That's what I heard. I mean, apparently,
I feel like they were trying to dupe him into something there.
Well, I think you're right.
How do you know it's actually in there? Exactly. That's how we're playing it. Maybe there's a play button in here. Maybe there's not. Maybe it says dudes with wrenches on it. Maybe it says something obscure and crazy. Who will ever know?
Oh, shit. I forgot. You didn't tell me what you put on there. You said you could put whatever you. Damn it. Now I totally forgot about that conversation. And, I forgot about it. And I was blissful in that forgetting. And now you've made me unforget that. And I want to see what's in the box.
Nope. You will never get to know what was put on my play button.
Oh, you're such a dick. I'll just ask your wife. She'll break it open for me.
She don't know. She don't care.
You're right. I'll have to make her want to care, and I don't know. I don't have anything she wants.
So what level do you need to get to that you would open that box? And be like, hey, when he gets to 1 million, he'll open the 100,000 play box, and we get to see what he actually put on it.
Well, or is that the 1 million box? Who knows? At that point, is it musical? Well, that's a good question. Does it come in the same material, like a box outside?
The 1 million box. It's a bigger plaque.
So, it's a bigger plaque. Yeah. Okay.
And by then, it'll be a different plaque. So
Chinese spy balloon knows what's on the play button.
Yeah. Dudes, can you send
That's a good one, Pops.
Matt a link
Maybe.
once you're done playing with your box?
This camera keeps unfocusing itself.
I'm digging mine on the fact I got change batteries every
Copying.
10, 15 minutes.
I'm digging mine, except it's sitting over there and won't work. So the picture looked awesome on it, if that helps.
The other night, I
That's
went to
very
try
happy.
and go live with it for some tigging, and I picked it up.
Messages
It's got
over
the
here.
magnet base, like you got, and I set it down, and it literally just disconnected, wouldn't connect, and it was like I was gonna go live right then. It was just like, and so I ended up just turning the laptop around, and it was just looked like dude.
Brailsford, I'm Instagramming you.
Ooh, tell me more.
With this play button.
If you actually go to my channel page, it says link to Instagram and link to Bookface.
That's
I
great.
noticed that. I did notice you got merch now too listed on there.
Yeah, there's people that
Oh.
pressured me into doing such things, and
Has
I laugh
anyone
at them
bought
every time
anything?
we talk about it.
Has anything sold?
No,
Mm.
Really?
How much does that cost dudeswithwrenches.com to get all of that infrastructure set up, though?
0.
Oh, okay, well then that's not a bad deal then. You get to say you were right. They get to say it's out there, and if it does sell, it does something. That's a win-win.
Did you promote it at all?
Oh, we're not
No.
doing that.
Well, that's right.
That was
Nobody
rule.
knows it's there.
That was rule 1. If somebody
Yeah.
wants it, they can
Okay.
find it.
Well, it's there on the. It's like you found it, you know about it
Yeah.
because you saw it wherever you saw it. But this is we're not trying to. Or
Awesome page.
we talked about. I guess we talk about it, but he and they aren't trying to be like, pay me.
Gotcha.
I put a kibosh to the idea of pushing merchandise. I don't like it. I don't like the idea.
Okay.
I will agree to
It was
do
our first
merchandise, but I am
shop.
never going to push merchandise.
Well,
Yeah,
You'll
he's not
push
pushing his merchandise, but guys, Dudes with Wrenches has merch for sale if you go to his page.
can you bookface it to him, dudes?
Okay. I can bookface it to you. Some of that bookface.
Get you that bookface. Isn't it the
Yeah, but-
same messenger realistically?
Some of that bookface.
Send him the link using the spy balloon. He'll get it.
Oh, Ryan,
Chinese
you'll have to
spy
tell
balloon.
Julie about. I had an appointment with my VA person the other day over the phone, and it was to read an MRI results to me. The results of my MRI.
Oh,
We're gonna do this over the phone,
jeez.
and she's like, I can't read it. Cerner's not working. It won't let me do this. Cerner this, Cerner that. And I was just like, the whole time I'm just thinking of Julie. I'm just like, just laughing in my head. I ended up having to, because I can log into the Asante place where I got it done and read the results. And I ended up reading it to her, and I have no idea what I'm reading, so she could tell me what I'm reading to her actually means. And that's how my appointment with my VA doctor. It was
Wow.
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
It was like 3 days ago.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
She just got back from a trip, so I will definitely
Did
mention
you
that. to
send
her.
that to me, dudes?
So I needed to get it on Discord so I could get on my phone so I could send it in Messenger.
Oh, that's elaborate.
Yeah. It's fun how you need to get things from your phone to your thing to your other thing.
I do want to talk about that because it is a total pain that you can do some things from the computer and some things from the phone when it comes to shorts, and it's just like, oh, what a pain. Ugh. You don't like money and play buttons?
Try bottom comment.
You don't like money and play. No, there's none of that around here. It's just not happening.
Yep. See, this is why
What?
dudes didn't want to talk about his merch and stuff like that. It's because we start talking about people go and
That's right.
buy things.
So are you just trying to win an argument by not selling any?
No,
What's going on, bro?
maybe.
Yes, it's spiteful. He's like, there's no way we're selling anything, but if you want to do it, go ahead and do it. And we're not promoting it. And then it doesn't sell. And he's like, I'm winning. Or it sells.
So
And then he's like,
cancel
I'm
the order?
winning.
I can't really lose this game.
I should cancel this order then? for the hats.
Oh,
and
man.
t-shirts and stickers.
Sorry.
Matt, how are you, brother? You gotta. You gotta.
Doing all right.
Are you qualified for this live? I think you got a little.
Yeah. I
No,
am
I'm not. I'm not qualified. Severely
one of
lacking
these
in
people
qualification.
is active to be.
Well, are you gonna do that thing where you get out and you grow the beard and I don't know if you go as mountain man
Well,
as I've
I
gone,
guess we
but-
haven't talked in a long time because
No.
I'm not getting out. I'm going to go
You
to
re-upped
retirement.
hard.
You got you did what, Lieutenant Commander, right?
Yep.
Is what you picked up, and yeah, so you're running it out. Well, so you're gonna retire in 10 to 15 years.
10 years. If I make 05, probably 15 years.
Yeah, give or take. Hell yeah.
Well, free money. I mean,
Well, it's not free, but
it's
yeah.
entirely more free than not.
not free. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big change, man. I was going to be getting out in August.
Yeah, I remember you saying that you were gonna stay for the next tour. I just didn't realize you were like gonna send the whole thing through.
Do you
Well,
know
if
what
I'm going-
civilian jobs never ask you? You want to stay for another 6 years? They just kind of like expect it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, I mean, dude, there's a lot of stuff that went into the thought about this. Like, I've got 3 kids, and I'm not trying to derail your stream, by the way. So
Oh no,
How dare
you don't. I mean that. Listen, I'm with
How
you.
dare you put all your personal problems in here?
But
Doing
No,
doing
but
the
I
full
got-
tour is not a
with
bad idea.
the cost of like health insurance for 3 kids,
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
probably more than my mortgage.
Yeah,
Well,
because that's a nice
yeah.
thing. Now, granted, I don't have. It's just the wife and kid, the one kid, but it's with me included. It's like $300 a year for our retired TRICARE thing.
Per paycheck for 2 kids and a wife, I spend $485 a paycheck. So that's
Oh,
800 and some bucks a month.
Yeah.
oof.
How many kids? You said 2?
2.
Two.
Because when you
Yep.
pay for family plan, you pay for 7 when you only have 2. You know, because that makes sense.
I'd for sure
Well-
be paying for more than my mortgage. Based on from everything I've heard from everybody, I'd be paying more than my mortgage.
Yeah, see, that is something coming from. I mean, because I was a kid and then I was in the military and then I was, now I'm not, and it's like I've never had to deal with some of these things like
So
health.
here's a good
and other
example.
things like that. It's just
My
like, ugh.
daughter, I had my daughter when I was in the military. Free, pretty much free.
That's the best thing about the
Free.
military is that right there.
And then I had my son, not in the military. 15 grand, just
Hey,
right out of my pocket.
so I got a bill for my son, for my first son. He was in the NICU for 2 weeks.
Ooh, yeah.
How much do you think that cost?
was
Way
it?
too much.
Was it 20 grand a day or
$30,000
something?
$35,000.
Yeah.
You know how much my bill was? $25.
So here's mine. 15 grand was
Well,
my
you had to pay
max out of pocket.
$25. I'd be like, what the hell?
Or something. I probably
Yeah.
could have got it waived. I'm sure I could have.
Nope.
You
I paid
probably
15 grand
could've.
for my son. He spent a month and a half in some form of hospital after birth, and 15,000 was my max out of pocket. So I met the max, and then they
Wow, that's crazy.
Ouch.
And then when my daughter went into the hospital when she was 5, I had to meet my max out of pocket. She went into the hospital in December and got out in February, so it rolled over the new year. So then I had to
Did
pay
it twice.
twice. So after max out of pocket, out of network, max insurance, pharmaceuticals, I think the total bill was $46,000.
So you guys are mostly aware, but whoever's not in the stream's not aware. Military has this thing called TRICARE Prime,
Yep.
TRICARE Select.
Yep.
You do TRICARE Select, you can go do whatever provider you want. Well, you have to pay a deductible for that to do that. So Prime, if you want to be free, Prime's the way to go. And if you're lucky, like I am, all the providers are full, so you still get I still get TRICARE Select privileges without having to pay any of that crap.
And then if you're stationed somewhere that actually has what do you want to call it? Unwell trained military doctors that want to see you, you pay for the other one.
Yes.
Well,
that's true.
Well, it depends. Like here, obviously, there's no base, so we're on the other one where you have to pay. But we only pay we pay $300 some a year, and then our deductible is $300 out of pocket a year. And once that's met, they cover everything else. Something along those lines. So it's very good compared to everywhere else. But at the end of the day, there's only so many places that work with you here, and they're all full. So if you want to see anybody, it's going to be ever, apparently. Not for me, because I go through the VA. I do everything through the VA, which is its own thing. But I also have TRICARE. It's the exact same price for me. I don't know. My wife handles the medical side of things, and
the one big medical incident I had to pay for my daughter, that ended up costing me $40-some thousand out of pocket on a 2-year flip, and then the actual total bill. And this is how I always compare it to everybody. It's like trading a car for a house, because the actual bill was well over $400,000.
Jesus.
So it was one of those like, it's not that bad, I guess.
I can't afford that kind of stuff, man. Ever. I can't afford it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So every time I look at my kids, it's kind of like, you owe me a truck, you owe me a boat, and you owe me a camper.
The one downside to the way I've been going about my career, though, is because I'm not on the standard career path. I've been forging my own path. I have not had a single bonus since I've been in. So
gross.
Usually that's how like, you know.
Yeah.
That's how you keep people.
But that being said,
you don't
I've had the luxury of always getting my first pick of orders for 10 years plus.
Oh, wow.
So I've never been sent anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know how that is. I mean, I assume that's pretty rare on the officer side. Obviously, on the officer side, it's less rare than it is on the on the O side.
It's very political. It's all about who you know. Yeah. And I'll tell you somewhere else, not on here, but I was able to get a very senior by name request for my next job. So like it's I mean,
so you're still, last I talked to you, were still trying to stay in that area again.
Oh, I'm staying
next time. Yeah,
I'm staying. There was
nice.
They would have had to tell. They would have had to tell someone very special. No,
and they're not going to do that.
No.
Nice, and that'll set you up for your next round, because you can just come. You can come back to where you are now and do a command tour. Then
that's what I'm hoping. That's my plan.
That'll set you up if you can. I've talked to, but the problem is I've talked to lots of ground officers that have a very similar plan. The Navy has a way of crapping all over that plan at certain points.
Well, you just got to get the right person. So, like, I'm trying not to talk about it everything.
No, don't. If you can't. We get it, man. You're good.
How's the Mustang going?
Yeah.
Well. The weather's been crap for 2 weeks, so it's been sitting in my garage. We just picked up an RV, our first one, it's not huge, but it's a 2023, so I'm going to do some videos on it because it's a 2023, and I was the first one to put a video up for this camper, which is going to be the best-selling camper Coleman makes on YouTube.
So you got the little Coleman one. I've heard about these.
Oh, yeah. Is that new one?
So I got it for...
it's a travel trailer. I thought an RV was something that had a motor.
Travel trailer, whatever.
Recreational vehicle. Anything you use for recreation, I think.
It's a vehicle.
It counts as a vehicle because I had to have a
trailer. Is not
pay property tax.
Everything on it. Yeah.
I was gonna say that's where they get you with an RV bullshit. I think you can go both ways there, dudes. With your fucking look it up and do a short, bud.
Yeah, there you go. We need a short on Ryan. What's considered? May vary by your taste.
Right here.
No. This is from last night when you were eating me alive for my TIG welding in front. The gloves are off, bud.
Scrapperang is within cutting distance of you right now. You better watch out.
But we're pretty excited about it. We're going camping for the first time this week.
Hell yeah!
And then I found a good place to store it. So like the base has trailer lots that you can park at for free if you want to, but you risk junior Marines trying to break into your shit. So you risk that. Now I did find a paid lot on base, which is only $35 a month, which is not bad, and it's behind a barbed wire fence. So
outdoor storage though.
Yeah, it's outdoor.
Okay.
nothing
Yeah, which I
covered.
mean, for it's a new rig, that'll be fine.
But $35 is nothing. So
Yeah.
I got a bonus when I joined.
Below that.
How much bonus did you get when you joined?
well,
I got $4,000 when I joined. They gave me
you know what I would have gotten if I had signed for a department head?
Oh, I'm sure there's multiple zeros involved with that.
If I had signed for my department head tour and said, you know what,
I'm not gonna
the
tell you
hell
what
with
my
shore
sign-on
duty,
bonus
I don't
was.
want it, I don't need it. I would have been $100,000.
That's not bad.
Wouldn't surprise me. And if you
Right.
could pull that off on like a Bahrain site visit or some bullshit, you can get it all
Anywhere
tax-free.
Adriatic, anywhere that's
Yeah.
tax free. Yeah.
So I got
Yeah.
65K.
Gary, did you just make a bag of cereal?
Yeah, so I've already
Yeah.
turned down gobs of money from the military for better living myself, and I don't regret it. I mean,
Yeah.
man, I'm
So-
happy where I am. So
When I got a sign-on bonus, and this is for everybody in the room that's not military, but that sign-on bonus is not what they say it is. And
What do you mean?
they tax the crap out of it. It's like you said, if you're going
yes.
to get taxed, because it's taxed at gift tax. So it's not
Yes.
even regular tax.
you
And then they break it up over your whole enlistment, which totally shafts
Well,
you.
They can. You gotta. It
Yeah.
depends. You gotta.
I
they work
didn't know
out
that when I joined.
steps. Yeah, you gotta. No one told me that, but when it came to money, I was like, yeah, no, I'll take that. The
Nah,
sooner
they were just
option.
like, "You want 65K?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then I didn't read any of that fine print. I just said money.
Are you
Yeah.
going? Bye.
well, what I try and do for my sailors is if they're going to reenlist, like we look at the future schedule, especially if we're deployed, and we try and do it in like the Adriatic Sea or somewhere like that, where the government doesn't take any of their money; they get to keep all of it.
I like this. See, I like it when people say things like this. I'm going to
Got
do
going
it.
up the
Dudes with
elevator.
wrenches short. Cool.
Yep.
I am so.
You've got your own
popular.
genre now. Congratulations!
I have my
You
own
are
niche in
well,
videos.
well, you don't have your own genre. You've just kind of gone into a genre because there were people doing similar stuff before you of this nature. It's like when somebody
Yes.
says, "Hey, I'm going to do," well, like here when they say this, and it's just like it's not dudes with wrenches thing. You stole that.
It
from
is.
someone else.
I did not. It is all original.
did.
What I do is
It's-
original.
What you do?
No one has
No one has
ever-
ever
What I
done
do
it
is
before.
I mean, every poop
Hey,
is new every time.
Every time.
Every fact that he says, I'm assuming he's the first person ever to find that fact. Too.
Yeah.
Bag of
Sometimes I feel
cereal.
like that. Like the way some people talk to me about it.
Okay, here.
Oh my Chinese
The Chinese spy balloon.
I mean, it's high techery
Well-
if it's tweeting.
Did that come out like an hour before it was shot down? Is that what that happened?
No, it was
Fucking, they're just coming across the United States and tweeted that. It's just like, oh, it's down.
No, it was on Starlink when it was trying to tweet that, and since it was mobile, it was dropped down. So
So
the tweet didn't come out until
I gotta
after.
do-
Okay. Somebody needs to do a little music like the Ambiguously Gay Duo, but do it with Chinese spy balloon.
there's a group of kids that already did the 99 lift whatever 99 red balloons. They did
Yeah.
a
Oh,
cover.
99
Yes.
Chinese balloons.
You
Or it was a
just keep it
Chinese
red
spy
for 'em,
balloon or
It's
something
red,
like
yeah.
That's
But
great.
dude, you know my you know what? There's certain things that like, and I'm sure you guys have come across it. If everybody's veterans. Like I love my family to death. However, when I read these hot takes about anything that's related to military activity on Facebook, I just like, oh God, I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. Like all the opinions on what we should be doing and
Oh,
what we are
I fixed my Facebook. I got into Can-Am stuff, and all it shows me is Can-Am stuff now. I don't hear no political things. I've lost so many people off my Facebook, and all it is trying to sell me the next Can-Am thing I don't want, and I'm okay.
See,
with it.
I went social media free until 2020, and all I look up is car related things. So when people tell me about this algorithm, I'm just like, it just shows me car videos. I don't know what you're talking about.
I use Facebook for the marketplace, and that's pretty much it. And finding local car events. That's about it.
I've been trying to lay off the marketplace because you end up with a tire machine from
A time machine that turned out to be maybe not such a great deal.
I mean, the whole thing, $800 on a K&L tire machine, the motorcycle tire machine, and it all works.
Keep selling it to yourself.
Except
I should have got a better deal than I got.
If you would have had to pay someone to fix all the things you have fixed,
it would be a terrible deal.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
Hands down. Well, so I bought it, and I bought it for $700. Put $100 worth of consumables in it, the little don't screw up and clamps and
stuff.
Not even rubber, the little art plastics.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, Del
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
yeah. And
I mean,
then I had
Shopcat. You gotta think about it though. Like the altitude it was at. Nope, nothing's gonna see it. It comes in. It's hard, we're not necessarily tracking it.
I was gonna say, wouldn't radar pick that up at that altitude?
It depends on what it's made of.
It seems
one of
a little
those
low tech, but
it's so non-eventful that it wasn't an event.
Well, it's just funny. It's hilarious to me that some random dude in Montana was outside probably flipping burgers and looks up and was like, "Huh."
Yeah.
Is that a
Whatever.
I thought it came down in Montana. I didn't realize it was over the ocean or whatever where we shot it down.
Which I would like to point out that I've been through Montana. It's pretty empty. It would have been a perfect place to shoot it down and not worry about.
I think honestly, that what they were
new.
most worried about is being able to. This is a complete opinion. Being able to to guarantee that they are the ones to recover if anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So here's my point.
Grab
And
it.
Hot Rod Dave's standing right there at the bottom. If it's a big government conspiracy, because the Chinese obviously aren't saying it's theirs for any reason, why would we even talk about it? Why wouldn't we just go take care of it and not make a big deal about it and just like write it off like everything else?
Because somebody saw it and they got out about it, I guess, would be the.
Yeah, but you could just lie. I don't know what that was.
True.
I mean, they could if it was a conspiracy, then they could have just said, "Oh, that was ours. It's a weather balloon."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true too. Our government could have just been like, "Yeah, that's ours. Whatever." Why did we have to even name it Chinese balloon and even bring them into it? Why couldn't we just be like, "Nah, that's ours. Don't worry about it."
Well, and who did that?
If they just
Exactly.
been like, that's ours. That would have been the end of it.
Why do you keep saying that it's from that it's Chinese? Because it's from China.
Exactly, and that's the whole point. It's like we're just redirecting more weird hate at China for no reason.
Well, we're also they're calling it a slow-moving object. It is not that slow. It was over Montana yesterday, and it was over North Carolina today. So,
it's weather. That's weather speed. I mean, but that's a weather balloon. That's what they do.
Yeah,
I guess compared to flying,
I'm no weather balloon expert. So I have no idea.
I am a Chinese weather balloon expert.
Oh, that's
I have a lot of people friends apparently that are on Facebook. Well, I don't call them friends.
Well, so that's about we've talked about this too. If you ever want to find a bunch of experts, put something out on social media of anything, and those experts will find you.
Well, here's what gets me right. Everybody's like, "Oh, I can't believe we just let it fly over the whole country and let it collect whatever it wanted."
You got to go figure out what it is. You can't just go shoot it down.
We have technology that does this thing that denies enemies their abilities to do what they want to do. So we
to
can
an extent, but if what are you doing from that satellite from that weather balloon that you can't do from a satellite?
There was a video of a guy. I can only talk about this because it was I saw it. The guy posted a video of he's tracking the planes that were flying around it. They had some C-130s flying around it. Those things collect signals intelligence, so they can pick up what it's emitting, and then they can kind of figure out where it was going. And if you pick up certain signals, you can figure out what signals you need to jam.
Yeah.
Well, and that goes back to what I said. If you got a balloon, who knows what it's full of? Who knows what it's if it has a payload or not? We can't just be like, go shoot that down.
Well, the thing that was hanging below it. The thing that was hanging below it, they said it was like 2 by 3 buses wide. I mean, it was freaking huge.
Yeah, so you can't just go shooting it out of the sky. You got to go figure out what it's doing.
Yeah, because imagine
what's the payload on a balloon of that size roughly? Anyhow, I don't know.
It looked like
Hindenburg
it just
carried
looked
a lot of
It
people.
looked like the rigging that was at the top of like a stage almost. That's what it looked like hanging under it.
Yeah, I thought the same
See,
thing.
I'm not gonna go and look up this because I'm okay with the fact that up until tonight and you guys telling me about this firsthand, I had really no knowledge of this, and I'm okay with being that disconnected from the world at this point.
So
How are you not gonna be a Chinese expert?
World War III is gonna light off, and you're gonna have no idea. You'll be peacefully, and you'll see some Russians coming up, and be like, huh.
I've got enough ammo to get me some more ammo if it comes down to that, and we'll go from there. And either this story of the apocalypse will be a long one or it'll be a short one. It's just where we're all going to be at that point. You know, me looking at the news every day and being, oh, I knew it. I told you they're coming today. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
You know, a lot of people say that to me. They're like, did you see the news? And my response is always, I never see the news. Ever. I don't care.
Some things will make it to me, like this. Like some people around me talked about. I guess it was big news a while. We had in my little small town here. There was a attempted murder and then a double murder, and then he shot himself underneath the house of the place from the first attempted murder.
That's the best way to get rid of a murder.
Was that just recently, like in the past couple of weeks?
Like 3 days ago, 2 days ago, whatever that was.
Yeah, that was the guy that was using the dating apps to find the girls. I hadn't heard that they got that.
That's the story? Because I did hear something about a dating app guy.
That's the guy. Yeah. That's right here.
Oh. He's out in Oregon, huh?
Yeah, no. Actually,
first thing I did was look at the picture, make sure it wasn't wasted.
When they went looking for him in the place, that's where I go riding. Is the next range over from where I ride is.
You could have waved at that guy.
I could have been one of the mountain people. Well, this is like I tell Maria all the time or whoever I'm with out there when we're out doing stuff. She's like, no one's around here. I was like, the hills have eyes, and they look at me like the movie. It's like, well, no. I mean, there are people here that
they're not letting you know they're there because they're out murdering.
Well, no. Well, I mean, that could be. Who the hell knows?
Obviously, they were.
But you know what I mean. It's definitely it's one of those. I've been in the woods and had people go by and they're completely oblivious to you being there because you're not drawing attention to yourself, and they are. And I just automatically assume somebody's out there somewhere, and I'm usually not wrong. I was like, when we were kids, there was a guy that moved in across the street and buried cargo containers and started a operation of cultivating crops underground. back in the day when that was because it was late 90s when that was going down, and so it was just funny because he came in this quiet neighborhood, logged a bit, and then thought he could do all this without like every kid in the neighborhood sneaking into the woods and seeing exactly what was like. We knew everything, you know. It was a bunch of teenagers in the neighborhood. You weren't hiding this. It was our own, 80s Wolverines movie, or what a Red Dawn, like Fox was just saying, movie. What are they doing over there? What's this new guy in the neighborhood up to? And then you're telling your parents that they're putting like containers, like a lab underground and stuff. And they're like, yeah, you're crazy. And then it comes out, no,
you're crazy, man, you crazy.
That was a real thing.
So,
see, Fox can fix it. You joking about the big carry-out fried rice order? I got a funny story. we were on the carrier, and your taxpayer dollars flew us out some sweet, probably about 250 McDoubles. Great.
Oh yeah.
But they were. Let me rephrase that. Okay, before you get crazy, the person was coming anyway, but they brought with them 250 McDoubles.
Yes, that fuel was being spent to bring the person. Yes, it just also brought 250 McDoubles.
Yes.
People get all bent out of shape when you say that one way. Yeah,
we were underway for we've been underway for about 30 days, so it was nice to have some cold McDoubles.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's amazing what you
would
can get
would have
after
been
being
any
away from
less
something for a while, and you're like, okay, that's not right, but it's still good.
I mean, if you just brought somebody who knew how to make the McDoubles and brought all the supplies for the McDoubles.
Back then they were like $1.50 or $2 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not now.
No.
That's another thing I,
I
can't
remember
stand.
I was telling somebody this story. I was stationed in Jax for a school, TDY or whatever, and young airmen, whatever. And we would go from the rec center back to the barracks, and there was a McDonald's that would close around that same time. And we would go in there when it was like 29-cent cheeseburger day at the end of the day, and you would buy a cheeseburger, and they would just give you a bag because they were closing. They're like, here, just we know you kids have no money. Go down there and eat this at your barracks. You freaking get out of here. You know, and we were like, yeah, you're right. We have no money. This is awesome. Thank you. Like, we're going to eat like kings. You know?
We used to have a religiously funded burger place. I think there's still one up in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It was called Burger Time. And they had a big cross in the middle of the Burger Time. And there was no eating in. It was just a drive-through booth. And the money went to the church. That was essentially what they did. And they proved that you could like make really cheap food, take no money for it, and somehow donate most of the proceeds to the church. Because you would go there and you could get this big burger and some fries and a drink and spend $4. And that was it. And if you just wanted a burger, it was like $2.34. And it was fresh made giant burger. I mean, it was huge.
You keep saying a lot of was here.
Yeah. It went away.
Yeah, you wonder why with your television money. Like that. Yeah, weird.
Well, the problem is they couldn't find anybody to work there.
Yeah, because no one wants to work for free.
Well, it was kind of a donation system.
Exactly, that's going to be your problem.
But it just goes back to like they legitimately did all this and made enough profit to take in donations with the supplies of making the food. Free people, mind you.
Yes, I'm going to say that people is what is going to drive up your cost in that instance.
But that just proves to you that all these establishments are making way too much money, even paying people. And might I add, if you actually look up, because I watch this, because investments, I'm an investor. If you would have thrown $1,000 at McDonald's 5 years ago, you would have tripled your money. Because McDonald's, even though they're paying more for their employees, they have cut their employees drastically. And through COVID, their profits went through the roof. They were making $2.25 billion before COVID. After COVID, $5.6 billion a year.
Yeah, because you know what we did? We automated a bunch of shit, and then we had less throughput, but we still had enough throughput so that we didn't need to run enough shifts. So you run one guy, everyone's okay with it taking longer because everyone has released their expectations, and now we can just make more fucking money. It's great.
Yep. Dude, I'm on TikTok. I hate that I'm on TikTok, but I am.
Don't do that.
Anyways, well, listen to this. Jimmy John's has the most ridiculous commercial. I'm scrolling and I don't even want to put it on your stream because I'm afraid to like demonetize you.
Oh yeah, don't do that now.
No, you'll have to find it yourself. It's ridiculous. I can't believe that it's an actual ad.
So some of these guys and getting out there for their ad ideas, it's doing some things.
Well,
that's probably a big one right there.
Well, we were just talking about this tonight with a local Chinese or Japanese restaurant or something like that. What do we got here?
20,000.
They're killing it.
Nice.
I don't even know what I'm at over there. I haven't posted anything over there for so long.
I deleted mine completely. Just wipe hands and walk away.
Yeah.
Well, I'm waiting till I'm maybe by the time I'm out of the fleet, then I'll have like
not working
a bajillion followers. I'll monetize it. I don't know.
Maybe. Oh yeah, because you never monetize that either. It's all It just says dudes with wrenches and white there, bud.
Well, I'm just hoping that if enough people see a boss through two and a bunch of little boss through twos everywhere online, that I'll be easily recognized in person.
How's your shorts game going for you?
How often? I try to do one a day, but I don't really keep up with that either. Dude, I've got a normal life to live.
You almost see it.
Well, and if you're not doing,
way to discredit my normal life, Brailsford.
if you're not doing it like I'm doing it, where I'm just doing like something I'm seeing or doing whatever, and I can get a couple in one day because not every day do I get something. But like dude says, he's taking the time and building shorts. I think personally, he puts way too much effort into shorts, but I mean, then he does.
Well, now he's getting
working for him.
I was gonna say now he has 100,000 subscribers and it gets paid for it. So who the fuck am I? But actually,
So
no,
you
he's
are
been
getting
getting paid
paid
for it
for
the
your
whole
short?
time. He's been getting paid the whole damn time.
I didn't know that. Part of the short
And
fund?
here's the thing: after seeing what the shorts are paying right now, I'm like, I think once you got into the shorts program, they were just like, okay, well, he's just here. We're just gonna keep paying him. Like, I think the whole you could fall out of it was bullshit because you hit hard and then had successively less, right? Is that how yours,
No.
or was there a back
So
up?
when I hit really hard, when I was hitting the hardest, I got 2 of the lowest payments they ever gave me. And then when I hit hard the second time, that's when I saw the highest payments, and they didn't drop off any month, even though the views dropped off drastically throughout the months they paid me the most.
I'm very curious what you made, if you could ever tell me somewhere else.
It's okay. The first since July, so it's 6 months. So the first point that I got paid was about $165, and that was in a month. And then it jumped to about $233, $295, $356, and then the last months it was $500 and $568.
Damn.
So
You're talking millions of. I mean, what was the last? What was your biggest month as far as views?
as far as views, I don't even know.
Because it was multiple million views.
Oh yeah, it's 20
month.
million views in a month.
Yeah. So so the 2 days of data that I've been able to see on the shorts that because I went back to doing 3 a day when we started getting paid for them because I was like, why not? And I'm actually pleasantly surprised with the return on. I mean, we're talking pennies here, but in 2 days I made $2. That's $1 a day. I'll take that.
So I still get paid for I'm getting paid for my long form content. I'm getting
paid for that too, but
same thing. But then you can break it down and see the different streams now in there.
The bulk of my income obviously is always going to be my long form stuff for now, at least.
Well, that's going to be a what is it? The quantity thing. You've got way more long form content that's doing your thing. It's I think.
And honestly,
now that you're getting paid, diversifying is a good thing.
Honestly, long form content potentially has the ability to earn over time. Shorts, I have not seen that at all.
All right, so so over time, right? So I bought my wife's right when COVID kicked off. It was 2020 or 2021, early 2021.
The Carvana video, right?
Yeah, the Carvana video.
Yeah.
So I did a 3-part little Carvana series. Hold on, I'll tell you exactly what those mean.
That thing is your moneymaker right
there. Well,
it's still doing it, isn't it?
It's down.
Is it? We see that too in the short side too, but
about a month and a half ago, they flipped a switch that dropped everybody I've ever talked to on their bike.
Yes, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it was. But I feel like after what we talked to a bunch of people, that happens almost every year.
All right.
Yeah, it was the reckoning.
So I don't know how many people I know are in here, but let's see. Probably it doesn't matter. All right, so my top earning content. I'm gonna go to it. My lifetime. All right, one Carvana video that I spent 30 minutes making.
Oh, I love these.
$942.62.
Yeah.
The second Carvana video. The second Carvana video, $121.67. The third one, $70.
You're over $1,000 in just that Carvana experience, essentially. That's
and then on top of that, I got to share my codes, my referral codes. So I got $100 every time someone used me as a referral.
Oh, so you actually got to be part of the Ponzi scheme
up
too.
To 10. Yeah, so I got to bash them, and then they got to pay me an extra $1,000.
Yeah.
So,
well, and I think probably part of the reason that they are because they've pretty much imploded at this point, right?
They're still going, but they suck.
They
really suck.
Because I figured that obviously as they get less out of the news, that's going to get less of the thing. That video is going to suffer from that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I should probably do videos like a car. I bought my Carvana car 2-year review. I don't know, or do something about their business, but that's not really my thing. Mine's all been just vlogs, man, and just doing what I do.
Hey, Dave, that's February 1st. Now. I'm not sure where you're at.
That was like 2 days ago, but and so I'm loving the analytics coming.
This is where Dave's like, it's not 2020. What?
I want to hear dudes just say, "Hey, Dave," again.
Hey, Dave,
Yeah.
you need to check your date. You're hanging out in the garage with the car fumes too much, Dave.
But the good news is that I do have videos that are like my normal kind of content. Like that Carvana thing was a one-off because I knew it was going to be popular search, so I did it.
Yeah.
But like I do have stuff like I did the top 5 things to look for when you're buying a Boss 3.2. That one's always getting views, always. And like I've actually had, dude. Oh, I haven't even told you this. I've had a bunch of guys buy these cars because they. Your hands are you're moving your hands like me. All right, a bunch of guys buy these cars because they said that they were watching my videos and they enjoyed it. So, and I had one guy.
That's some hero worship shit right there.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It gets crazier. I had one guy who, first off, he joined my channel, which I just put them up. I didn't really expect anyone to actually join.
I could tell you,
dude. Has dropped some serious money, and I'm like, dude, like I tell people in my streams, like, please don't, like, you don't have to do it. I'm just here to talk, right? I appreciate it, but you don't. And like, I'll message people like Stupid Fast Truck if he's in here. That dude sends way too much. He needs to just chill out. I tell him,
you're paid up for life now, bud. You don't.
I've been talking to him since before I was monetized, right? Like, I don't expect anything from him, especially. But anyways, this dude I'm telling you about before, he's like he bought this Flowmaster Axleback exhaust, right? And he goes, he was asking me about it in one of my streams. And the next week he comes in the stream, he goes, "Hey, it's way too loud. I'm gonna send it to you." And I'm like, haha, very funny. Then he messaged me offline. He goes, "Hey, I'm gonna send you this exhaust." And it's like, and I look at, I'm like, dude, that's like $600. Like it's $600 Axleback
plus sending it.
And he goes, yeah, well, I'm divorced and I got a lot of money and I don't really care. he just sent it to me.
Okay.
No big deal.
Well, there you go. He's taking auditions for, surrogate sons or whatever, and you just say thanks. And,
Well, and then I got another guy. What was this other guy sending me? I've already blanked out. I have somebody else is trying to send me something right now. It was I can tell you what that is too.
This is exactly why I went and got a P.O. box, and I have yet to publish it online.
So this is why dude's like, he's going to end up in a hole somewhere with a basket full of lotion. His people are different.
He's been giving people
say the dude with wrenches logo, or you're not getting the lotion.
Catch line, say it.
But, by the way,
this guy wants to send me an MGW short throw shifter. That's super expensive. Those are the top tier short throws for Mustangs.
He's just got it laying around. He's just like, yeah.
It's another one. No, so it's another subscriber, and he's another channel member. And he goes, "Hey man, I have the MGW race spec, but I'm switching to the X spec or whatever for shorter throws, and it's just gonna be sitting in my garage. So I'm just gonna give it to you." I was like, he's like, "I know you got one on your car already, so they know I'm saving for a supercharger. Like that's the goal of my channel is to buy a supercharger."
He's sending it to you to sell it to.
He said, "I'm gonna send it to you. You do whatever you want with it. Give it away, raffle it, sell it." And he said, "Put the funds towards your supercharger, and just use it as my." He's like, use it as my appreciation towards your whatever. And I was like, "Well, that's like super generous, first off." But like, and I don't know, man. It's crazy. Like I
now, where does gifting and monetary stuff like that come along with taxes going into because this is a part of the YouTube side that I've had to get caught up on real quick because I'm trying to do things with taxes. But
you can't take any gifts without paying tax on the item.
On the and so I know YouTube doesn't differentiate on gifts essentially from your Patreons or anyone donating. It just comes in as YouTube money because they're getting their piece of it.
But if someone's sending you and there's a numerical amount on it for your state. So if they're sending you a gift over a certain amount, you have to pay taxes on that set amount, depending on what state you're in. In Iowa, they say if it's over X amount and you take this as a gift, you have to pay the taxes if you were to buy that.
How would they know?
Yeah.
If it came in
because you're supposed to report it as a gift.
And if you then your videos, well, it's not even a company.
Well, now if it's individual like that, that's different. Yeah.
Well, but
Priority's the
YouTube,
same way.
I mean,
if
you
you as
got
a
to see these guys that are
company-
going after guys that are doing street racing 10 years ago, and now all of a sudden we're going after them because someone saw it on a YouTube video, and so that was a guy in Texas that had the thing with the
Kevin Van Boris.
yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's things like
They're
that.
really cutting down on the tax stuff this year.
I
On the gifts
am-
and the promotion stuff
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff.
I am dotting every T and crossing every or lowercase J or whatever. What was it from Wayne's World? Cross every T, lowercase.
So the weirdest message I ever got as a
Oh.
content bareness that
This
I
is a treasure trove. How are you going to say the weirdest?
this
How do
one
you
was,
narrow it down?
I know exactly. I had to delete this guy twice and block him because I don't want any more messages from him.
Oh, that's aggressive.
He asked me to put on the rubber horse head.
Oh, it come to his kid's birthday. I remember this guy now. That's the weirdest one. Oh.
Yeah. And make a video for his son's birthday, calling out his birthday, and then also doing a video about an S10 pickup in the video with the horse head on, talking to the kid personally as a video. And it's like, no.
And he wasn't asking in this. These,
he
wasn't
wasn't
like,
asking. He was
these
telling.
comments. Yeah,
Like,
no, it was not. It was a whole tone. Like I remember,
I'm going to need you to do this.
Yeah, it was very. I feel like this dude was knife handing Brailsford. I'm telling you, like the way it was.
That's the only kind of that's kind of direction that we respond to, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it was.
Oh
Yeah.
It was a
I
lot
agree
of
with
just,
Shot Cat.
ooh.
That dude didn't have a kid.
Well, that's
He was
the
just-
other one.
It wasn't
I
his
don't-
kid. It was his dog or some cat or something.
Yeah.
Like
No,
Mr.
it was
Biggles
him.
swore-
100% for him.
Mr. Biggles likes horses.
like, yeah.
Have you seen did you see the last so I'm not an actor obviously, but I did a short about like it was just something stupid, dude. It was really dumb and I did no effort into it. But it was like, when you're 6 hours into a 45-minute job, and like it's happened to me like several times here. I'll tell my wife, hey, it's gonna be like 20 minutes.
Don't do that.
And I'll be out there for hours. And she'll open the door and so the short was it was me wrenching and it said when you're 6 hours into a 45-minute job, and then it opens, it was me wearing just a rag on my head and it said my wife. And so my son watches my channel all the time. I don't know how he gets to YouTube. He's 5 years old, right? But he watches that stuff. And he found that short, and my wife finally saw it yesterday.
Oh, she hadn't seen this one. Oh, great.
She had not seen it. Yeah, it was she was not amused.
I have always been a firm believer, and my wife gets mad at me about this. If I know something's going to take me way longer than I want it to, and it's going well, and I know it's like I could probably be done in an hour if everything keeps going the direction it is, but if one thing gets screwed up, I'm going to be here for 5 hours. She'll go, how much more time is it going to be? And I'll say, I'm not telling you, because if I tell you, it's going to go the other way.
Yep.
So please leave me alone,
Don't even-
and
don't
it'll
even
get
ask.
done
Oh.
when it gets done.
Oh yeah, the conclusion to that short was like me like turning my head and staring at it, and then I put the clip from Liar Liar of Jim Carrey going, "Here she comes to wreck the day." So that's why she's not.
Oh, that was with
That's why she's not happy with you.
So you tell her it's a parody.
Yeah, but it was funny. But it has
Okay.
happened to me so many times where I've been in there, like, and it's always, when you're at that point where you've been working on something that you should not be working on way longer than you should have been
You're
working
not
on.
going to
You're not.
Oh,
in the mood.
every project is one bolt or the one thing from
Yeah.
just a completely wrecked day.
And when that happens, you're not in a good place. Like mentally, you're just livid. And oh, dude, it's happened. Like I tore off the water jacket bolt.
Tim, how are ya?
Yeah.
I tore off the thermostat bolt for my Fox body, and so I had to bust out my welder and weld a big gob of crap on there so I could grab something to turn it.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
I don't.
I have a.
We don't know anything about that. here.
It works though. It's great.
It totally does. I actually have used this on multiple ones, and this was just the most recent because I've been lopping it off and then boogering it to the. I've been tigging everything I do for no reason, just so I can have some TIG time.
I built my whole workbench. I TIG welded it just for practice with it.
I spent a good amount of time today working on a Fairlane.
Which is wild.
Yeah. Like, you really question how more people didn't die in 60s cars when you look at that one.
The components of there's like 3 things that whole front suspension that's what keeps it on there, kind of.
Yeah. And what you weren't seeing in the picture I sent you, that forward strut arm, that's just held on with a nut and 2 rubber isolators.
Yeah, so it could, with enough of a hit, just pull that right through the bracket it holds.
Yep.
Yeah,
and then the whole wheel is just going to wrap under the car.
Yeah, it's just going to go. Yeah, it's so simple, and then you're just like, yeah, I see why they probably made that a little more complicated.
So like, yeah, that doesn't. But there's a bushing in the end of the lower control arm that it's actually pretty hard to get out. The lower control arm is pretty flimsy steel, so it's like, all right, whatever. I don't want to damage the lower control arm to get that out. I just took a cold chisel and beat on it for a little bit and knocked it right out. I was like, wow, that came out super easy. I got these brand new ones. They'll just go right back in.
Uh-oh.
No, it didn't at all. Like, I hammered on it. I had to grind the inside of the control arm, grind the outside of the bushing, clearance everything, grease it, put it in the press to press it together. And it finally just crushed the end of the control arm to get it to press through. And then I had to re-expand the end of the control arm back out.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I'm just like, work hard and it'll be fine.
Yeah, I can say control arms, they love that. That'll just okay, yeah. Cool.
So when that comes apart, I'll die, but it'll be cool.
Maybe some other people
make a good video.
But the old bushing, I couldn't run that one because you could literally grab the control arm and be like clank, clank on the bushing bolt.
Speaking of videos and dying, I guess you saw the segue here. The Ken Block video. Do you think it? Because there's video. Somebody was rolling video that day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think it ever actually comes out?
No, because it's no, because there wasn't video. They're claiming there wasn't video. But I'm assuming he had video.
Professional.
That dude didn't wipe his ass without a video.
What I'm saying is there is video out there that he had on him, like physical helmet cam, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
But the way they explained how he died, I think it's super uneventful. Like it's literally boom, boonk, and that's it. Yep. And then you just hear him struggling in a muffled white view. And
so you've seen a recount of somebody watching the footage. Then is what you're saying. Then
no, I'm just saying.
Well, how do you know that's how it went down? Or you're guessing?
They explained how he died, and I've been on enough snowmobiles and fallen off enough snowmobiles to know that's how that goes down.
Okay, yeah. I've never even ridden a snowmobile.
With that too. He wasn't alone. There was another person, so that person was filming as well. So. But I agree that
from what I understand with that, there was I think 3 of them. They were riding, and then they were like, "Where's Ken?" And they're like, "Oh shit!" And like had to go back, and that's
and the problem is that they were riding downhill in a forested area like that to get back around to get back where they were could have taken an extreme amount of time. And if he was in a pile of snow with a sled on top of him with a closed face helmet or an open face helmet suffocating in the snow, it's not going to take very long for that to end badly.
No, and that's all real unfortunate. And I guess the more reason I'm asking is I just assume somebody is going to need $20 or whatever the number is and leak. Do you think that footage ever gets leaked out? You know what I mean?
I don't think so, just because the people that were there or around him, if that footage existed, there was already money given to them to never have that footage again.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there would have been any thought, been like, okay, who has footage? We're paying for that now. Sign this NDA.
Does it end up in a safe somewhere and some kid finds it in 50 years from now?
Oh, no.
And
that got deleted day of. Everybody signed the paper and collected their checks.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, I see what you're saying now.
He will go down as a legend. This will not be seen.
Well, that's not gonna. I don't think that takes away from his legendness or anything.
Depending on how it went down.
Well, yeah.
It's a crash. It's a crash on a snowmobile.
Yeah, but it could have been a crash where you hear audio of him struggling for 30 minutes while he suffocates.
Well, that would be terrible to hear. But I mean, that's not like that doesn't take away from his legacy, though, does it?
I agree with you on that, Wasted, but I also think that I'm with him that footage is gone. You ain't never.
No, I don't think there's any reason why anyone should see it. I'm not propagating from a point of
no. I
want to see that, but
yeah.
It's just, I'm more of the they're like I've heard there was no footage, and I'm like I find that hard to believe with a guy that I mean look what we film every time we go do.
But
stuff.
I've actually a lot of people that film constantly that'll say the same thing. The best footage is the footage we don't have the cameras on for. So I mean, it's possible.
That's very true.
Yeah, I just find it. I thought it was him and one other guy. Now there was multiple other people there. I just find it hard to believe that nobody had a camera going in that kind of a group.
Yeah, what's up, man? That guy. I mean, he lived his life in the, what was the thing he said?
We're not coming back from this every day.
yeah, that was how he rolled, and that's the way to go. But I mean, at the end of the day, too, when you put yourself in situations like snowmobiling and Virgin looked awesome, but it's a dangerous thing. He strapped himself into machines that he threw at trees at 100 miles an hour.
Well, and that was the thing too. If you watched any of the previous videos or Instagram posts of what they were riding up in those mountains, those were death machines. Like that was not hey, we're gonna go ride snowmobiles. We're gonna ride rockets.
Dude,
I mean, just
that guy just standing it up and it looked like a fun. But at the end of the day, that dude was 50. I am almost 40, and that is hard on your body and hard on everything. And he was in far better shape than I'll ever been. Hey, brother, we appreciate having you on.
Thanks,
Later, Brailsford. Take it easy.
That dude was in amazing shape, better shape than I'll ever been or have ever been in my life. But it's a matter of time with things like that. Unfortunately, you're gonna play out on the edge.
That's like just
unfortunately.
I was surprised to see. I saw news of Robbie Knievel died.
Yeah,
it was shortly after, and he didn't die. I think he died some kind of cancer or something.
Yeah, he was in hospice. They moved him to hospice, and he died with family around.
And I guess at the end of the day, if I was Robbie Knievel or Ken Block, I would have rather gone on the snowmobile ride than die in a hospice. I
don't know. Well, how many? I think you got to look at it at a time. How much older was Robbie Knievel? How much longer did Robbie Knievel live on this earth than Ken Block got to live?
I don't know how. Robbie Knievel wasn't much older.
Still, I agree with him. If you get your choice to go, do you want to die in hospice or do you want to die doing something you want to do?
Depends what the exchange is. Do I get more time? If I get to more time, then I'll go out.
Sure, you get another year, but you're in hospice the entire time, and you can't eat or anything else with yourself. It all has to be done for you. Pick one.
The entire time?
Yep. Yeah.
Is there at least one rub and tug left in that time?
No, nothing works anymore. You're in hospice, buddy. Cancer's destroyed you.
Okay, we're going snowboard.
You have strength to get out of bed.
Robbie Knievel was only 60 years old.
60, so he made it 10 more years than because Ken was 50 or 53, I think. 51.
Oh, okay.
He was just over 50. It's something like that. I don't quote me. I'm not but Ken, I had just watched
55. He was 5 years older than Ken Block.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know. 5 years to go.
And Robbie's been retired for a little while too. So
Robbie hurt himself a lot.
Oh yeah.
I mean, as you do in those times. Well, this is one of those things that's kind of what I was alluding to with Ken Block. When you make that your career and your pastime and your thing, it's kind of like what is Edward Norton said in Fight Club. Everything over a long enough period, everyone's line goes to zero over far enough. And the longer you're in those higher probability situation areas, the higher the probability is. It's just a thing it is. And the great ones like Ken Block can go all the way to the edge, dance on it, spin a donut, and then come back from it. And for 50 some years. And unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't work out, and that is terrible because there are so many years of the cool shit, and this is maybe selfish, that we are never going to get to see from Ken Block.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's kinda
but
like
you could say the same thing. He was one wreck away from being done, period. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a
But
special
so,
ability to be able to dance the way he did on that line.
and I agree with that. But the fact that you're dancing on that line as much, do you still have that thought every time you go out that it's worked there? I'm in my 50s. How long have I been doing? I don't think he still had that thought. I think the
No.
mentality doesn't change what he wanted or whatever with it. But I'm just saying, because I've ridden motorcycles that way over the speed limit, let's say, through corners. Never once did I get on there and think, you know what, this might be my last time riding on it.
You can't.
Not
You
once.
can't
Never
ride
did I think
that.
that.
You can't
So-
do any of those
Exactly.
things like that.
I used to
So
climb
you don't even
things.
think about that. So
I used to climb
you do-
things that you're not supposed to climb, and
Yeah.
Free climb.
frequently,
building.
and never thought twice, because it was like you climb it or you fall, and that's just where it's at. Like there's no in between. There is no safety. There is no anything.
No.
And I did get to a certain point in life where I still like the idea of doing it, but I'm not what I used to be and never will
But-
be again.
So
So
why? I did that one time down at the river where we were like, we'll just go up right here. It's way easier than going around. And you get to a point where you're like, this is dumb. I've now gotten myself in a position where I have to go up.
yeah,
There's no going back down. This ends badly. I'm just like, why do people do this? I was a kid, dumb.
free
but-
climb. I like jumping out of airplanes. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's one of those, you do it and it's very enjoyable and it's like the best rush you'll ever have. But at a certain point, you do mentally take a checks and balances of the entire scope of things and go, you know what? I don't need this rush.
Well, it's the same thing with the side by side, sliding around the corners, and people have said things. They're like, I've had one guy in a video, oh, well, what if a Land Cruiser was coming around that corner while you were spinning around? I'm like, well, the video is taken from somebody standing away. Obviously, there's people around that know we're doing this in this corner. But there are some corners where it comes blind, and you could get smoked by someone coming around the other direction.
And that goes back to, so ultimately Ken Block was doing something he loved doing. But how much was he still doing that maybe he didn't want to do anymore just because this is what keeps the lights on and this is what pays all the bills?
So where he was,
Not only does it keep the lights on, but there are other people that rely on
Yes.
him and that business to get their paycheck and their meals. And
Yeah, but
feed
at
their
this point,
kids.
Ken had stepped back in a lot of that. He was only doing the American Rally. Leo was driving the car for all the Hoonigan stuff and doing their own.
But that's the perfect point. Then he had stepped back for that reason.
Ken was in a position where he did what he wanted when he wanted to do it. That's just where he was.
Wanted
right
to go
now.
ride snowmobiles. And
He wanted to go ride snowmobiles. He was doing that. He wanted to go do that rally. He was doing that. He wasn't keeping the lights on for anything. Everything is kind of, and you can see that Hoonigan will go on and be its own thing. And Travis is doing the Gymkhana stuff already. The
I
things
think
that are
Travis
keeping
is
the
going to have
lights
to be
on.
the big thing, or Ken's daughter. Both are going to have to be big for that to stay as big as it is now. I think it'll stay around, but I don't think it's.
I hope she doesn't. I hope she doesn't chase the dragon in the car now that he's gone. I hope. Because that's the unfortunate is, because now she's always going to be living in that spotlight shadow or whatever you want to call it. And it's only going to become a bigger thing. I mean, because she's 16, I think, or something like that.
Something like
So
that. Yeah, but she
knew him. Oh, she's driven all these things, and she's very good, and she's very adept for. I mean, she's fucking Ken Block's daughter. You know what I mean? So
exactly.
I'm not
She grew up around it and
surprised.
everything.
I don't believe that she has to be genetically good at driving, but I'm not surprised that she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I see this all the time, and it upsets me, but then I have to remind myself I don't care. And you'll see it on Instagram all the time, and you can see this a lot. 113, you can appreciate this because you're at a different perspective than me. But I see a lot of people that are like, look at my 3-year-old and his dirt bike. And they show 3- and 4-year-old kids on dirt bikes doing wheel stands and doing tricks. And by the time they're 8, they're on a full-size motorcycle just tearing it up and doing jumps and doing super. And it's just like, I would never allow my kid to do that. But every time you see that, the parent is a professional dirt bike rider. And it's just like, well, obviously they're being trained by the best.
Yeah. Well, and some kids, I mean, listen, some kids find a passion young and want to be into that thing. I was not a kid who knew what the fuck I wanted to do young and ran that passion. I ran in a bunch of different directions and was like, yeah, screw this direction, and changed direction. But there are some kids that skateboarding or driving cars or go-karts or
think-
whatever the thing. That's always been their thing. And I don't know how much of that is parents driving someone and keeping
Well,
them into a thing, because I feel like all kids want to be like bouncing around. I don't know.
I think it's best said. I heard it somewhere that's probably says it better than what I'm going to say it. But when people find a drive to go to work, to enjoy what they do for a living, or just be happy with their skill set or know what they're doing, and that, you just find that thing you want to do, you get taught, you go out and you do it, and maybe it's not the thing you want to do the most, but you do it well, and you make money and you live your life. And then there's people that are
means
driven
to an end at that point. It's,
and then there's people that are driven. They can't let it go. They have to be the best. It consumes them to a level of addiction that forces them to do the thing, even if they don't want to do it. And they're consumed with being the best at that thing. And that person will be better than anybody that just does it. But it also completely compels them to do nothing else.
Yeah, and you got to watch exactly that too, because you burn those people out quickly.
Well, and that's
I think Ken Block was one of those people.
Yeah.
He wasn't the guy that was just like, I'm just going to go
in.
do this because I love it and it makes me money. He does it to prove that he's the best.
I don't know, man, because Ken was never. He was one of those guys that, from everything I saw, granted, I didn't know this guy, but the feeling I got from a lot of other people talking and the way the videos and the way he shows up and thing is like Ken walked into the room of a bunch of people trying to prove whose dick is bigger, essentially. And Ken wasn't there to tell you how big it was because he already knew he had the biggest dick in the room, kind of energy. Yeah. That was Ken Block. He knew it. Yeah. It didn't matter. It was erroneous.
Tiger Woods, and that's
exactly. Really good ones are always that way.
Yeah.
So
if you got to tell everybody how good you are, you're probably not the best.
Exactly. So, like I said, that dude was a legend, and it's a really bummer we don't get to see the cool shit he was going to get into for the next 10, 15 years or whatever it was going to be before. Because don't get me wrong, at a certain point, that was going to all come back to him. He was going to be old. The arthritis was going to kick in. And that's like Travis Pastrana breaking his freaking hip and all of that. Like I said, I'm about to be 40, in the things that I've broken, wrist, back, everything's just all coming back. You know what I mean? I can imagine some of the you
ever want to feel old, go look up powerlifting schedules based on age and workout schedules based on age, and you'll figure out at 36 years old you should be cutting your workouts in half because you're over the hill.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wow, at 36 you cannot lift the same as a 26-year-old. Sweet.
But you can still do the things though, because there's this guy who was a pretty good football player.
Yeah,
47, and
you can still do a lot of things, but it's not good for you anymore.
Correct. Yeah, he's gonna pay for it.
And like I said, some people get into that thing and find their thing young and turn it into their deal, man. Dave, have a good night, brother.
Well, when you start talking about like Chopcat's talking here, 6-year-old playing violin and becoming the best and whatever else. But you got to think about so if I took up wrenching at 18 and my hands are pretty ruined at this point in age, I've broken a lot of fingers and knuckles. Now, by the time I'm 60, these are going to be busted nubs. I couldn't imagine being a concert level violinist at 6 years old and figuring out where my body physically would be at 36.
Well, so my brother-in-law is I don't know about classical, but he's a trained guitarist and went to college for that type of thing. And then ended up developing a thing in his wrist or something that prevents him from being able to play the thing he studied and very, very good. And he now teaches through it, but it prevents him from doing the thing. And it's like he's very passionate and loves it, but can't really do the thing because his body holds him back.
We have a family member that her daughter was essentially an entry-level Olympic swimmer. So when she was 13, she was trained to be in the Junior Olympics, and she was going to go be a swimmer. And she swam and swam. I mean, just every weekend, every time she was very passionate about it. She didn't make the team twice. Twice she tried out, and then she tried out for the adult team, didn't make that team. And then at 22, both of her shoulders were blown out. Like nothing left. She can't swim, 2 major surgeries, and now she's just a regular person. But she can say, from the age of 10 all the way to 22, I trained so hard to be an Olympic swimmer that there was nothing else I wanted to do in life, and my body gave out.
And you destroyed yourself doing it. But I mean, I guess at that point, I know it's a hard one too, because then you see like, look at these little girls that do gymnastics for years.
Oh,
You know, the
yeah, that's
attrition
brutal.
rate, the attrition rate on these kids for that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's true with anything. I mean, motorcycle, dirt bike
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
car
Oh,
racing,
yeah.
any of that stuff. That you know, yes, you have the body and that kind of stuff with it, but you also have all these failed things that never worked. You know,
Well,
you know, these people
and then
put
you
a
went on
lot
the
of
double
work
side of
into it.
that. So
It's not that
anytime
good.
you have a kid that crashes in a situation like that, where the parents are letting him do this thing, it's never good. It's always like, well, you should have never let him do that. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yep.
ugh. Well, yeah, it's really easy to say that now. The last 7 years of this kid just being a freaking badass on this thing and you know,
Yeah.
I don't know. Where do you draw the line?
Well,
Where do you say,
Well,
who knows?
But that's
Well,
the
that's-
problem.
that's
Is
a
there's
scenario.
there's risk and disadvantages to everything you succeed at. So
Yep. The thing that drives me crazy is when James Stewart, the motocross racer, if you guys familiar with him, his dad just 100% drove him to ride motocross stuff. When they came home from the hospital, his dad put him on a motorcycle before he took him in the house. That's the kind of life. His dad's plan was he was going to race dirt bikes. That's all there
and
was
that's
to
a
it.
lot
Well,
of people.
see, that's the problem I have
Correct.
a little bit with some of that is, I think
How much of it is the
you-
choice of the kid or the choice of the
child.
parent?
Exactly.
Correct.
And my
Yeah.
thing is, I was never pressured in a direction coming up, so I went in many directions with figuring that out. And I guess
Yeah.
I'm a little bit jealous of the kid that was like, "Oh, well, this is what I always want to do," and you just go and fucking
Well,
do that. But,
I often look out across my horde of metal that's not doing anything and realize I am my own father and ask myself, was this something I ever wanted, or was this something that I was just pressured into as a child because I'd been there since 5 years old, working on a car in the garage, handing somebody tools, and it just became a natural act where I look at my brother who has no interest in owning a car, and he has one, but he doesn't fix it, he doesn't work on it because he wasn't the child that was standing there working on cars with dad. You know, I enjoy the fact that I know all the things I know, and I enjoy the passion of automobiles, but there is times where I step back and go, there's a lot of people that just don't want to do this. And I can't tell you why I want to do this, but what else would I be doing?
Yeah.
Lots of things.
Ripping around the side by
Whatever
side.
you put your mind to.
Well, it's the difference. Like, I mean, you, Brian, do not have the passion for vehicles that I have, but you
No.
enjoy cars.
No.
Yes.
I mean,
But
it's not that
I
you can't cars.
So my thing with cars is it's 100% necessity. I don't have a lot of nostalgia in things. But I also have things where I think weird things are cool. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like, I won't ever get rid of the Z, and it's not because it's a nostalgia thing. It's because it's a bad deal and it's too much of a loss to get rid of.
Yeah. At some point, you just
but I
have
also,
to cut bait.
well, no, you just have to stop dumping money into it.
Yeah, and just let it sit in the corner and say, bad car. Bad.
Well, no, you drive it, you play with it, but at the end of the day, you got to stop dumping money into it.
Yeah.
Like right now, the Z costs me like $11 to
Here's my
insure it for
justification.
where it sits.
I would be way better off financially without a car addiction.
Mhm.
Way better off. But then what would I be? You know, right now I could say I'm a car guy. I'd have to be something else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you'd be
you would put
rich.
the money into that.
Yeah, you'd be rich.
You're a rich guy.
Yeah, that's what you would be at that point. Yeah, instead of being a car guy, you would just be rich. Or we can call you Dick if you like, but either way, it's
Well, I guess that's the thing. I don't want to be that guy.
I
Though.
mean, he has a car addiction. I have the motorcycle. I mean, this whole building was built to work on motorcycles. For that, I just mowed the yard of where it sits.
You know,
so
I've had that
Yeah.
discussion with people because people will tell me all the time, well, you have a garage that's full of tools. I said, you have a garage too. It's just not full of tools, and you park your car in there every day. There's no difference. And they're like, well, yeah, but where would I park my car? In the driveway. That's the sacrifice I take on everything I own because there's always something in the garage.
Well,
yeah,
there's always going to be a project in the. It's like you look at how big is enough? What is the size? What's your
60
shop?
by
What do you do?
120.
A little
60
bit
by
bigger.
120, you think? How are you gonna heat that?
That's
How are you gonna cool that?
Oh,
What do
you
do?
don't
For me,
heat
that's-
all of it. You heat a small 2-car that you work in, and the rest is cold storage.
Yep.
You
I
build a
would not
garage
do
inside your
anything
garage.
bigger than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. I wouldn't have anything bigger than what I have for what I'm doing than this
Half
for
fast
heating cool.
garage, brother. How have you been?
Oh,
I
hey.
haven't talked to this guy.
I was watching his live
forever.
before you guys came on here.
Was he live
Had
tonight?
Destroyer on there. Yeah,
Oh,
half-ass
man.
was. I think it's his first time, as far as I know. First time we're using StreamYard, I believe. So it was pretty
Damn,
good.
I didn't even get anything.
Destroyer
from that.
fired up the
Although
car on the live.
I was fixing a pipe that burst, so that
A
was
bursty pipe. We're gonna call it a bursty pipe.
We were like, hey, we're gonna clean up the garage, get a little bit ready for this live, maybe do some welding, blah blah blah, and then we went to take some things up to the shed, and there was a pipe spewing water everywhere. We're like, oh, I guess that's what we're doing now.
Yeah, that was half-fast first time live. So the stuff that I saw with it, I saw till about.
Oh, cool.
Well,
I did show up for that live.
Right,
I didn't think it was his first one, but
I missed
there.
it.
Yeah,
Did not
you
realize
did a good job.
Hell
It's
yeah.
not a bad
I'll
first
do it.
live when you get Destroyer to fire up the car in the garage there. So that was
Well, Destroyer's good for breaking your cherry, man, because he was there for my first one. Had to get me started so we could do the one with dudes here for the pulling what was that, the Chevelle, right, motor?
Yeah,
Which you
yeah.
still haven't done anything with.
$5,600.
For what?
That's the parts list.
Okay, so it's all a tax write-off. Pull the trigger.
Yeah, exactly. It's a write-off.
When
Yeah.
$5,600 falls in my lap.
Real quick on Destroyer. The first time I was a guest on a live, Destroyer was on there with Stuff Cletus. Because he's like, he'll be the perfect guy for you to be on for the first time with it. So he put the two of us on there together on his show. So it was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Loved it.
Oh, Eric's the
So,
shit, man.
it easy.
He was on just
He
the
is.
other night, hanging out. I've been going, being down in the dungeon here. I just been going live and throw the link up, come hang out. You know.
I'm usually headed towards bed, and then I'm like, oh, Wasted's live. Well, I'll throw it on for a couple minutes, but I'm already headed to bed.
Yeah, well, it's late for you guys, you know what I mean? And that's the thing. I do stuff with the family. Wife comes home, we talk, we do dinner, and then I'll come out here. And like, that's why Dudes normally isn't on either because he's got like.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock right there, Ryan.
Yeah, it's 9/11 right now, actually.
It's 11
9/11?
here.
Oh, sorry. Love.
I got some things to tell you about that day. You want to stay inside. Put gas in your car before the morning starts.
Hey, Ryan, what's that red box behind you on the floor?
It's a heater.
Oh, okay.
220 heater.
Oh.
It's just turned
Or
inside.
heater. Okay, that makes more sense.
Oh yeah.
That's the plug that I put in for this heater.
That's.
Yeah, I need a
cool.
220 plug.
You got-
I don't have any
I didn't
220
hear
in
you.
my garage.
I have 3.
Yeah,
Of course, you know
I
that.
have the none.
He's got 100 amp service for the entire house and garage.
Yep.
Dudes does?
Yep.
I have 100 for the shop. We only
I've
have
been
200.
Yeah, I'd like a 200 for the shop, and then the 100 for the house can just be fine.
So the dungeon, I'll tell you
The
what's
100
super
works
about the
fine.
dungeon. The dungeon here is the lower level of a building that has 400 amp service coming into it here. Yeah,
Wow.
it's
Well,
stupid. There's
I
a
thought
breaker panel
100
over
amp.
here that's what?
Well, I was just gonna say I have the 100 amps out here, and I was like, when we did the build here, I was like, I don't know how it's gonna handle all the power. At multiple times, we were running dual welders along with everything else, and the lights never even acted like they were
Oh,
doing
for your
anything.
normal
pretty
hobbyist, unless you're running
Yeah.
like a major machine shop with like multiple dudes running multiple machines, 100 amp service is plenty for your garage. I mean,
See, I want a 200 amp service because I want to get to the point where long term a CAD driven plasma table would be fun.
Oh, don't get me wrong. When I built my garage in Maryland, it had got a 200 amp service because I overbuild.
Yeah.
At that
Lift,
point,
compressor, welders, plasma table.
RV parked
Lights.
out front, all of those things, and even when
Big
I
heaters.
wired the place up, the whole thing was way over wired, just because I did all the electrical parts for it, and so I way overdid it. The electrician who had to sign off on everything and the electrical inspector were both all like really overdone. I was like, I like my outlets. I had outlets like every 4 feet. There was an outlet somewhere. They were in the ceilings. They were
Everybody
all on
says
their
this,
own.
but I should have put more outlets in.
I never said
smartest
that
thing that I
because
did. Yeah. Well,
When
the electrician
I-
knew that this was going to be the main wall, so we put 4 pots in each one. So there's 3 plus on the front wall. But these are all 4s. I wish I'd have done 4s through all of them instead of 2s on most, and done double the amount of outlets. But I was saving money. So.
My last house, last house before the house that I had when I lived in Davenport, Iowa, the other end of the state, I built that garage, and I overdid the electrical to the point of ridiculous because I did 4 pods every 4 feet all the way around a 30 by 40 building.
How many
And then
breakers? 'Cause I was
put them across the ceiling too.
Oh wow! I put a couple in the ceiling. I didn't do the whole ceiling.
I actually had pull down extension cord,
Yeah.
4 different locations. I had all my lights on switches.
I hate extension cords all over the place. So I wanted to have an outlet, and I hate pulling the trigger on the freaking chop saw and killing the breaker, and half the shop goes dead. So like every 6 breakers were on a 20 amp or whatever it was. Like I could have got way more on a breaker, but I'm like, I don't care. I've got a 200 amp service over here. I'll eat up, a dual 20 on a single or whatever. There's lots of things you can do with it.
Yep. In the small shop where we did the confessional stuff in there, when that was my shop, I'd run my 110 because my TIG is a 110. I'd pop a fuse in there all the time with that thing. It sucked.
My garage blows the breaker if I'm running a grinder and my small air compressor kicks on.
Yep.
Really?
Whoa, John, what are you doing up so late? It's way too late for that guy.
Yeah, because total for my whole garage is on a 25 amp breaker.
The whole garage is on 25.
Yeah, it's bad.
Wow.
The panel that I've got put in here for the stack of
farmers.
Oh, that's because I'm trying to move my computer, like the camera's right there. I'm like, why is the camera not moving?
And by the way, that heater does pull some serious amps. I don't remember what it is, but I don't have to use it that often. Mostly I use it when it gets really, really cold, like below 0 or close to. I'll plug it in, especially when I'm out here, because the mini splits drain line, the water line, freezes outside. And when that freezes, then of course the thing doesn't work. So that's why I have that heater in here. But I don't actually.
Does it throw a code? Like, does it tell you it's clogged and then shuts off?
No.
Or?
It just stops.
Okay.
Hey, if you guys haven't, and you guys like video game stuff, go check out Fat Cats 84 and side by side stuff. Give him a subscribe.
Check out what?
This guy right here.
My buddy, Fat Cats 84.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
Nice.
that panel box right there is a 80 amp breaker at the main box. So it comes down over here and it's got I think a 20 and a 40 in there, or maybe 2 40s, something. I don't remember exactly. And then each of those go down to the breakers, which then, whoa, there goes the camera.
That's what the ceiling looks like.
The TIG.
And this is what the
then
poorly insulated walls look like.
Oh,
love
poorly
those.
nothing. This is fully insulated very well in here.
Then you also need some shiny board, like what's on that back wall there.
That's a door.
Ceiling.
That's the door. So that's
You know how hard it is to find shiny board without words on it these days?
on
You know what
both
you can
sides or
do?
one side.
You can paint it. If you notice, that's all painted back there.
Mm-hmm.
The shiny board.
But I want the shiny board to be shiny for light reflection, and I don't want
No,
all
that
the
shiny
shiny
board
words.
wasn't painted.
I don't want for video and light reflection bad in a well-lit shot.
No, I just think, what are you
Oh,
doing?
light reflection. Me, I'm tightening the magnet
No,
base.
this.
That.
Knock the lights over, and I'm going to kick you.
Have a good night, John.
Oh, last time you said that on a live, knock stuff over immediately.
Oh,
This one's the smarter cat.
Rolling out.
Oh, this isn't the derpy one?
No, the derpy one's off doing derpy stuff. Come here.
Put that back.
Derp
I
alert.
hate this camera.
Hi, John.
What are you doing?
Oh, what's
That was great. What was that, last night or night before when the cat came up to the camera there? You were holding the cat. And then walked up, the cat just like,
crashed everything behind the screen. Come here, Kiki.
What was one of the nights? It was the they were trying to wash the cat, and you were like, "Yeah, it just went into the ceiling. It's gone."
Yeah, just went up in the
Smart cat.
rafters. It's not coming back. It
Say
knows.
prayer.
So the derpy cat does this thing now.
Cub cat.
Yeah,
My wife
that's what I was
has
just
to
laughing at. Sorry, dudes.
Yeah.
Good.
Every time my wife will put all the socks, she'll sort them all, and she'll put them in a basket. So once they're in a little balled sock form, the cat steals them. Like if they're individual socks, she leaves them alone. But once you turn them into a sock ball, the cat takes them. And she carries them all through the house and stuffs them under couches. But she does this in the middle of the night, so you got to cover the basket, or she'll take all the socks out of the basket and run off with them. But she makes these horrible noises while she's doing it.
You literally have a freaking sock thief in the house.
Yes, and she makes these noises when she's doing it that are just awful. She's just running around going with socks in her mouth.
Really?
Yeah. So you wake up at 2 a.m, like, what the hell is that cat doing? And then you just hear, and then you walk out there and she's like,
Oh shit!
mouthful of socks. Seeing me.
Is she like the underpants gnome from South Park there? She's the sock cat. Step 1, steal the socks. Step 3, take over the world. What's step 2?
Oh.
Haven't figured that out.
So it's not shop cat. It's sock cat.
Sock cat.
Meet shop cat.
Shop cat meet sock cat.
Yeah, and it's something new that she just started doing. So I don't know what her deal is.
Well, she probably thinks it's a ball or something. I don't know.
Somebody told me that it's like some cat mother instinct, and she's acting like she's carrying kittens around or something.
That's what Fox just said. Fox can fix
is it?
There.
Yep.
Thinks it's her baby. That's why she gets all chatty.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well. Crazy cat guy. Yeah, he definitely is.
Well, I had to go put my dog down, so now I'm a cat person.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that dog was older than the guy who is here, like, working on stuff.
Is he 23?
Talking to me.
He was 20. He's 25. Okay, so almost that.
All right.
So my buddy Gary has moved into the dungeon, and I was like, that's almost the same age. 23 years out of a dog is a lot. Like, that's an old dog.
Yep. And now I
Oldest
have her
dog
in a
in the
box.
world's over 30 years old, man.
He says, wait. Six is no problem here.
I need to go tell my neighbor that. She's not the crazy cat lady if 6 is all it is.
If 6 is where the limit is, then we're fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember at one point there was a gentleman across the way who lived in a trailer, and I don't know if they were actively helping the cats come, but they were definitely harboring them for a safe place to reproduce. And so there was quite the cat population in the neighborhood, which was fine. But that, I mean, like all things, those things kind of just tend to buff themselves out. Because a large cat population then draws in something to address that.
Yep.
In the middle of the woods. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, in our case, it was a combination of bigger cats and some dogs, but mostly there was a mom came in one year with a couple of cubs, and then they stuck around for a couple of years, and the wild animals dwindled in their numbers in certain groups.
Yeah.
The weird one we would always have, because we'd always have a lot of farm cats, and we'd always have 6 to 8 farm cats that would cruise around the yard and do cat things. And then they would all kind of suss themselves out, and it would knock it back down to like 3, and then they'd kind of repopulate. But then after a while, like we started getting possums, and the possums would hang out with the cats. So when you come out there in the morning and throw the food out, all of a sudden like possums would show up and stand right next to the cat, and they would just share the food bowl. And it's like, why aren't you killing you and just take care of that, would you? Because I'm really
when did you guys start working together here?
That's what happens over
After a while, then it started becoming raccoons, and it's like, we can't just feed everybody here.
Yeah, now you're all just white. You got to start over the generation at that point.
Yeah.
She has a cat door, my neighbor, and she's had those possums and raccoons in her living room mornings when she's gotten up because they follow the cats in.
That's why we got rid of our dog door. Because when I walked out on a back porch one morning and there was a raccoon standing in the corner, it's like, nope.
Yeah.
So I've had dog doors, but I've never had to worry about the dogs being okay with the animals. So that just kind of buffs itself out.
Well, mine was more, there was a back porch and that door stayed closed at night. And then we just let the dog out, and the dog would sleep on the porch during the day and then go in and out the dog door. But then it turned into the dog was in at night, and we went out to let the dog out. The dog went out the dog door, and I looked over here and was like, that's a raccoon. And the dog's outside doing the dog things, and the dog didn't notice.
Oh.
Well, to be fair, you did not really. I don't think that your dog was a big home protection dog.
When she was younger, she would definitely put up a fight if you put her in that situation. Now, from years 7 to 23, not so much.
Well, so I have a rat terrier, and he is not a protection dog. That's not what he's there for. I wish he was there to do what was in his damn name and actually take care of the freaking rats. The other one I had, the first rat terrier we had, she was perfect for that.
No, my dog was
just so awesome.
She was a Whipple terrier. So, I mean, she was Beagle and Greyhound. Yeah. So, I mean, she would go after things. I mean, she wasn't going to let nothing be in her yard. I watched her try to run down a deer one time, and it's like, what are you doing? The thing's going to kick you in the face.
Well, I don't know. I guess, so I got the German Shepherd to handle most things. You know what I mean? Like, I don't worry. And then she got to be big. And I think she's like almost just around 100 pounds. German Shepherd. When I went to get her from the Amish up there in by Tim Windsor land up there in Delaware, I got there and I saw the dad who was chained up, but you weren't supposed to get too close to him. And I was like, this puppy's probably going to be good sized. and she is not disappointed with that. She's a great dog, but you get a dog like that to the guy who delivers my UPS guy. He is not a fan. Like, if she's barking at the door, she was barking one day and I went to go open the door and he was like, nope, back in the truck, because he thought she was coming out. And he says, I don't like big dogs. I was like, no problem, man. She'll be fine as long as someone's around. But that's what she's there for. You know what I mean?
Have you taken her for a ride on side by side yet?
No, she likes the golf cart. She's down with the dozer, that type of stuff. I worry about the seats, and I've talked to the wife about getting the thing that hangs, so it kind of turns the whole seat area into like a hammock, kind of.
Oh yeah.
Deal. Like, it hangs on the back of my seat, and then it gives them a big space to actually be comfortable. And we've talked about it, but we don't know. We'll see. Yeah, basically lie down or seat, hang her out the window, whatever it is she wants to do. You know what I mean? But yeah, she was great. Riding the cars and hanging out in the back of the truck, because I'll drive back and forth between the properties or just around sometimes with her. But when we were doing the logging and stuff, I'd take her out and she'd hop up on certain machines and hang out for a little while and then just be like, yeah, screw this. I'm going to do whatever.
Yeah.
I would like to address this because me and you had this conversation before too. It is not uncommon in the place I live to have 40 to 60 pound coons just cruising around town.
You and I had this conversation. I said, you're out your freaking mind. Because I've seen wild animals and bears and things out here, the cats, the things. A coon that size is ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some decent sized coons. I don't think
they
were
don't
40
care.
pounds, though.
When you get up to a
exactly.
50-pound coon, that thing just stands in front of you like, what? Come at me, bro. Like,
Yeah.
I had maybe 20, 25-ish, something like that. That's probably about the
Well,
biggest
I
we
get
have
a
around.
lot of raccoons
Sure.
in my yard and
I
around
don't
the
end
city.
up-
They're huge.
We don't end up with a lot of raccoons out here because we have animals that eat raccoon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we don't. Not in town.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, they don't hang out in town.
We
And
have
half-fast
coyotes that run in the park behind.
infested with raccoons, huh? See, that's why you just need some
They're not
rednecks.
well-fed coyotes. Yeah.
Well, we don't have coyotes down here. If I go down a little further into the valley, but we have bears. They just got another bear out of here this year. It was doing the garbage run, and then somebody knew somebody with a tag, and my neighbor, I guess, the guy with a bear tag. He's like, "You want a bear? He's up here terrorizing shit in the neighborhood," and well, we don't have a bear anymore. That's how it
Good for
goes.
them. Nice to know somebody like that.
Well,
you know when you have
It
an
isn't.
overpopulation issue, when the mother raccoons put the baby raccoons in really high trees at night, and they don't learn to hunt until they're bigger because the large male raccoons will eat them.
Yes.
Wow.
And it's just like, yeah, why are those raccoons sitting in that tree? Aren't they supposed to be out doing stuff at night? No, that's where they're safe because the big fat male raccoon can't get them.
Well, not that he can't. He just won't.
Yeah, because he's like, I'm not going to go up there to eat you, and I can just
No.
stay down here and eat this.
There's easier things right now, but one day I might.
Yep.
But he won't.
Well, it's kind of like
fast
I
that-
had
not
I had a
that big.
fox that ended up getting killed by a group of turkeys. Because we'll have turkeys in the 20s and 40s. Just big groups of them.
So we have tons of turkeys that come around here. The cats are where we have started having issues with that. Coyotes too are an issue for the turkeys. But we don't, like I said, we don't have coyotes up here. It's more of the bears and we have multiple sets of cats. There's lynx, bobcats, and then obviously the cougars, mountain lions and stuff up in here too. I haven't heard of any cougars lately. We saw either a small cougar or a large bobcat on a ride early summer last year. But other than that, I saw one, probably a wolf, on the top of one of the mountains we went to. Saw a whole herd of elk, but that was actually on not ride. That was just going to town. It's wild, the things out here.
Yeah,
I've
it
almost
sounds like
hit
it.
3 deer riding with the side by side. Yeah. So I looked at it. So I put 1,400 miles on that side by side since July.
Wow.
And
What's the farthest you've been from your house with it?
I've
I mean, you don't
almost
go very
put
far.
3,000 miles on my truck I drive every day to work in a year.
In a year, yeah. I did that from July to January. That's not what I've done since January.
And I drive that
It
truck
was-
on 2-hour drives to go get things.
Yeah. So I've put probably 2/3 of a tank, driven 2/3 of a tank. Now, what I wasn't paying attention to how long that was on that ride,
Yeah.
and all my rides tend to be loops. So I don't like going the same lake twice. I have a big thing about that. Because I've already seen this.
I like
Why- let's
motorcycle
just do
rides as
something
well.
else.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's a thing. And so when I get, and sometimes I'll go, and the idea is to the other day, Gabe and I went for a ride and got almost to where we needed to be to make the loop, and we got to some trees that we just could not get by. We had driven over some stuff and get around some things, and we were just like, okay, we can't make it. We're in the snow. It's over. We're done. And it was like the walk of shame all the way back down the hillside, riding the back over the trees we had already ridden over. And it's just like, shame, Game of Thrones, the whole way back. And he's like, well, can't we go the other way back? And I was like, no, we have to go back the way we came. It's shame.
Yep, I've been there on a motorcycle before.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those where I got the little chainsaw, but I forgot to bring it. Most of the trees we got into on this one too was probably needed a bigger chainsaw than my little hatchet. That little Milwaukee hatchet has been the truth. That thing's awesome.
Really? I guess I don't know what
Oh,
that
yeah.
one is. I didn't...
It's a 6-inch chainsaw.
Oh yeah,
The
yeah,
blade.
yeah. I know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't even call it a
Yeah.
chainsaw. They just call it a hatchet.
Handheld thing.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was what it's called.
Worked it.
Nice.
Well, so that's the other trick too. I don't put any miles on anything else because I don't try to go anywhere. I put more miles on the side by side. I drive it more.
Round trip for me to go to work and come back every day is only 7 miles.
Yeah. Well, you got to figure that spot I go up to and talk to, do lives or whatever on that rock is probably 10, 15 minutes doing 35 miles an hour the whole way, probably.
Now, that being said, I go to work, pick up a company vehicle, and drive it all day, every day.
Yes.
So, I mean, my distance is just to go pick up a different vehicle that's not mine. And if they just let me drive it home, I wouldn't put any miles on my own stuff.
Yeah.
We can't let you take it 7 miles. That's too far.
Well, so this is the scam I'm trying to pull this year. And
My point exactly.
Scam. I'm just saying, but this is the tax loophole. I'm claiming that mileage I drove on the side by side as company mileage, and going to claim the comp on it. You know what I mean? So the mileage and everything.
Yeah,
because it's content. Exactly, it's a company vehicle.
Yeah.
Every mile on that is company miles.
Curious how that works. I'm very interested.
Well,
Let me know how that
version
works out for you.
My accountant or CPA is telling, because I started an LLC for a production company for making videos.
Yeah.
So therefore, that is the business, is producing the videos. The videos are of the thing. And if you're like, well, you can't do that, it's not a thing. It's like, it's literally the video. I mean, I can show you the money. The videos are making.
Video is literally the thing.
And now that the shorts are making money, it's even easier.
Oh yeah.
Because the shorts, I can make a short off of the whatever the thing is, and it's a video production.
Well, I'm actually sitting down right now because we've talked about this before. But I got to actually get my stuff together because now it's the end of the month, so we can actually do tax stuff because it's February now. But I bought that Lincoln into last year, so I'm using that to write off any profits I made last year.
Yep.
So, because I made videos, they didn't come out yet, but they will someday.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The expenditures went out in last year's line item for this year. You're going to have to put the videos out at some point, though.
Yeah, I'll run out of watch hours.
Because you can, because you can do, like, say, make the videos and have the videos, and if they ever ask, be like, oh, I just never put them up because we never made them. But at a certain point, they're going to be like, you can't just say you're going to do this and then write all this money out and not actually put videos out ever.
Yeah, but if you're putting up videos altogether, you can just blame it on, like, branding. Like, it didn't meet the brand, didn't meet the requirements.
Yes, and like I said, you can do that. There are videos that get shelved that will have money put into that don't. Yeah, not every single one. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
like we just do shorts.
Do you put out any videos? No.
Well, no, that's the thing. You're like, oh yeah, I do shorts about talking about cars, and then I work on a bunch of cars, then I make videos, but I don't actually put those videos out.
Yeah.
All the money I'm spending on working on cars, those don't ever get seen. I just make money off the videos where I just walk around somebody else's car and film it.
Yeah, and they're gonna go like, no, that's just tax evasion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, like, at the end of the day, that's the only way I'm able to walk around that is because the only way that makes it not tax evasion is it's literally the thing we are doing right now. The thing we are producing is the thing we're talking about. And if you give me a hard time, I'd be like, go to WTF or Wasted Talent Fabrications on YouTube and look and make sure you hit that like and subscribe button while you're there.
Hit that bell.
Yeah.
Speaking of a lot of people do intelligently, you'll see a lot of people that advertise clothes and brands and products on Instagram. And it's because they buy all that stuff. They're not being promoted by the actual company that owns it. They're using that as a trend, popularity to grow their brand with that brand. And they pay for all that stuff through production of their brand.
Yeah.
Well, it's like we were talking about with that build of that Buick too. You're writing off something that you've already written off to build, and if you make any real money off of it in one way, you're going to have to pay taxes on that money you made because it's a big profit because you wrote it off as a loss to build it up front. But if you give the truck away in order to sell merchandise or something like that, that's what we were talking about last night.
Yeah.
It's a loop. I believe, I'm not a lawyer here, but I believe that is a way to loop around some of that taxing shit.
Yes, because then no one's actually making a profit off the sale of it. You're making a profit off of the sale of the goods, which you're paying taxes on anyway. So
you were already going to pay taxes on that, so fuck it, doesn't matter.
Yep, and that's why buy a shirt and I'll give you this truck. Because we built the truck for free and we can't sell it.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, half-fast. We have no idea what we're doing either. We're just doing this right now and pretending we know something. We know what we're doing right now. We just don't know if it's actually going to do the thing we think it's going to do. It's also
it's a lot of wishing on a star, and
I don't make much, so I don't have to worry about any of that.
Well, the tax stuff I know a bit to the extent of what I am practicing and putting in forward to.
Well, it also goes back to it, and here's the rule of thumb: you're not earning anything at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you are earning nothing. You are just keeping more of the money that you'd have to give to taxes for the little bit you do get.
Yep. And if you're doing, this depends on how you run your YouTube, and everyone has their different goals and what they do. But for the automotive side of it, if you're going to be doing like your motorcycles, you're going to be spending money on your motorcycles, whether or not you're doing it on video or not. So that's a line item that's already budgeted in your budget. You're spending that money, and you don't get any break for that. That just is money that you're going to spend and be gone. So if you can just move that from the column of gone to tax write-off, that's a win right there.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm really hoping that can happen.
The caveat is you have to earn money to write off money. If you earn nothing, you don't get anything back.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
So at first, the first year you can get away with not earning any income depending on how you set it up. And then you can be negative, because obviously you'd be negative that first year, and then you can be negative for the first couple of years. I think that depends on the state. Don't quote me there.
I think ours is 5. After 5, it's no longer a hobby.
I think some states are 3, but here's the thing: they say it's either a hobby or you can't claim negative at that point. You can just claim 0, and that's where they get you where you have to be making money. So, but even at that, after 5 years, you can't write off past negative anymore. But say YouTube is making $500 for you that year, that's $500 you get to write off on the stuff at that point. And now,
you're gonna get to keep all the taxes they would have taken from the $500 you earned.
And if you do it right, this is why I started the company when I did. The year I did, I started the year I was making money, and the year I retired, and the year I started renting another house that I wasn't renting before, and the year I did a lot of weird things with money that it just all worked out to start. On top of all of that moving, let's start a business too. Why not? Because what else am I doing now? And then let's learn how to freaking do accounting and QuickBooks and business and all of that at the same time. It's been great.
I have somebody to do that. I'm not sweating that.
and then don't do any of so my mom has always done that, and that's how I got a hold of QuickBooks and all of that, and got kind of hey, I'll show you how to use it, but here you go, figure it out for a little while. And then I played with it to a point, but when she got there, she's like, ooh, you've done some things here. I'm going to show you what you've done wrong, and then just kind of get out of the way because you're. And so she pointed me in the right direction. She pointed me in the right direction, and then I redid everything and met with my CPA, and she kind of told me what she wanted to get, and then I went way down the rabbit hole, turned it into my mom the other day, a week or two ago, to look at, just look over, make sure I didn't do anything dumb, and if there's anything, whatever. And she's just like, yeah, this is way too much. Like your CPA is gonna love this. It'll be no, it's not that it's sketchy. It's just I have in QuickBooks, I have pictures of the receipts on every line item, and everything's balanced in from accounts and subcategories, and oil change items for the Can-Am are in their own line item in QuickBooks, and it's this whole other side of and that was what she was like, oh. And she's like, I don't know if you can get away with this stuff. And I was like, the CPA believes I can. I believe I can. But worst case scenario, this is all in QuickBooks. If she goes, yeah, you can't do this, she hits a button and it comes off the thing. It's for all I did was basically data input and categorization, essentially. That's all I did with the, and then the CPA looks at all that and tells me yes, no, maybe
what you can
we'll try.
do.
Yeah.
So
the worst case is I may have put in some things that they're going to say no, but at the end of the day, I have an accounting for every single dollar from my personal accounts to the business accounts, because I did it as a personal LLC, which then lets me get to keep it still kind of commingled, but I don't know. It's definitely.
I know a little bit on it, but not much. I've looked into it a couple times with it, but
yeah.
Half-assed.
It basically gives me some. I do monetize some of these. Like this one is monetized. It more so if I remember to get in there.
Beforehand?
If
you have to make that decision beforehand.
If you want everyone to watch an ad when they come in while we're doing it live, yes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Monetization of live at the moment.
Oh.
So like this one right now, while it's live, you will get a initial ad, and then I don't think you'll get any more ads on this video once you're in it, unless you come out and come back in.
Yeah.
Once we get done, it'll then re-render and go up, and at that point, I can go in and throw in ads in between it, or sometimes it'll do it on its own. It's supposed to, but I don't really mess with that realistically. But that becomes then its own separate deal at that point. It's weird how YouTube, because I've gotten off lives and then it's like, because I put up shorts and other medium, I have put up shorts the next morning after a live, and then had later in the day the live actually post and show up as like a video I just put up. Like it finally finished rendering the live, and then say, okay, this is a real video now, not a live.
Gotcha. That's interesting. I'm gonna point.
I don't really plan and ever make much on the lives, other than like donations from people, which I really appreciate. But I tell everyone, don't. I don't mind. I appreciate every dollar that everyone gives, and if you want to give me money, I appreciate that. But I hate the fact that YouTube gets 45% of every dollar somebody gives me. And that's where I have the problem with it, and that's why I would rather you not give me anything so that YouTube doesn't get it. And that's where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, $20 is $20, and I'm never going to say no. But
except it's not $20, but you know.
Well, it's not $20. It's whatever 55% of $20 is.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't know that donate. I mean, I know people that had no idea. They thought, oh, I'm giving $20 to this, so it goes straight to this, whatever charity, whatever with it. Like, actually,
whoever or whatever it is. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone's got to get their piece.
Yeah.
Well, it's like shorts. Shorts is 45% now is what we get. We've swapped the roles.
No.
Nope.
Really?
Oh.
No, watch that video again. It's only 45% if you use the music.
I thought that's well, I thought. See, they say that, but then they say, well, it all mixes together.
Yeah, it's all pooled, but they are claiming if you don't use the music, you get a bigger percentage of the pool.
We'll see.
I know.
Staying away from.
No, because they'll just lie.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Dudes and I have noticed this, and it's because mainly I am retired and have way too much time to sit on my phone. I can watch the views go away from a video 10 to 40 minutes after they've hit. They scrub. So the live analytics come in and they hit, and then 10 to 40 minutes, depending, like I said, it moves, they scrub, and those numbers will track. And if everything is making money, they'll never notice it. But if you pay attention and it goes up, and because a lot of times the short comes up, it hits for like however long it hits, and then dies, and then sometimes they come back and they do their things. If you are paying attention, you watch it right, you can watch that initial hit wave shrink as they audit it. And you will lose subscribers, you will lose likes, you'll lose dislikes, you'll lose.
Do you think that's like fake accounts, or do you think that's just straight up YouTube?
No, I think it's YouTube's
system just going through and deciding what they do and don't
Half
want
fast.
to do.
Have a good night, brother.
Later,
I wasn't
half fast.
sure
Good job on the live.
about critical. They were about language. So far, I've had one of the lives from last year get hit for. Oh, I've had two get hit for limited monetization. One of them, I fought it. I just said no, and they were like, "Oh yeah, no, that one's good." And the second time it happened, I'm like, "Well, I'm deleting them as they're a year old anyhow." So I was like, "Screw it, whatever. I don't care. I don't get any monetization really off of them anyhow." So I'm going to continue to monetize these ones, and we'll see what it goes. But so far, not yet. I kind of want to science it too, because we follow all the rules as far as cussing in the first whatever the time limit is.
Yeah.
And so we'll see if these are getting demonetized. They shouldn't be as per YouTube's rules currently. But
Well, I think it's all a slippery slope because more and more they don't want you to be doing that. And it's not about wanting, it's about if they can just say they don't have to pay you because of it, they're just going to say it.
Which on a live I don't care about, because
yeah,
they do not pay well on lives compared to everything else.
And it doesn't have a lot of good returns regardless.
Now I will say they do
like me to get the watch hours. That's one of me.
Well, yeah, the watch hours are good. It's a good way. I think the lives are great for interaction with people. I think they're really great for doing this here. Vehicles returning normal again. Yeah. I don't know. It's definitely one of those deals with I don't know.
Yeah. I try not to really cuss in my videos anyways with it. I do on some, certainly on live and stuff like that. But I try to make a conscious effort not to, because I'm worried that I'll run into something like that at some point. So when I do, and I do in a few of them, but I try to keep it to a minimum because I don't.
In the videos, if it's not, I cuss sometimes in places where I screw myself and it's time to edit, and I can't easily get it out of there. If it's not too much of a pain in the ass and it doesn't ruin the quality, I'll get it out of there where I can. I make sure it doesn't come up in certain places here and there, where it's not supposed to, like in the beginning, the first 7 seconds or whatever it is. Which I just got to worry about the first low opener, because I always run a 10-15 second whatever it is bumper in the beginning of my clips anyhow, which is all safe there. So I don't know. It's definitely, I'm with dudes. I think it's definitely an audio sniffer that's telling it what's in it. That's the only way it's doing it. However, it does the self-generated captions or whatever, right, dudes? That's what you were saying is how they're figuring that out.
So everything generates captions regardless if you set it to do so or not. So YouTube is essentially captioning everything that is said, and they're saving it in a text document. It takes very little footprint to do that. And then it's just being sniffed through, so then they can see what you're saying, and then that also correlates with how they probably understand reaction from people. So if it gets to the same point in every video and you say the F word and people just instantly turn that video off, that's a good analytics for them to look at and be like, well, we don't want people saying that word because it makes people leave YouTube.
Yeah, so I don't know that there's actually any data that backs that up at all.
Well,
because everything that drives all of this is it's ad.
Well, and then it comes down to maybe it doesn't drive people away.
It doesn't matter what the statistics say. Essentially, it comes down to what the people paying the money say and what they want. Yes. And what they want is stuff that's safe, and they say that cussing's not safe, which is funny because then you get the other people that, like what Brailsford was talking tonight with that Jimmy John's ad on TikTok. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's some sort of shock and awe because he was kind of like, I can't believe they did that. But that's the whole point of doing it, because you can do it on a medium like TikTok and do something outside the box, which invokes the exact thing you're talking. I don't know. Does that make it meta or break a fourth wall or anything? Maybe. I don't know. But
that's more than I know.
Well,
now I have to go to Jimmy John's TikTok site.
TikTok. I'm not watching it.
I think Brailsford is secretly advertising for Jimmy John's.
I think so too.
You know what? I'm not gonna hate on that if he gets some sort of hookup from Jimmy John's.
you couldn't pay me to eat Jimmy John's at this point in life.
Really?
So
I thought they weren't
so
that bad.
Jimmy John's actually
They're
originated.
not the greatest, but
They were way better than what they are now, which is what
I would
upsets
buy
me.
that. I would
When they
buy
first
that.
started, they were all about quality meat, quality fresh bread, all this stuff. And then they changed their whole business structure into fast, freaky fast. And the way they make their subs now is absolutely ridiculous. It is the most unfresh sandwich that you could possibly buy.
Really?
Help the channel. Oh, family friendly will never be a hurt to your channel.
Yeah, it'll never be a hindrance.
It's
It may
just,
stop growth.
The day I spent my entire life growing up on a job site and then going into the military and aviation and then the Navy on top, all of that. And I cuss a lot, and I'm just not going to stop. And there's just no amount of. And I've tried to be and thought, and then I go to editing me, and that's the problem. It's the difference. I got camera guy me, actor me, and editor me, and we don't talk to each other and or help each other out in any way. It's I think we actively try to screw each other.
So, can I show a picture from TikTok without playing a video?
Sure.
I feel
You show a
like
screenshot?
I feel like that's acceptable.
I feel at 3 hours, you could pretty much show whatever you want.
That's quite true.
3 hours. True.
It
MILF and cookies.
Wow. Okay.
there's some sort of put it back up there. I'm not going to play it at all.
But see, that's the whole problem I have with Jimmy John's these days is they want more shock and awe advertising than just quality sandwiches.
And I feel like that's very telling.
Yeah, that you're failing as a sandwich shop.
Yeah, I feel like so like Jersey Mike. That's a different one. So Jersey Mike's, I feel like there's not a lot of gimmick about those. They're just like really good. They're expensive freaking sandwiches, and I wish they weren't so expensive because
we have Firehouse subs here.
I do like a good Firehouse. That is a good sandwich. Again, you don't see a lot of promotion about because they're just good sandwiches.
Don't need to be. My favorite sandwich place is Potbelly's.
Never heard of it.
I've had them before, but I've like in an airport or something like that. They were good.
You know what I would like is that burger place we went. That's right, David's. Yeah.
So here's the fun part about that. I asked you the other day, Ryan, what that chicken shop was.
Yeah.
Okay. That was good.
Gus's Chicken. So I thought it was Raising Cane's.
Oh no, that's me. I always told you about Raising Cane's, but that's way better than Raising Cane's. Raising Cane's good though.
Yeah, I went and got some Raising Cane's. And I'm like, this is the place, but they don't have any bone-in chicken, so it's weird because Raising Cane's doesn't do bone-in chicken. So I was like, no, it's a different place. And then I was looking it all up after you sent it to me. My wife's actually in Kansas City right now, and they have one in Kansas City, and that's what I'm eating for dinner tomorrow night. So,
nice. It reheats well, especially on air fryer.
It's a 4-hour drive, so
I'm a lot jealous
about
that right now, actually, to tell you the truth.
So I will tell you that the stuff we had from Little Rock is not even their best chicken.
Really?
Of the restaurants that I've been to, I think I've been to 4 of them, something like that. At least 4. 1, 2, 3. At least 5 now. That's the worst one of all of them that I've had. Now that chicken was good that day though. So it wasn't bad, but I can tell you that it's usually got a little bit more flavor.
I'd have been way more happy if you were like, that was the worst chicken I've ever had from them. Because I'd be like, well, shit, I need to go there more often.
I won't say it's the worst, but it's not up on the top 50 for sure. I've eaten there a lot.
Wow. Well, see, I have a hard scale with that because I have eaten some of the best foods of all different types when I was drunk somewhere in different parts of the world. The problem is that I've had some of those same places sober and it's not the same. So I don't trust myself at all for a lot of those experiences. You know what I mean? But that chicken was some of the best sober fried chicken I have ever had.
And it was 45 minutes old by the time it got to us. It's probably at least an hour since it. Now they make it fresh, so we had to wait.
But still, it was still warm when it got to us, and it still was just like you can't eat that hot because the juice that was emitted that late, being boiling hot while I was eating it, would have been a problem.
It's
God,
good
that's
stuff.
so good.
I love it. But they started, I believe, well, the original one is in Memphis. I've been to their original big house. But the restaurant in Memphis, there's multiple of them in there. And then they started expanding out. And they had 2 in Little Rock. The one that we brought the one from. And then they had another one on the other side of town. The one on the other side of town, significantly better every time. No idea why.
So-
we even talked to them. Go ahead.
In Clinton, Iowa, horrible little town. They make dog food there. It smells bad. And there was a gas station you can go to, and it was owned by this elderly couple. And you'd go there, and they make chicken every day. And once the chicken runs out, no more chicken. And you would literally go there, stand in line to hopefully get a piece of chicken. You couldn't make orders to go. You couldn't, and they give you a biscuit, some mashed potatoes, and some chicken, and away you went. Okay,
I've heard of some places like this.
Yeah, and it was amazing chicken. I would drive out of my way to go get a piece of chicken for lunch in Clinton, Iowa, if I was anywhere near it when I was working. I even had to get my wife to do it because we got us chicken. And then all of a sudden they just closed.
Oh.
And then I found out later, Flavor Flav bought the whole thing.
Really?
And just said, I'm starting restaurants with this recipe. And he failed as a business person, as you would imagine. And now that chicken is just gone from the world. And it's just like,
so you're like, Flavor Flav stole my chicken. Is that what you is this?
Yep.
I swear to God, if you don't do another series, just like the Captain thing we were doing, but this one's like how Flavor Flav stole my chicken. For this short is the 1 million views short right here, dude.
So I feel like, dudes, your life now is people that know you do really good on the shorts and just give you shorts ideas all the time. So I think you've gotten like 20 of them already that people have mentioned to you. None of them.
Well, I'm the worst for both of this. I throw ideas for every different way.
I legitimately get requests for shorts 4 to 10 a day.
Really?
And I do not understand how people who watch the shorts, and I want to say this so I don't come off as an asshole.
It's going to happen either way because you're an asshole.
When you're watching my shorts, I don't understand how you can request one because I'm only filming the cars that are in front of me. And when somebody's like 98 Grand Am, I'm just like, what? Tell me something cool about one. There's nothing cool about a 98 Grand Am.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best part, I guess, about this. That's why it needs to be your own thing, talking about this own thing. Like, this is so meta on itself, but you're watching the thing and you're like, hey, do a video about this thing that's not even like the video you're doing now, but it's very
I just want to hear you speak about the thing I want you to speak about.
Well, yeah. Which brings us back to the you could do it for whatever. Fucking what was it? On Junkers you were reading the reviews.
Oh, the gummy bears.
Mm-hmm.
The gummy bears one, yeah.
Maybe doing the reviews in general, but the gummy bears. Oh my God.
I get a lot of positive remarks that people like, this guy needs to be a voice actor. This guy needs to sell cars on TV. This, Yeah, it's whatever. I don't hear it in my own voice, but other
people. See that.
So here's a good fun fact I was actually figured out today. You know what is a common search type that finds my content?
What?
ASMR.
ASMR, really?
Yeah, I believe that.
YouTube is
that's awesome, actually.
Pushing my shit under searching ASMR.
I guess you need to start tagging that.
You know what? It just started back up all of a sudden for me. Just all of a sudden out of the blue. Just the other day, just kind of perked back up and started chugging along on the old view count. The old little dozer is got a little life breathing back into it.
What's a little life? What's a little life?
2,000 views in the last 2 days.
Well, that's pretty good.
Wow.
That's better than the
I would call that pretty good.
Died. Yeah. So that video went over 1 million and a half.
I don't think my big video is getting that.
Where it is, and it just kind of died. And it was getting like 20, 30 views every 2 days.
I wanted mine to hit 6 million and
bouncing around.
Flopped.
And now all of a sudden it's back. Well, the Extendo truck one is the one I'm really surprised is still going at this point. It's way underneath performance-wise to the other one, but it just keeps chugging along. I think it may.
I don't know if
pass
Fox has been here
longevity.
since we did Service Manual Seduction.
I don't know that he has heard Service Manual Seduction.
I don't know.
I still think there was that's an opportunity there that should be revisited at some point. I think we need to do better at finding you better service manuals to read.
Yeah, something.
Because I think the material, there was a couple of the Volvo ones that were like, that's good because what you're reading was kind of goodish, and then there were some ones that was just like,
racy.
Yeah, exactly. There needs to be a little something in there. I think that plays too in some of your Dudes with Wrenches shorts that you do too. The ones that have a little bit of controversy in them, and you can lean in.
Yeah, my big video only has 320 views in the past 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
That
God.
thing needs 100,000 views to hit 6 million.
So right
Mine
now,
has like 7. That counts.
now don't get me wrong, I'm doing 29 an hour for that little dozer one, but this is the one that I'm liking right now. My handy little saw one, the one with the saw we were just talking about.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
one's doing 1,400 every 2 days right now, which is a new one to start doing, because that's the goal of what I found. The ones that hit really hard are cool, but the ones that just kind of slow roll and just go, that's what I want. Little input. Putting 3 out a day or 5 out a day. I did 5 out a day from basically right after I took them 2 weeks off after I left your house, and then from there went 5 videos a day till November.
Yeah. For the shorts.
And not all of those stayed. Not all those. Yeah, no, that's just shorts. And then at some point I started doing 3 videos a week. So 5 videos a day shorts, and then 3 videos a week. But we weren't doing any lives because obviously at that point that freed up a bunch of time for that.
Yeah. Yeah. You didn't have internet.
Well, the internet. Yeah. Well, it's right now. We didn't have the internet we have here until about
into last year.
No, a month or 2 before I got Starlink. Maybe 3 months before I got Starlink.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got the DSL.
We got the upgraded internet here. They had DSL before, but it was only like 10 meg. That was the top tier plan you could get here. It was 10 meg. It's like you can't do shit with 10 meg. And then they brought fiber to the nodes. They basically made a fiber loop and then go back from copper to the houses, and that brought it up to 30 meg to everybody.
Yeah.
And so that's enough to do what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
But I can't get on that because they won't bring it across the bridge to my house over there.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. So
you're doing Starlink right now, right?
Starlink, yeah, and I like the Starlink because it's actually faster than this. It's not as consistent as this. I don't have the unlimited data like you do here. So, these are all, it's plus and minus. And then of course, it was broken for over a month on a brand new thing, which was pretty uncool. But,
I did have to check my best video on how it was doing. I am at 1,100 views on it here recently. I mean, that's a month, but, that's...
Yeah. Hey. And that's long form, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my cost of building one. That one and the installing the brush seals on these two have taken off, and I get about 1,000 views a month on both of those two. I got a couple other
long form content is you cannot beat that. It's just the way.
Oh yeah, my watch hours have dropped though, so that's disappointing.
Well, dudes and I were talking about this last night. Everyone's watch hours, I think, has dropped because since shorts, and I can show you this because I have years of freaking data essentially at this point. But as soon as shorts started coming into the process, it's just been a tear down in. And then also, I took a lot of last year where we went down to 1 video a week for a while too. So that changed a lot of the input for hours. But still, the shorts. There's YouTube. I don't think has gained a lot of bigger numbers as far as total site hits, you know what I mean? But we don't have a bunch of people watching shorts. So if we are not getting more people here to watch the shorts as a new thing, that viewership is coming from somewhere else. And you know what I mean? It's coming out of long form videos, because if they're spending your time on YouTube not watching 2 long form videos but watching 40 fucking shorts, then which is what it is. You just gotta Yeah, exactly. You gotta diversify your portfolio, bud.
Yeah, that would make sense though, because mine are at 39,995 at the moment. I was about 4,200 watch hours normally, 44. So it's dropped down just a little bit, like you're saying. So that now, I did go like 2 months without putting a video, but
Yeah.
still, I had consistent watch hours before then for those other videos, and those have dropped. So,
Oh, do you still have some of these on the computer? Oh, of course you do. Yes.
oh yeah,
They never saw the light
You're
of
gonna have
day.
to tell
did
me
they?
if the audio comes through. Right? Oh.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Okay.
Nope.
nope.
So if I do that,
Hey there. Oh, you're using your freaking your thing, aren't you? You got your little
Thing.
touchpad gamer Steam pad thing.
I haven't done that yet.
Oh, okay. I saw you pushing a thing and doing.
Well,
something.
that's my mic has a mute.
Oh, that's what it is.
Okay, so let's try this. No audio?
Nope.
Nothing.
Okay.
Now, when you shared that to the StreamYard, it should have asked you if you wanted to share with audio. Did you click yes? I'm gonna go with
I didn't last night and it worked, but we'll see.
oh, well.
Share screen. Oh, share system audio. There it is.
Oh.
Share. No?
No.
Can you hear it?
I can't hear it either.
Okay, well then.
Pro tip, be careful sharing screen audio if you have a guest. They will hire themselves. You're sharing everything you hear, including your voice. Oh, that's why. So I have my audio from this screen connected to these headphones. So here, 1 second. I gotta turn this up. I gotta mute this.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Break
Hey,
warning light.
start it over.
Oh, hey there. Let's get right into this, shall we? Brake fluid warning light. If the light comes on while driving or braking, this indicates that the brake fluid level is too low. Stop immediately. Open the hood and check the brake fluid level in the reservoir. See section engine compartment for reservoir position. Warning: if the fluid level is below the minimum mark in either section of the reservoir, do not drive. Tow the vehicle to a Volvo retailer and have the brake system checked and any leakage repaired.
You had a
Hopefully,
better voice than one of the
we've
other
buttered
ones.
your little brain biscuit with a little bit of knowledge from Service Manual Seduction.
I forgot about that.
I love
Buttered
it.
brain biscuit. So you got to remember, dude sent me this back and forth with about 6 or 7 different voices. I'm not.
Oh, really?
That was not my favorite voice out of all of them. It almost sounded like you sped it up or something. You found
That's
that.
a different video of you, man. Different picture of you.
So a lot of people have sent that to me. It's not me, but it totally does look like me.
I could see that. We could get you some pit viper glasses and
I have that picture because that looks identical to my buddy's son. Like, you would think that was a picture of
Really?
him. There would be no
Oh, wow.
questions asked if you told people it was. I mean, it was just like, ugh.
Oh man.
that's great.
Oh, we're on the last battery here. So when this battery goes dead, we're gonna have to go back to the potato cam.
Oh, I don't know if anybody's ever seen this.
Uh-oh. Oh, are we
I know.
going through the archives at dudes? Oh, so I will say, dudes, it does not seem that
Oh,
your
yeah.
post has brought the
Anyone.
dudes with wrenches people over.
Oh, really? Did you put a post up?
Oh,
We
yeah.
were testing that today. It was one of the science things we wanted to play with because when he puts a community post up, what are you getting over there sometimes on polls?
30,000 votes on a voting.
Wow.
But
Yeah.
it doesn't translate to many other kinds of posts.
That's what we were sciencing.
You've done a live on your channel, haven't you?
We did one.
Did you pull people in that you didn't know, as far as that aren't normal live watchers?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that one, it was like 90 people.
It went instantly
I
to.
actually remember that.
Yeah, and we did it on
Yeah.
a whim, like no announcement whatsoever. People were pissed about that, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Well,
I got a lot of very angry messages.
Well, you know what? They all should thank me, because the only way I got you to do it, period, was because it was on a freaking whim. Because you were never going to do it if it couldn't. You know what I mean? So they got what they got. Ungrateful bastards.
Take that in. Take that in.
I love it.
Look at that wang.
In on there.
Oh, the wing is on there on this one. That's wood.
Yeah.
That is
Oh, yeah,
wood.
that's right.
And do you see that? You see that orange pinstripe line, the top one that goes down the vehicle right there? That's missing on the
quarter round,
driver
isn't
door.
it?
That is quarter round. Yes,
Yeah.
my favorite part of that whole build.
Oh yeah.
And I
don't know,
hate
there's a
that
lot of
none of
moving
the I hate that none of the video series talks about that, because it's just gone in the video series.
Yeah.
Well, it
Yeah,
decided
he
to
left that.
evacuate itself pretty quick at 80 mile an hour. So
Well, I know,
Yeah.
but it just didn't get
So-
like addressed in the video series,
Is this when you picked
which
it
I
up?
think is a disturbance.
Like
so yeah,
before you bought it, type deal? Really?
this was right before I bought it. The previous guy, he took the wings off before we got there because he said they had gotten wet and they were like delambing because the plywood.
Oh yeah.
Plywood was
I would
not
agree.
doing good things.
I would agree with all of those things he said and be like, yeah, you'll have
He's
that.
like, I didn't think I could sell it with like rotting wood wings on it.
Well, that's when you look at him and be like, well, I'm here right now, so
Yeah.
Talked me into this
Earlier.
bad adventure of things.
Yeah.
The car is hilarious, but your videos with it going over and stuff are just
Check
awesome.
this guy out.
Oh yeah. I'm surprised they don't
Alright.
do as well. What is
Da,
this?
da, da.
Yeah. Oh, I've shown him to a bunch of people. That's Michael Smith, apparently.
It's Mitchell Smith. Don't worry about
Oh,
Mitchell
Mitchell
Smith. He's in jail. He won't get mad at us.
Oh wait, is that Justice for Carl?
No. That's Donald Smith. Remember when I told you
Oh.
the real sad story the
Really
one time
confused.
about the veteran guy that was crazy off his fucking coon that would come and hang out with me and talk at me?
Oh yeah. You sold him a van or some shit.
Yes. I sold him
Yeah.
a van. That's him.
Oh, did he get out?
No, this was just his last like Facebook picture.
Oh, I thought that was a mugshot.
Nope, that's him.
I did
in-
too
in
until I
life.
saw the cigarette.
Oh. Yeah, I thought for sure that was a mugshot that somebody like just put a filter on.
Oh dang, I got like full length videos up here.
Yeah. Is this on your drive?
On a trailer. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
these are all
drive
these
stuff.
are all things that he's done that isn't actually on Dudes with Wrenches that I'm sure
Yeah.
people would love to see.
Yes, it would. Hey, mongrels.
But hey,
I got
you gotta
it.
come. Mongrels, what's up, bud?
I have two questions for you guys, actually. Real quick
Yeah.
on that drive.
6
Mine
inches.
disconnects all the time. Do you guys have
Yeah,
that?
that's
So I leave mine plugged in
yeah.
usually.
Mine's
but
plugged in all the
if I-
time, never disconnects.
Yeah, I never
Yeah.
had a disconnect issue.
If I walk away for maybe an hour or so,
As you say that,
Yeah.
your camera disconnects.
The battery's dead. It's not. It's
and that's the
done.
only thing that does it to me. And I did some research online and did change some settings and did stuff. But yeah, so like if I wanted to look at that drive right now, I can guarantee you that it's not active. I'll have to unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah, that's got to be something
I'm
wrong with that
working on
drive.
something at the time. Like if I'm working on if I'm editing a video or something like that, and I have it up, it never disconnects or anything. But if
Yeah,
I walk
it-
away from
once it goes stagnant, then it just drops off.
Yep.
Mm.
yeah,
I've
even
seen some
changed the
drives do
cable.
that.
It's
I think that's
annoying.
obviously a problem in the drive itself.
Yeah. No,
It's not
I'll pay
doing like
attention
a
on the next.
constant spin.
Yeah. Other than that, it works fine. I love that thing. So,
I need
So-
to find.
car-ish engine question for you.
Okay.
I'm working on a motorcycle, and the gasket got freaking, I don't know. I think they put it on there with concrete. That thing just did not want to come off, and it's an aluminum thing. I just use like plastic razor blades and just scrape and it'll come off. I have used I've gone through tons of plastic razor blades. Well, tons. I think I've gone through like 8. I think on one piece. It's only this big.
Wow.
I'm finally mostly done with it, but it took way forever. Acetone, WD-40, lots of scraping with that. Trying to think what other tools I have sitting over here that I use. A couple different plastic scrapers, mostly the razor blade and WD-40 and acetone. Any other things that since it's aluminum, I just don't know what to do that wouldn't scratch aluminum, and it cannot be scratched.
Flamethrower.
So what I've done on a lot of things like that is I just use like a wire bristled brush on a drill to get rid of things and just be very gentle, and then take a very high grade sanding paper and polish it back out. Because then if it's a gasketed material, the gasket will seal it back up.
One of these little guys should take off.
Yeah, no, and I've done nylon ones too.
That's a wire wheel that goes in a drill.
Yeah, I've got those, but I would think that would just scratch the shit out of that surface.
It's just you set your drill on low.
It shouldn't scratch enough to
just real gentle.
It's real.
Yeah, as long as you're not going hard into.
Yeah, don't just send her and hold her against there.
Well, yeah.
But they do make some nylon ones. If you go to Harbor Freight, they make some nylon ones, and the nylon ones aren't harsh on things.
Yeah, yeah. The problem is with the nylon ones is they're not harsh on things.
See, that's what I worry about trying to get off with it. So.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest piece I got off was like that big. I don't know where the camera is. Yeah. Like it wasn't even that big, and it was a toothpick that was the largest piece I got off of it.
What is this?
Remember the saga of the meth head that stole my GMC Jimmy?
Oh yeah, you were gonna get it back.
Yeah.
Nice.
This was the Facebook post looking for him.
Awesome.
That was still registered to me when he was stealing stuff with it.
Wow. Fucker. Fox, I was thinking about that. I have the die grinder, but I thought those pads would be too harsh on it.
Well, you just gotta kind of watch what you're doing and just skimming across the top.
Right. Should be fine. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I just don't want to mess it up and have to spend money on buying.
He was taking that footage.
All right.
These video captures, what are still on here?
I don't know, man. I'm using my Surface Pro. I really like this thing, but it sucks for storage, kind of. I do like that you can put micro SD cards right in the back, so you can get like a 5. What is it? What's the half a gig?
512
one. 512 card, and push it in the back, and then all of a sudden this computer has 512. There are terabyte micro cards now, so you know what I mean. It's one of those where
you got to look at the max on stuff, though.
Yeah, what it'll do. I don't think it'll go much higher than 512. I think. What do you got here?
So we were getting rid of some furniture that a neighbor had, and we're like, we'll just burn it in the fire pit, right?
That's nice furniture.
It wasn't bad, actually. The tracks were broke in a couple of the drawers.
Oh, okay.
Now, what we did was we took a 5-quart jug of oil and we poured it into all the drawers.
Okay.
And we didn't think it was going to be that big a deal, but it was bad.
It got hot quickly.
It was real bad.
What? Were you guys not expecting that? I mean, you got an air source.
Well, yeah, it turned into quite the inferno. It was like burning trees above the fire pit.
I was about to ask how I see that one tree back over there by the child, and like the branches go above this.
Yes, they do.
Oh yeah,
it was all bad. These were videos, but they got formatted fucked up. So like all I have is pictures of the beginning of the videos, but these were all videos. It's part of the mini. You can see right here on the thing, it says video capture. Yeah. That's all I could recover from the corrupt video files.
That sucks.
Yeah, we did a lot of dumb shit that was on video, and the video is gone.
Dang.
Some of that's probably for the better.
Yeah, I mean, probably not wrong.
I'm like this little. I've got the camera set at the worst angle right here.
So did I go away there, or did I lock up, or
Maybe.
No?
did you guys see?
Maybe.
I was gone.
I gotta find.
First, wasted became a little circle, and then dudes became a circle, and I was like, oh, maybe it's me, and then everything froze.
Was
Both screens.
That happens
It
to
was
me.
mine.
The other night, I'm talking to Destroyer. Destroyer was on, and it was like I would talk and I'd be fine and everything. I could see him do a thing, and then he'd freeze, and then I would freeze, and I'd like stop talking. And he'd be like, "Oh no, you were good. You didn't have to stop." And I'm like, "It's your cell." And then he would start talking, and I would miss some of it, and I was just like, "Oh my god, this is." I ended up checking the Wi-Fi afterwards. We were getting what was it, 1.2 down.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I had to reset.
I was just getting ready to run in the house
Wi-Fi.
and reset the router.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I ended up having to do the next day. I didn't figure it was late when I left, so I didn't even try.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
So did you guys answer, because I wasn't there, the Fox's question about the entry level storage?
The storage, that's what I was I guess I got sidetracked because that happens.
Well, I wasn't there, so you might have talked about it.
Oh, I didn't realize you were gone for that long. I talked about the computer and about the storage, different devices on there, but for the major storage, I guess the drive that we have, was that a 5 terabyte?
Yeah, it's 5 terabyte Western Digital. My book.
Yeah,
I got 4 of them.
It was wow. I have 2 of them. They were on sale when
$50.
Yeah,
Black Friday sale.
Black Friday sale. So we all got some, I think, because
it
was cheap.
Yeah, they're normal. This last Black Friday they were $99, I think.
Yes, they were not as cheap, and you didn't even get a 5 terabyte. It was like a 4 or something.
Yeah, no, because this was the one before.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it does good. I don't. I have so much storage on the computer. I don't really use it for anything but my off-site backup storage, or like for a while there, I was uploading videos from over here, which takes literally all day. The Starlink is far better at uploading videos to YouTube than the landline is over here. That was another thing. At one point, I needed to like kind of take stock of like, is Starlink even worth it with this bullshit? You know what I mean? And then after dealing with this internet over here, which don't get me wrong, it's way better than it was before. And if I had it was the only thing I had, I'd make it work. But Starlink's better. Just gonna have to say it.
Yeah.
At the worst I've ever seen it, it's down around the best it runs here as far as my download speed.
Really?
Like down around 30 to 25 is the worst I've ever seen my download speed on Starlink. And I've seen as high as 150s. Upload is around 5 or 6, so it's about as good as my phone is on its best. But I have 2 terabytes of up and down, I have 2 terabytes of wiggle with that. Whereas when I do it from my phone, like through hotspot, it burns through real quick.
You want to see some poor life decisions and video that'll never make it to the world?
Well, I mean, it's about to make it to the world right now.
Us and 4 people watching, or 2 people, 1 person watching, maybe. I don't know. Fox,
when I remix this for a freaking short later.
Oh yeah. It's a dudes with wrenches and other people. There's no audio.
Are you just yanking the bed off with a strap?
No, he's got a chain on there.
But why only one strap in the bag? There's so many questions here. And is your mustache bigger than your beard in this situation right now?
Give her a tug. Oh, that did it.
Okay. That's how we're going to do that. Okay. We'll pull on the... Oh, but the door's not... Oh, okay. Yep, there you go.
Oh.
Hey, you know what's going to help us carry this is holding that. Yeah, the stick's right there. Can you hold this bed while someone puts the stick up, bud? What's going on here? Don't worry, I got it. Just holding the whole fucking bed up. Okay, here, cool. Let it down.
Old Properino.
Yep, don't worry. I'm just over here holding the freaking bed. All right, I'll set it down. We need to do this where we just movie theater 3000 style.
Mystery Science.
Yeah. Was that what it was? Mystery. I always make it wrong, but yes.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's a
7
great
disc vertebrae. Yeah. We've talked about this, dudes and I have, but I think you're right.
Yeah, this doesn't have to be failed content.
This is gonna get better.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is gonna get better.
It's gonna fall.
Oh no! I think I'm gonna be disappointed now. I really thought they were gonna tip right there.
Yeah, I did too. Watching left fail videos, I just expected it.
Yeah, that's not as big of. You really built that up for us.
Yeah, it tries to go somewhere and then goes nowhere.
It really doesn't. For a second there, I was like, "That's gonna tip in the grass."
I mean, if you notice the crazy footwork we were both doing to walk over all the trip hazards.
Yeah.
In a world
like you don't even think about it while you're doing it, but you watch the video and you're like, "Oh dang, good footwork, man." We did not just trip on everything.
See, that's the thing about up in the corner catching everything cams is you catch things like that. The problem is you have to sift through it all to find the thing like that.
Yeah, and that's the problem with that whole series is that series was recorded a lot, and there's a lot of it.
No.
Yeah.
Like a Volvo.
Well, and I've been very good about deleting things. Once the video comes out, the raw footage deletes because I just don't have the space for it. There's no reason to keep all raw footage. I have what I cherry picked out of it to make the video. That's what I got left of it. You know what I mean? Do I probably get rid of some things that there's probably some good, cool little moments? Maybe, but
I've been zipping mine. My older
have
stuff.
You?
Yeah. Well, they call it compress, but it turns it into a zip file on there. So that's what I've been doing with stuff. Because I already have the videos, but I'll save a copy of the video with that. So in case something ever happens, gotta go to some other service or something like that, I'll at least have the video, hopefully.
Well, all the main videos I have stacked in different places, doubled up and backdoored and whatnot.
I probably need to do that on a couple.
So I have a separate drive on the computer, and then I have that storage drive we were talking about as my external backup. So I have backups in two different places in case something happens.
Oh, same truck.
Oh yes. We lost all the audio. I don't know if he knows that, but this.
Telling you, it's some Mystery Science Theater stuff. That'd be awesome.
That science or that science. So that video series I've heard about. I believe this was a camper, and then they took the camper off of it. And now it's just a death trap.
Very intelligent man told me one time, if you want to take your factory rig and make it go fast, you don't worry about all them performance things you can put on it. You don't worry about all that fancy high dollar go fast parts. All you got to do is put it on a diet. Because the thinner you make your rig and the lighter you make your rig, the faster it's going to go. And I think this F-150 just got a lot faster.
Is that the one that was a camper?
No.
Oh, that was a different one.
So that's a different series altogether. This is an F-150 we got off of a scrap dealer, and it was just all wrecked up. You could see by the condition of the box, it was in pretty rough shape. Rust-wise, really good shape. Body panel wise, completely screwed.
Hey, the train's going by. Remember the train?
Yeah.
I remember the train.
After you hear it a little bit and you've been here for a while, you'll never hear it again. That's what everybody says.
Oh yeah, we did. By the time we left there, it was the same way. But it's just like I remember it.
That house that you guys stayed at, they did a bunch of work on it. I don't know what all they did, but that intersection now
is ridiculous.
It's way worse now. They're doing the whole roundabout there, so that whole There's no stoplight there anymore. The
That's
side
a
roads are
roundabout
closed.
now.
It's going to be, yeah. It'll be open
Oh
in
wow!
March, 8th May, something like that. So they're doing massive
roundabouts.
Oh, I love them.
those
Them roundabouts.
We need more. Dudes Branches thinks they're 4-way stops. So
Fuck, they bet. I hate
he's
them
like, it's
roundabouts.
my turn. I waited.
My turn. I'm out of here.
I waited. Then everybody's like, you don't wait, you just send it through. And no.
I hate the ones
you
that
get a
have
gap.
2 lanes. I hate the ones that have 2 lanes that come in for an inner and an outer, and then you get just guys that want to cut off each other into that deal. That's what they had in Maryland, and it was just like, this is terrible because all you've created is now I'm fighting these guys and these guys. It's like, get wrecked.
I haven't had too much trouble with that. Usually it's people not knowing what to do in the roundabout. Like today, we were coming home, and this guy just stops right in front of us in the roundabout. Julie's blowing the horn like crazy, and they're just like, no, you gotta go. Like, you're even blocking us. We can't go, even if we wanted to. And then finally, he just slowly moseyed on down. It's like, that's the idiocracy that we get.
I was not stoked coming through those roundabouts with that big rig.
That wasn't with a full Volvo either.
Oof.
Yeah.
Like,
I thought he gave
the first
a better route that had less roundabouts.
We talked about it, but he was just like, I don't know, call me when you get close. And then I got close, and I was like, whatever. This way it doesn't look like there's any roundabouts. And then I saw him at the last minute. I was like, okay, looks like I do that. Hit the first one, I was fine. Hit the second one, I was like, that curb. And I hit the last one, that small one. The nice thing about the small one is the curves were all set up for people to run over them, and then I just did.
Yep. Oh, we got so many more now since you guys have been.
What's he doing?
They added what? No.
They've added more roundabouts. Oh, we got roundabouts all the time.
Just add them.
The roundabout budget there is just, through the roof.
Yeah.
It's about a roundabout.
But traffic accidents are way down. The accidents that have happened, the damage has been way
Only
down.
because the roundabouts kill the people that screw up.
Did you have a lot of accidents at those intersections?
Just normal stuff with it. But just in general, the amount of accidents that we had, the traffic flow is so much better. But because, you can zip to any part of town now in moments. Not that it's a big town anyways, but, where it would take you 10 minutes to get to the other side of town. Take nothing now.
Yeah, but is that because less people are driving, because less people are out? Because
no, we're back to full stuff. No, so some of the stoplights that I would normally have to stop, there's no stoplights through there. So if there's no traffic, I just go right through. Now there are some places that the traffic's heavier, so you have to wait a little bit, but still not that long. Yeah. So you keep moving the whole time. So better gas mileage, blah blah blah. I don't notice that as much, but so I love them. I think they're great. So, other than idiots, I am not anti
roundabout. I have no, because I was driving roundabouts overseas.
No qualms with the bouts.
Yeah.
Younger. They were, it's a foreign thing over there. And then when they came to America, everyone's like, oh, bring in roundabouts. But I'm like, whatever. We're going. If they work, they work. They don't, they don't. It's when
I lived in Davenport. They liked roundabouts, but they did big roundabouts. Like big.
Yeah.
You could drive that thing like a racetrack, not like, okay, here we go. Like your roundabouts are like just 5 things converging on a donut hole.
Yeah. Those are,
I don't think you guys went through the roundabout into a roundabout, did you? The big ones? It goes from a roundabout into a roundabout. Right off from the exit off the freeway. You go into a roundabout. And then it goes right into it.
I remember I came in the way where I went through 3 roundabouts that got worse. That's all I know.
Yeah, not sure which exact direction you came. I think I know the 2 that you went to, but I'm not sure. So.
I know we drove through them, or 1 or 2 of them later on, going through somewhere. We went somewhere. Was it
whenever we go to Burger Place?
Everyone left?
Maybe.
I think it was. Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, because we didn't go that way when we were going to get burgers. We actually went the opposite way.
Yeah, we went over the train tracks and then would go. And that's the way I ended up leaving, essentially. Was go out because I hit that come and go and then hopped on the freeway that way and left that right past.
Yeah, so you missed all the roundabouts that way.
Yep, that's the way I should have come in. Although I think I didn't want to come in because of some reason coming into the neighborhood that way or something. I don't know.
Some reason.
I'm sure It sounded like a great idea at the time.
Yeah, it all works.
It did.
You made it home. I mean, after
I
multiple
did.
flats, but still.
I
made it
left out of there that night, so I can't wait. Well, we went out and got dinner. We came back. I took a little nap, and then I rolled. I was up, and I was like, "Fuck it, we're gonna roll." And I left out of there. It didn't end until I got that blowout. So that was a full like day and a half later or something like that. I was just rolling the whole time.
Destroyer rolling back in.
Yeah. Hey, Destroyer, what's up, brother?
We're seeing some good
old
dudes content.
Now I lost it.
You know what? That's what I'll do. Put the Cappy. If you want to come hang there, bud. In fact, anyone else, it's we're definitely after partying here. Hey, thank you. The body guy, this guy right here.
Yeah.
Oh. Dude, there's some gems here.
Yeah, that's a short right there. So, what exactly were you doing with the truck?
Oh, that was scrap. He was scrapping that thing.
So we were doing exactly
up,
that.
brother?
We are scrapping said truck. And the truck has a really good running 351 in it. And the idea is we have a seat that we were going to get rid of, and we were going to bolt it back to that mess. And then we were just going to go do rolling burnouts with it because it does those really, really well.
Do you still have this thing?
Oh, yeah. It's sitting under a tarp at my buddy's house.
Because when you just said that, I was like, he still has this thing.
Oh, yeah. We have not given up on this idea. It just became a side idea where we got back to the view of, do you make YouTube content that does well and you waste time and money, or do you just make YouTube content doing the things you should be getting done?
Doing the things you should be getting done.
Yeah.
Both.
So
having fun and cutting things up and doing rolling smoky burnouts, that's heaven.
I feel like you can still do the smoky burnouts through here. So
we really thought ourselves, and like, we don't want to get arrested because this truck's super illegal. We're going to have to put some lights back on it or something. And it's not licensed or insured because we're not titling a salvaged vehicle, essentially. So there's a lot of legal repercussions that we had to rethink when we thought about taking it up and down the streets and filming it.
Yeah.
Because, legalities. But to get that truck on the trailer, we loaded it on a trailer and took it to my buddy's house. We had to winch it onto the trailer because it wouldn't drive up onto the trailer.
Because it's just spinning out.
Oh, just spin, just smoke show. Like we had people standing on the back of the frame, and we could not get that thing to get on the trailer. And it's posi, so it would start spinning on the aluminum ramps and try jumping off the ramps.
Oh, it's just walking back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And you're barely even idling into it, and it's straight cut off exhaust right at the manifolds. So it's just loud as nobody's get out.
Mistakes were made. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, should have scrapped it on the trailer.
We gave $200 for the truck and had to unload it because it was actually on a scrapper's trailer. And when we asked the guy, we're like, "Hey, can we take some parts off that? It's got pretty decent parts on it." He's like, "The whole truck runs." We're like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, I got it off a guy. He didn't want it anymore." And I'm like, I would have given somebody $1,000 for that truck running and driving because it was really a decent truck. But the problem is this guy loaded it on the trailer and then filled the box full of other trucks. So the whole box was crushed. The back of the cab was crushed. I mean, it was just like, really?
That's all that happened.
And he's like, "Yeah, $200 is more than I'm going to give for it. If you guys want to unload it and reload the trailer, it's yours." So yeah, we unloaded it, drove it off, and it was just like, "You stupid son of."
Well, it wasn't worth his time though at that point.
Well, he's a scrapper. We know a few
Yeah.
guys in town that they're literally scrappers. Nothing has a value if it's not scrap, and everything is scrap. So,
Or a goat.
Was that a classic Ford? It was hard to see when I was driving and looking. On
yeah,
the phone.
she's a '94 Ford OBS.
Okay.
She's classy.
What was?
Unit. She's got
See, but I
351
feel
in
like-
her.
So here's the problem though that you run into is, and we've talked about this a bunch of times too, is that's not the Dudes with Wrenches brand at this point.
No, and I don't. The video never had a real conclusion because the whole idea is I tore all the interior out of this truck because the interior was perfect, headliner, everything, bucket seats, and all that interior was going to go in my white F-150. So I was going to make a video series of tearing out all the interior and reinstalling it in my F-150 and doing this whole series on it. And then just kind of like, who wants to watch me change the interior in an F-150? Nobody. So
Well, yeah.
then it kind of turned into, let's do something crazy with this truck. And we had all these great ideas, but then we did the legality choices and went, we're going to get arrested for doing that. So then it just kind of went to the wayside, and I cut up the truck because we wanted to get rid of the scrap and make the money back that we spent on the truck. And I wanted to keep the motor, and best place to keep anything is, where it was originally built. So, you just keep it right underneath that hood that it came under, and you tarp the whole mess, and you stick it off in the corner of the field.
And get a welder and get some pipe and make an exoskeleton. And
Oh,
sorry.
Here's the fun part. So I gave $250 for the truck. I'm keeping the motor and the transmission. I already paid my other buddy because he wants the chassis now. So he moved it around a bunch of times. He gave me $200 for the chassis. And so really I have nothing into the truck, and I have a free motor and transmission whenever I go to pull it out. And I made money off the scrap. So
sweet.
There was no lose-lose in it.
No.
Here, this is a good one. Here, I'll do
Wow,
this one.
Mom.
This was a good. I liked this bit. It was a good bit.
So this ought to be good.
It's a good bit.
It's a good bit.
This stuff is usually good. So.
All right, a little sawzall action. Gave this convertible F-150 a new tailgate. Oh, yeah. New tailgate, yes. Crap on that. Yeah. All right. Not out here. All right, take it back.
Oh, see, you beat Ram to the punch. That's the new pass-through system.
Yeah.
I don't know. No. You're both a little late to the party there, Avalanche boys.
Avalanche was the first I saw.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, but Ram does it right from the front on the new one, right? Or on the EV.
The EV one.
Oh, does it
Yeah,
really?
I don't know. I
I
haven't
have
seen
no
that.
idea. I don't watch the evil videos.
Well, I don't, but that was the only cool feature and absolutely stupid feature at the same time, is that you can open the hood and it's got a pass through, and then the tail, or not the tailgate, but where the box joins the cab, that opens up, and you can pass something right through the middle of this truck. I'm like, oh, that's never going to break.
Yeah.
All I thought of is slip and slide. Like you and your buddies have a few wobble pops and jump in there and just slide all the way through the truck.
Through the truck.
There you go.
Yeah,
Wet it.
room for a long piece of lumber.
Yucky.
Oh god.
Safety.
I like the shirt.
This is like a minor, yeah.
Oh, that.
I've been watching Vice Grip. Aren't you supposed to tell us what that smells like?
Oh, he doesn't know what it smells like. That's what the respirator's for.
I don't need to know what
Oh.
that smells like. I know what that smells like.
Yeah.
Respirator is my new friend, dude. Like after you have one and use it, you're like, why did I not do this when I was younger? My lungs and my body would thank me.
Smells as bad as it looks.
I literally just bought one with field air gas the other day. It
It's
was like,
not
I
as
can't
bad
believe
as
I'm
it
buying
looks.
this.
How old is this footage?
2 years? 3?
He's probably muted
He is.
so that the audio can play.
Yep.
Dude,
Without-
with mold sports.
All right, that's side
Reading
number
back.
one.
Gosh.
Try number 1? Is that what he said?
That's side,
Side
number
number
one.
one.
Oh, side 1.
And he's got to go do it all over again.
Oh.
Side deuces. Oh,
It's
it's
a good
already
trim.
going to be bad. So bad.
I feel like that respirator is too small for your face. I'm just saying.
It doesn't work because he's got a beard on, anyways.
Is it
That's what I
the
was
beard
thinking.
thing? Well, it will work. It's just not super efficient.
It's better than not having it.
Oh, not that
It's
bad.
true.
Not that bad.
Maybe.
Still, as a former tower guy for wireless, like that doesn't make sense.
This is
He's
how
actually
you get
trying.
rust. All up in these areas around your windshield. Oh, yeah.
What car is that? Was that a Camaro?
I think this is literally the formula, Ryan. I think you're talking about. We just sit
Firebird.
here,
I think
somebody
it
takes
is.
the
Yep.
footage, and we just talk shit.
All righty.
Yeah. Are we
Let's
screen recording this?
rip this thing up. Oh, no.
Fun.
Oh, yeah. Not
Well,
good.
This is where you mute the video and you just have dialogue over top of it.
That's
Dude,
yeah.
Mystery Science Theater 2000. Anyone else
Yeah.
remember that?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what we were talking about before you got in. Ryan and I were talking about the same thing. And now that everyone else is here, I'm like, this is even better.
So it is. Oh yeah.
Dude, a bunch of little heads at the bottom just yelling at the screen.
Exactly.
Is that a layout we can do? Can we do a layout where we're all across the bottom, or does it always have to be the side right here?
No, you can grab
They're
and
just
drag
biting
people.
away at this top seat and realized
So I can-
got some old bolts holding it in. There's a little panel in here between the tubs.
Oh, so I can do
Now I got
different-
that all out, so I can pull them bolts.
do
We can pull the
different
rest of the
here,
seat
but I
out,
can't
see what
do-
else is back there.
Oh,
There should be the video, and then it shows like of your choices. There should be the video, and then it shows like the little face on the video. Far right, I believe. for your
Alrighty,
layout
well,
options.
the new carpet has been ordered.
Well, that's showing
Things
a
have
face
definitely
already.
escalated.
Sorry, dudes.
These
I'm
speakers in there, looks like.
playing.
That's fine.
Uh-oh.
And yeah,
Oh.
Oh, that's what it was.
headliner's all out. It smells awful. But once we get all this stuff cleaned out of here,
Yeah.
we'll
Yeah.
be back to awesome.
Let's
go. Get it done.
Winner.
Hey, you can teach an old dog some new tricks.
Listen, you've been teaching me on this the whole time. You know how to lead me just close enough, and I'll figure it.
Well, it's about time you figured it out. Christ, took
Right.
you long enough.
For Christ's sake.
Oh,
What the hell you doing?
Finding out.
Jimmy.
It did once upon a time have a cage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we can tell by those little holes that go back.
Have we figured
All
out
these
what
little
this car is?
patches, and then they did a lot of patching over.
Oh, that's grand. Right there.
Oh,
Fiberglass.
crikey.
This
Crikey.
is something I can
moisture
set. It keeps
coming
things
through
out.
that at all.
These
is
are just
there?
self-tapped in, which doesn't leave them very structural. We're gonna pull those
no.
out. You put some
I
real
dated
patch
a
in
girl
there,
like that once.
some spot welding.
Is
Patch.
that
Yeah, maybe just kind of replicate the fiberglass.
galvanized? A galvanized
Or some seam
patch?
sealer.
That's what it
Whatever
looks
will
like.
work. We're not restoring here. We're just
galvanized.
making better.
That's why they screwed it in instead of welding it.
Well, there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that. I don't see
Well,
the
the
problem
toxic-
at all.
the toxic gases and whatnot.
Dude, oh my God, this is awesome.
Alrighty, we're doing a little more cleaning.
Oh, the speaker
Found me a little more mouse nest.
Oh, that's not a
Wait,
subwoofer
big one.
box?
Let's have
This
some
is a-
back.
It's a sheet.
Custom built
Back in
center
there.
console?
Yep.
Oh,
God.
my.
There is a
This
I
got
don't know who
Mike
invited
and-
all these mice to this party, but
No, this is a product of the
not
80s,
happy with those
clearly.
guys.
Where they
Is this the
put
fair
the
lane,
spray
or is
foam
the
in
They're
to
cleaning.
insulate it and quiet it down.
Oh,
Is that what it does?
That's exactly what that is.
I'm telling you, that was Dirty Mike and the boys were in there.
Dirty Mike's hamsters. And he was in there.
You know where their hamsters have been.
Yeah. That's definitely an F shack if I've ever seen one.
Right. Oh, that's what it is.
That's a
what it is.
badass car. I don't care what anyone ever has to
Yeah,
say.
that's gorgeous.
My God,
Look
that's
at the
beautiful.
interior. Yeah, it is.
She's pretty.
Wow.
She was.
I wish I dated a girl that looked like that.
Oh, I just wish you get this blue thing out of the way so I can see that sexy beast behind it.
Oh God.
I
that
think he's
thing.
gonna try and move it, but I don't think he knows there's a car back there.
You mean the grill? Oh, the never mind. He already ran that over.
He didn't run it over. He just bumped it a bit. A wee
Moved
bit.
it.
Just a wee bit.
Hey, I felt bad. I'm a huge fan of like smokers and grills.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I know.
Does it have any audio or no?
No. Well, I don't hear anything right now.
that one doesn't.
Are you good? Were you on the chip?
Yeah,
there?
the other did.
Who's on the limiter?
Yeah, just. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
Oh,
they do.
dude. I scared the hell out of half-ass garage tonight. He's like, dude, you should start your car. I said, okay, that's no problem. Dude, I didn't realize my microphone is way better than my phone mic. Oh, it was fun. That was fun.
It was so loud it was cutting out other people's audio.
Oh, I bet.
I started
It sounded
Block 1
amazing.
last
No
week
audio,
on
dude.
Bryce's live.
Yeah, still don't.
Nothing.
That was good. I watched that.
I don't understand why
Yeah,
sometimes
but-
it has audio, sometimes it doesn't.
I don't know.
I just kind of chalked it up to StreamYard. So the only problem I have with this Mystery 3000 or what Science Theory 3000 idea is, dude needs to be on the mic with us. You can't
Yeah, I agree.
be not
Right.
there.
I hate the
Yeah.
fact
Fixed it.
that with this
Well,
headphones
I could
on,
easily
he should
do it.
not-
I could just present with a different thing, and then that would work, and then I could.
Well, you shouldn't have feedback from the audio of the video if you have headphones on. The only
So
time
what
I had it
it's-
was speakers.
What it's
I don't
doing
know.
is I have like 3 audio sources here. So these are connected to the mic directly, so that
Way
it
too much
fucks
going
with
on.
everything.
Yeah.
It's got a Bunsen burner and chemistry and a lab
Yeah.
coat. Yes,
Just
Now-
drinking some
understood.
hard candy as well. You know,
Blue
real
crystals.
multitask guy over there.
Now, I did see the pictures that you put up of the furniture, and I was going to say you need to change your channel to Dudes with Fire because that was pretty epic.
That did get out of hand quickly.
This has audio.
Now
We
we
have
can hear
audio.
it. There you go.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, hush.
Clunk.
That car's a shaking.
Oh no. Oh.
There's a little
You know why it
chop.
sounds like that? Because every time it's rolling over like that, it's actually grinding the cam loads down. That's why it sounds like that.
You
That's how you
can't turn
get
that, that fuel
that's a-
pump kick. You're like, oh.
Yeah,
Not wrong.
that
That's
fuel
how you
pump-
get that custom grind.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yes, the custom grind cam.
It was good.
Self
That
clear.
fuel pump kicks on, and you're like, either something's really wrong with this car, or that fuel pump is angry.
That
Well, I
fuel
guess
pump
you-
was very angry, but it's a holly red, and it's like when I looked up the filter for it, it actually showed up in antique racing parts. So, yeah, it's not what you call a new one by model number. It's circa 1987.
What's
so.
it flow though? Like it
A lot.
flows
Red's a lot
It
because
sounds
I
like, yeah.
Kid
I run
time.
a blue and I have a blue in here, and I bought a new blue,
So
but I have the
Shut
old
the-
one, and it's so loud.
I
It's
did
so
math.
nuts.
I did the math on the fuel system on this car, and it will flow good for 1,200 horsepower. And
wow.
it uses a 1/2-inch copper water line up to the carb regulator.
Oh Lord.
Good God.
Yeah, because originally this car was a fully blown big
Wow.
block. So
Wow.
Yeah.
So your
It's
pressure
absolute-
regulator's like, oh my God, oh my God.
Yeah. How much do you need? All of it? Okay. Cool.
yeah, because it's huge pump, huge lines. It'll drain the cell if you want it to, and then they just regulated it down when they went to the smaller motor. So like the fuel system in the car is like rated for stupidity,
That's
Nice.
which
you should.
I think was half the problem when the cam got hurt, because I don't think it was regulating properly, and the carb leaking and blowing past all the floats was not helping. And it worked great with race fuel at 8,000 RPM, but anything below that, she was taking in way too much fuel for everything.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
lots of black smoke.
would have worked really good with the ethanol.
And you still haven't done anything with that since then. It's just sitting.
She's just sitting. She's in cold storage. She's in a building.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
Badass car, man. Oh my
It's-
God. I'm not a Chevy guy, but I respect huge. Like that is beautiful.
That was a
Well, I've
gorgeous
kind of
car.
forgotten about that car after all. I mean, because it's been freaking forever since you pulled that out.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Over a year and a half.
I don't recall seeing that one.
That was the first live we ever did. It was like September.
Oh, that was the engine pull.
20
Okay. Yep.
What? 21? Yeah, would have been 21.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, look at these freaking
Ooh, Mickey's.
Looks like.
Oh, yeah, the back end of that thing is pretty.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Oh,
Oh,
it's
come on,
back.
man.
No.
Don't cheat us here,
Go back.
You got a Tom Cruise impression here? Let's go.
There was something. There was a spin in dudes with wrenches
there
here.
was.
Some shit
not.
that was
There
about
was
to
no
happen
didn't happen.
Did you hear him clicking? You just hear him go, oh shit, turn it off again. Clear my,
Go back.
clear my web history. Oh,
There we
God.
go. This is the picture I was like.
I was picturing a lip sync coming up. That's what
Whoa.
There
Oh,
it is.
that is.
Very nice. Very nice.
Dude,
Oh, man.
that needs to be hanging on a wall behind you when you do whatever you do on YouTube. Just saying. That is
It's
beautiful.
got a
man.
little bit of tire underneath her.
You
Yeah.
can't really
I
tell
don't-
in this
Yeah.
picture, though.
I don't know if I'm a fan of the graphic on the side, though.
So here's the thing about the graphic
It's
on the
80.
side.
It's a bad mustache.
But it's actually one of the things I really love about the car because everybody either hates it or is just like, that's kind of neat because it's very,
Very
nostalgic.
divisive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
because of the size of it.
I
It's
can
not
see
big.
that.
It's not
The
small.
only thing fiberglass on the car is the hood because the original hood was taken off the car because they had cut a hole in it for the original blower motor.
Well, the big issue I have with it, it just looks like it's something stuck to the side of it, and it does look like there's something another part of it, a lighter shade of blue above it. It's hard to tell from this angle, but it just doesn't flow into anything. It's not so much.
Oh, it's definitely just a decal stuck on the side of it.
Oh, well, yeah,
Okay.
but and it was the period of the time. I mean, that's what they would have done if they were scumbagging it back then, essentially. You know what I mean?
Oh man,
Like the 90s, early
It
90s.
needs an Eddie
Yeah.
Van Halen signature above it, and
Yeah.
it would be
Yeah,
perfect.
it does.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like the veil side wing on my Z. Like it's like this very time period, but now you're like, oh, that's a little.
Yeah.
Ugh, we're still doing that. Ugh.
Yeah, no, it's just stuck in that time period.
Well, you know what? The tires on your C are very time period too, right?
No, I got new tires put on.
Oh,
that.
did you? You finally got new
Yeah.
tires? Okay.
I
That's a good
did.
thing.
Had to actually. In fact, I thought I was gonna be able to reuse the front tires on something this weekend, but those were 18s, not 19s, so I had to order new tires.
Maybe this
The
is a
wife-
better angle.
Hits me up yesterday and is like, I got a flat. I'm like, okay, do I need to come get you? And she's like, no. Takes it, swaps it over and takes it to AutoZone, or not AutoZone, Les Schwab to get it patched. The red, white, and blue. This is your 4th of July photos.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Don't mind this
Is this-
Ford over here.
Yeah.
I hate that Ford.
This
It's
is
just it's hiding. It's
This
okay.
is right before the city came by and issued a citation.
Oh no, they don't mind these. They're all registered and moved. It's
Yeah.
the ones that are in the air. They hate.
You got some nice units. That's
We don't have the-
nice dudes.
There's no shot from the side here where the dent is on Earl there, or not Earl. I want to call this one Earl, but Merle is that
What-
that's
what
you
is
call
that?
it, right?
That's sick.
Merle.
Merle. Yeah.
Merle. I don't know.
Carl is the other one. Merle, Carl, Earl.
Yeah,
You got
all
a thing
rednecky
going.
names.
Yeah, you do.
Love it.
Here,
Justice-
this is a good
Justice for
presentation of
Carl.
just how much insane tubbing you can do to a vehicle. Just all the
That's
tubs.
not bad.
Holy
That's not bad.
mackerel.
That is not that tubbed.
That is not that tubbed. The tire ends out here, bud.
I know.
How wide are those tires?
You see the tubs that go all the way across. They don't even freaking.
That's just
give you that
because-
spot back.
They wanted somewhere to put the 4-link. This thing is just They let it bang against the floorboards.
You still got room for the fuel tank in between and then some.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
Hey, NHRA called. They want their tires back.
Well, I measured it out. Total width I could go on a tire is like 23.5 inches.
What is the big tires? What are the big tires widths?
Not that big.
I was gonna say, yeah,
Wow.
that's huge.
Yeah. I don't know what somebody was running on this or why they felt they needed to go that much tubbed, but it's intense.
Now, did it come from like close to the southern border? Because you could probably tape stuff on the inside. Never mind. Just
Oh,
never know. Getting creative over here.
yeah.
And there's the other
this
problem
is not
too.
the car you come across the border in. You're going to be drawing some attention.
Fox said you could farm it out
On a
to
trailer.
the DOT to let them steam roll asphalt with it.
True. That would help with that. You take it to the trip, but that's supposed to lead track and lead the rubber down with,
Exactly.
one burnout, and you got enough rubber on the whole road.
Well, and that's the crazy thing. So that car has a 488 rear gear.
Oof.
And when we put the big wide tires that we bought with it, there were $1,000 extra just for the set of shitty fucking radials that run on the street.
Mhm.
And that thing, you could dust those tires at any speed. Like it didn't care. So it was bad.
Will it actually do a quarter mile without like bumping off the
I
red
thought it was
bone, or is
Oh,
it going up or
well,
an 8 mile
that's
car,
why
I
the
thought.
cam doesn't exist anymore because, we did that. Because the guy I bought it from was all like, oh no, I turn that thing $8,000 all the time down a quarter mile. It
Oh, it
runs.
was quarter mile. Okay.
Yeah, he'd run it on a quarter mile all the time. And I had a good friend of mine who'd driven the car, and he was like, oh yeah, we turn that thing like 8,500 RPM all the time. So the day I killed it, I was turning 8,500 RPM for probably over a mile and a half.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I should not have raced that motorcycle. That's all I'm saying.
Oh.
He was just as surprised as me.
Who won that race?
Well, that's a bad definition of one.
Yeah, I don't think any of us were ready for the amount of distance we traveled at the speed we were going at. And we were both just kind of like, well, that was insane. Cool.
You look at each other like, okay, all right. Yeah.
We're both going to tell this story to a lot of people.
Yeah, we're both going to tell a lot of stories. And it's both going to be like, good thing we didn't get arrested. And cool.
Yeah.
We're alive. Thank you. That's good.
Yeah, because it was one of those, we were on a city highway, it's cutting right through
Allegedly.
town.
Well,
You were-
Mexico.
In
I
Mexico.
understand.
Yeah. in
Allegedly on a
Mexico.
city highway in Mexico.
Yes, there you go. All right.
And, He
proceed.
pulled up and did one of those like motorcycle downshifts and got right up next to me and then just started grabbing into it. And I went, we can do that. And I just kind of laid into it and he started laying into it. And then he was like, what? And did a whole lot of this. And then we both kind of looked down and went, whoa. And we both kind of got out of it at the same time because we could see traffic ahead of us. And we both kind of slowed her down and then stopped. And we're like, that was pretty intense. Cool.
Dude, I hate when there is traffic on, that abandoned runway. Man, I hate
Yeah, same here. What are they doing out there, right?
that. It's a
Kind of one of those
runway.
moments where we were
Yeah.
both smart
Day-
enough to
day
know that if we
riders.
kept going, there was no amount of slowing down that was going to halt us from the group ahead of us. That was a pretty good distance away when we started.
Oh, yeah.
On a
Damn
runway.
Cessnas.
Yeah.
You'll have that.
Yeah.
That'll happen. I got nothing else in here. What else is in here?
Now, I'm trying to throw stuff in, seeing some of the latest YouTuber stuff of people even.
Yeah. That's what we were.
Dude, it's
yeah.
getting nuts, man. Like people going to jail from a video from like 3 years ago. Like what?
Huh?
Well, yeah, because the statute of limitations is 10 years or something in some of the states on like
the risk, right?
Stuff, things like that.
I would never show my speedometer and where I'm at. So
I could not believe that Cletus, when he bought that Porsche, showed the things him doing in that Porsche.
dude, he should be in jail right now. I mean, sorry.
If he goes by
Per the mess
way
that's
they've
going
done
on.
some of these other guys, like when he did that, and that's before they went after some of these other guys when he got that Porsche. I was just like, oof.
Graphic.
We don't have any audio.
I thought it did for a second.
It did for a second.
Yeah.
Damn it! It needs an Eddie Van Halen like right above it, dude, and it would be perfect. Like, dude, Guitar Hero in the house.
No, what it needs is the Doritos logo across the top of that decal because it's literally a Cool Ranch Doritos bag. Look at the cover.
Oh my god, you nailed it.
I didn't see it until just now, but
Choppy.
that is,
Nice.
that's what my Nissan sounds like. Wait a minute, go back. Was that a giant cigarette hanging out? of
Yes,
his
it was.
mouth? And he went whirling right there.
Just hanging
Hold
there.
on. Wait, look at that thing. That was a mile-long fucking 100.
That's a lipper. That's like I smoke and that's a lipper. Like he has it off the bottom lip, no top lip touching, like just dangler.
That's the original
Oh, sweet.
owner right there.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine.
It all makes sense now. It all makes
Yeah.
sense. Thank you.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go with this one. What's this one?
Oh shit, Salty's up.
Yeah.
What's up, Salty? How you doing, brother?
Salty is the man. Love that guy.
Did I pin that thing earlier? I don't think I did. There you go, Salty, if you want to roll in, bud.
I just don't understand it. How does such a small little mousy thing make so much noise?
It's called a giant cam, and then you shoot it all down into the motor when you
That's
shoot
the
it up.
weirdest looking EV I've ever seen.
Extra valves? I'm not sure what EV means.
Yeah,
What is that? I'm not. You lost me with the EV thing.
I've heard a lot of FTDs, but that's a new one on me.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's gangster.
This was the sister to the Fire Hazard Fairlane.
Oh,
The story with this one is
that's the
good.
one.
Well, terrible, but good too.
Your love of obscene vehicles is impressive.
It is.
Oh, I would have never bought this one. Not in a
Really?
million years. There would have been amount of money that I would have given for this because this thing was trash. Pay attention to the spoiler on this one. At least the Fairlane had an actual spoiler. This is a piece of like door threshold flashing.
I see the end. I was like, wait a minute. I bolted them in before.
Yep. And there is
a
a tunnel ram on this car.
Okay.
That's also fun. You can't tell by these pictures because the guy was driving away when I decided to take pictures like a smart person at the end. But this car is not straight. Like it was all kinds of wavy, ugly purple.
Yeah.
He didn't make it back to Canada with it. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I remember.
You can see it right here in the fender, just how bad the bodywork is.
How weird that tire is.
Oh,
Yeah,
Fender
the tire looks like it's
there.
really far forward in that fender.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at the
there
rear
was-
tire. Why is the rear tire
Oh,
look like it's
yeah.
so far
And the
back?
rear tire, yeah, it's not centered.
There's
up.
like 6 inches of extra fender on the back side of the fender.
That's all the more the windows would close. This car, like, you wanted to ask him if it just been wrapped around something at some point and then someone
Yeah.
just mudded it back up. Like, look at this fender line. Just kind of, whatever.
Yeah.
You see it roll down in that one spot right there.
Oh,
Yeah,
it looks, it looks fine to me, but I don't know that much about 67 Mustangs.
They don't look
And this
like
guy
that.
was so proud because he gave $9,500 for this. So,
Ooh.
yeah.
Oh God.
And flew in from Canada to drive it home 16 hours.
Holy crap.
That'd be a great YouTube video. Well, didn't make it.
He did not. He did not.
It didn't.
Because
didn't
as you
look
notice
far.
underneath the car, there's a lot of things hanging and a lot of zip ties just kind of doing their thing down here. And yeah, this right here behind the tire, that's the tranny cooler.
Oh, yeah, it's a good place for it.
Yeah, you know,
Transmission's what
oh,
we
sorry,
meant.
transmission cooler.
Yeah.
But those deep dish slotted mags, there were some coin.
I mean, they're probably 14s, but maybe they're 15s.
Oh, that'll fit on my side.
My thing is like the pole barn that was behind it in the picture. I was looking at that going, I need a shop, and that looks perfect.
There you go.
Oh, seriously.
In a field?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
I'm looking at houses out here going, okay, the house is non-existent, but that shop I can work with.
Yeah.
Oh, here's another one. This one's never seen the light of day either.
This is like at the remember after the Volvo build at the end where we were all just watching.
That's what I was thinking. Yep.
Stuff that he wasn't going to show anyone else.
Oh, yeah, we got to see the Fairlane videos and stuff. That was great.
Yeah.
Nostalgia with dudes.
What is that?
That is a Mercury Monterey.
Huh.
Cool.
Can't say I've seen that
Lights.
The back
Over the
end looks
top
like a
of it.
front end.
Yes. Looks like it has
Yeah.
a bass mouth. Like,
It's like
It's like
that
you
fish
expect that to
looks
flip up and
away
there
from
be
the front
headlights under
and
there.
back.
My jiggly warbler catch that thing.
Yeah, I'm really confused. Is it leaving or coming or going?
Yeah.
it's definitely a look.
Stop
It
looking
is.
at me, Gypsy.
She shined up nice, though.
Disney made a character out of that rear end.
The bright work on this
Are
car
you sure that was
shined up
Disney and not Pornhub?
amazingly.
Wow, yeah,
Like, you're not going to find better chrome.
that's a lot too.
Yeah, so is this
Oh,
at
this-
an auction? Are you selling?
That's beautiful.
This thing? What are you
No,
doing
we
right
bought
here
that.
in this?
Camaro behind him.
It's just a car that never made the show.
So where's that car now?
I sold it.
That's what I'm saying. So
Oh, you sold a car?
it
Well,
does happen.
It happens more than I'd like to admit.
Uh,
I was going to say, I'm not sure I heard that correctly.
yeah.
We don't talk about it in mixed company, but he
I
does
don't know if you
sell.
can see that, but there's the property I'm saving up for.
Ooh.
What's her name?
How many acres?
Well, that's a whole quarter section,
Whole quarter section.
but that runway is just about a mile long. It's big enough to run.
Oh, the
Right.
runway's
Ooh.
on the property.
That's bad, dude. Give me a cot in that property. I'm
I
done.
was gonna say, I just need a place to park a RV for.
It's very close to where I live, and it's reasonably priced. Now, when I say reasonably priced, it's still way out of my range, but
What's reasonably priced?
well, we'll say 3.9 mil.
Oh, geez.
Oh, that's slightly out of
Canadian?
my price range.
But
Give me two.
I was gonna say, that's only like
Oh.
something mil.
Focus.
oh, there it is.
Well,
But
hold on.
I need
Who
to
wore
find
it?
out if
Who
that
wore
thing
it
can be
better?
made in a drag strip.
The Focus. I don't know. It doesn't have
Oh,
on the
well,
Focus.
hold on.
There's a
How
gleam
much have you
of-
taken off of this Fairlane in this picture?
Well, the
It's
wing's still
Just
there.
the wood.
Just
I
the
mean-
wood, so it's still as much of a fire hazard and all. Everything's still
Oh,
in
yeah.
it. Okay,
Yeah,
the
this
Focus
is-
totally wins in this one
Yeah.
because it catches on fire. It gets in that race.
That's true.
My issue with the Focus is look at the top back of the hatch where the like brake light is.
Mhm.
Yeah, like what do you? Who is the engineer that got the really bad
Oh.
weed at the end of the day? Because dude,
No,
that
Put
was
them up there
not
on the
good.
pillar.
No,
That's
so
for
Bob.
planes flying over.
No, so the guys made all this thing, and then Bob's like, "Hey, you know we got to put that light in, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm not telling him." They're like, "Bob, you got to go fucking tell him." And Bob's like, "This is not going to end well," and that's how it ended. You
He's
know,
like,
what I
hey,
mean?
I can French it in. It's okay. I'll just
Yeah.
French
Some
it in.
pillar panels
Yes.
that we could take out.
We'll tell
Yeah,
them it's
yeah.
high up there for safety.
My
Yeah.
issue with the Focus is it's a Focus.
It's
Yeah.
a Focus. That's
Yeah.
indeed true.
So that
I
blue
hear
car you
those
were
things
showing
are
there,
really fun, but
Ooh,
Yeah.
likey.
55?
Ooh.
56?
This thing
what
is
we're doing here?
strangely enough pretty rust free.
Really?
What are you doing with it though?
This was the car I wanted to put a motor in and drive to your house.
Yeah.
That's the
This
one.
is the car I want to
That's
come
the
down
one.
and put a motor in.
You go
drive
back
to
and
my
forth.
house.
Yeah, you go back and forth on what you want to drive out here.
I want to drive this. Or
What is
pickup.
that?
You let me know.
Is that
I'm
a-
down.
That is
Is
a
that
56 210 4-door
Oh,
post.
yeah, with post.
So much needs to be done to that.
This is one of the cars that it's rare when you hear a man make the same noise as if they saw a girl with a fine butt. You're like, ooh.
What do you got there?
This
Yeah,
one
what
has
do
a
you got
really
there?
good backstory. This was
She's
actually our
looking good.
family car growing up.
Huh.
And if you were to open the trunk, is it all rusted out right at the bottom,
No.
or is it all good? It's
There
all
is
good.
one rust spot in the floor because the passenger back window is broke out. So water comes in that door, and there's a rust spot right on the passenger back floor. And that's it. Other than that,
That's
the car,
nice.
it actually stopped being driven in like 1987. So, yeah, it's really been off the road more than it's been on the road. And it was owned by an old lady before that. So
So was it originally two-tone, or is it black?
it was originally
black?
a two-tone car. It was
Yeah.
black and like a black and white. And then
Yeah.
they painted it pink.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, little old lady had it, and she decided pink was the color.
Okay.
Thanks, Avon.
Yep. There you on.
Mary Kay, thank you.
I'm telling you, you just start selling all this crap. You're never gonna build it all.
let's give it
Never
away.
gonna build it
Take
all.
that car.
How dare you?
Oh no,
Kids
so let
got
somebody
kids.
else. I'm
Hey.
going on to the other side of the comment section here, where they say he should get rid of it because he's not going to build it. I'm that team today.
He's that guy now.
You don't smash another man's dream.
Yeah.
You want some Chevy heads, maybe
Oh,
some Chevy
it's-
cranks.
It's not even a dream at this
Intakes.
point. It's more of a
Carburetors.
actually
Door converters?
completing the job for him at this point. Destroyer is a nightmare in and of itself with all of the projects he's buried himself.
Yeah, but
in.
he's like a popular YouTube star now.
Yeah,
So
I
he's
mean,
gonna
I
be
can
able
get
to quit his
famous.
job and just
Check
do
this
this
out.
full time soon. And he's at least you're 10 years younger than me, so you're good.
I want that.
Was
I
Scout
want
2?
that.
Scout 2.
You
little?
had me at Scout.
Is an international travel-all. It is their form of a Suburban, and these
Yeah.
are airport
Yeah.
rigs.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
of the multiple doors, yeah, you can tell
1,
it's an
2,
airport
3,
rig.
4, 5.
It's
I wasn't
just
sure if it was an airport.
This is a
or
10-door airport rig, and
Yep,
this is his second 10-door airport rig that he found once he got this one.
oh, that's awesome.
The second one looks like it's bent.
It does.
It
They
does
are
look like it's bowing really bad, but that's
both
just because
bad.
the fender to door color makes it weird.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Travel. Oh.
Here's the best
Hey.
part. This guy owns 2 of these. He takes them to shows and big events, and you
They're
rent
definitely
a
bad.
seat, and he drives you around town in them.
I bet.
Oh.
And he actually makes pretty good money. I've talked to him.
Oh, I'm sure.
Uh-huh.
If he wants to make really good money, have him come out to Arizona because
Wow.
that is the Mormon Special 9000.
Yeah.
Yo.
Mm-hmm.
Take him around the block.
They are long.
That's wild.
Long.
They're so
Oh,
cool.
Proper doors
I've
in the
only
back.
seen the one other airport car that I was familiar with.
Feel like
Don
this.
from Roadkill had one.
See if I got
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
close up here.
Yeah, the old
See the
Dodge that they
sledgehammer?
had.
Yeah, I think it was hideous. This is cool.
Keeping the door closed.
That's what
I-
keeps the
That's
door
awesome.
closed.
Iowa
Iowa
prom rig.
Here, I can't see with the.
That's awesome.
Yep, that's what he does. He puts a bungee on there and jams this baby in there, and away he goes.
Listen, it's not going anywhere. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Mind
Safety
your business,
first.
Karen.
That's cool.
A lot of dumb stuff in here. Don't worry about any of that. A lot of Volvo stuff. We should probably get rid of that. Or fucking
Yeah.
I have to say, I'm very much enjoying this because you're
Oh, yeah.
finally like releasing. Because I spoke to you years ago, and you're like, well, year and a half, 2 years, whatever it is, we've known each other, and you're like, I have so much stuff I've never shown anyone.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is long
It's
before you were
impressive.
cutting it up.
Oh, it's the same truck.
That is that truck, yeah.
Oh
Right? That's
No.
the Salsa truck, isn't it?
no,
Yeah.
it's the Is it?
Same truck.
Yeah. It's just got more
I
pieces
can't
on it right there in that
stop.
video.
Well, the bed didn't look
And-
as damaged in that one.
Share screen. Oh, it's just a better angle.
Oh, okay.
Share. Okay. This is the one.
Oh, this is
Hear
not even
anything.
edited.
Oh, I can hear.
Train.
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, yeah.
It's a hint of exhaust leak.
We just got to clear that out and buffer it.
Yeah.
That's
It'll come
fine.
right.
Doesn't even sound like a Ford.
That's the best part.
Looks like a Dakota from the front.
Yeah, with the grill missing, yeah, it does.
Oh, just listen to her. Choo-choo. God, I'm glad I don't have to look at it anymore, though.
Sounds
Still,
fun,
the
though.
rust above the wheels is awesome. It's like,
It
all
is.
right, like how many coolers do you have to put in the back of a Ford and have them leak before you get that? That's a good look. Like let's make that for the new
That's
Fina.
He did. He had already stolen for himself. He scrapped those first. What are you talking about?
Great shot.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know which one's older in this picture.
The car. Ownership of the car. Well, I guess in dog years, no. The dog's older
Yeah.
always.
Yeah, there you
The
go.
dog's like, I know you got bacon. You
Yep.
better give me that shit.
You know what? I gotta say, those hubcaps are really polished.
Oh, they were Chinese steel. They came like painted polish.
Is that what they made the balloon out of?
Still,
It's amazing how good it looks, though, compared to what it really is.
Yeah. Did,
Yeah.
well, do you guys shoot that balloon down?
nicely.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, we did.
Wait, go back.
Missile
Go
set.
back and show Eric the picture of the freaking the snow picture of the fire hazard. Fairly when it had the wings.
Oh yeah.
I don't
He
know.
wasn't here for that
Yeah.
part. Or did I call? Oh,
right.
ruin it.
Well, I got to go back and find it. This is not a very
Hey,
good system.
Stay on your path. Don't worry
don't-
about me.
Yep.
I appreciate it. Don't go
I
off
didn't-
course.
I didn't realize it was going to derail that hard until you took it all off the screen. I was like, oh shit, I thought it was going to be easy.
Destroyer, just so you know, it's pictures of the Fairlane before he bought it.
Yeah.
Oh, shnikey.
It still had the wings on it.
Sorry, Fox, you're right.
Dude.
You just go watch his content. Go
Oh
watch
my!
the
Oh,
video.
dude, I've
no,
watched.
You can't. This picture's not put up in the content. You have
Yeah.
to know somebody to know
I
this.
thought it had the wings on it when in one.
Oh,
No,
yes.
the wing. Zoom in. Can you enhance?
I
There
get
it
it.
is.
Oh,
First time we've
dude.
had it.
yeah.
Okay, I did not see
Enhanced.
this one. I've watched
No.
every one.
Enhance.
When
No,
he
this
was
one is. You have to know somebody.
when
to
he
know
was
this.
still a peasant like us in YouTube. I watched every one of his. Well, never mind.
Yeah, the ones that are gone. No, I love right here too is the quarter round. The quarter round is my favorite part of that car. That he glued quarter round. You can see the piece missing over the door, and I feel like if you don't put the quarter round back on it, dudes, I have a problem with it. We
Yeah.
talked about this. I've
He
expressed
was a
my
visionary.
distaste of not having the quarter round on the car anymore.
My,
I'd like to know.
one
Now,
of
are
my
this
favorite
stuff-
features was the felt under the hood. That
Yep.
was brilliant.
Oh my
did
god!
That was,
I've had so many wildly crazy complaints about the fact that we did not present the fluorescent bulbs in the spark plug wires working.
working.
Video.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have
There's
to
a lot of
replicate
people-
that. I'm gonna have to go
Yeah,
buy
I
a
feel like-
perfectly good set of spark
Yeah.
plug wires and cut them in half and put bulbs in them now.
No, you don't have to do that. You have a perfectly good set of old ones you can just cut up and do that with.
Well,
You know,
to
the
tell you the
interesting
truth,
thing though,
there's
is
a
I didn't-
box somewhere in my attic that probably has all of them still in it.
Fucking knew it was. The guy who has a rack for all of the cranks for what was it, big blocks or whatever it is,
Small
obviously
blocks
has
and
whatever. It's
That's-
erroneous
It's got
to
a
my
different
part,
rack for the big black ones.
Oh yeah,
You
exactly.
need to do a brand new restoration.
Oh my god!
That is awesome. How dare you?
And it's just brap, pap, 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 because the fiery bits are just below it.
Oh yeah.
They must have just came from the car wash because I've never seen one of those cars that doesn't have dust right above the exhaust.
Oh yeah, her
Awesome.
mouth is going to be just a blackened fucking.
Yeah, yeah. It's
That's
awesome.
how old you've been holding out on us over here.
I'm telling you.
Check this guy out.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like ye.
No floors. Couldn't have floors. It's too nice.
don't need that where we're going.
Looks like an Iowa car.
Don't worry about this one.
Oh, I like that.
What do you
Yeah, send it.
Oh,
How many horsepower
come
was that?
on.
There you go.
Oh,
I screwed up with this car. I should have bought it. I
You
didn't.
told me about this one.
Yeah. I was so pissed.
I think those would make a great drag and drive vehicle.
Oh,
Cletus
okay,
is
so the
improving
problem
that
with
right
this
now.
car is the motor is done. Like it has holes in pistons.
Yeah.
So
Window.
it's all just pretty on top. So what this car was is this old guy was restoring this car. It was never supposed to be a fully blown tubbed car, right? And he got cancer. So him and his brother got together and they said, we're going to build the most outrageous whatever car. So they cut all the rust in the floors out and they started tubbing it and chopping the frame and nothing is done good, well, otherwise. The welds suck. It's not finished. It's not anything. The motor was not built for a blower. It's actually a high compression small block. So
Oh,
they
bad.
slapped the blower on her
Oh.
and the guy took one ride in poor health, but it was just to say that the car was done and they drove it down the street in the condition you see it in, no windshield, no anything.
Wow.
And that was his final ride. And they did a big car show, drive around with it. And then he passed away. And the car sat for a long time. They're like, yeah, it stopped running when it melted the pistons down.
You'll have that.
So we went to buy some stuff off the old lady. She had a lot of parts and stuff, and it'd been sitting in the back barn. And I didn't want to lowball her. Like I felt the car, even though it was built wrong and had all this stuff on it, I'm like, it's more than I want to spend. It's too much of a project. I'm not going to offer you what I know it's worth, because I think that you could get more from somebody else. So I didn't make her an offer, and I should have, because come to find out later, offending her was not the problem. She just wanted to see it gone. So the two guys that ended up buying this monstrosity gave $2,500 for it.
Oh,
And I was just, I didn't even want to offer her $8,000 because I knew there was $8,000 in blower and Ford 9 and all these parts. And I'm just like, oh no, somebody will give her reasonable money. This guy was a huge guy in the car community. You know, it was sad that these guys came in and just essentially stole the car.
yeah.
And then they turned around and this is the ad they put up. And they're asking $13,500 for this car, the way it sits. And it's just like, get bent. Fun part is, because everybody in the car community in this area knows of this car and knows the situation and story, no one has ever bought that car still to this day.
Nice.
So
Good.
it's a good story of just like, you can't keep ripping people off in life without wasting $2,500 on something that A, can't be finished, and B, is a total monstrosity.
It's trash.
The front view, all I can think of is Johnny number 5.
Yeah.
Oh,
Johnny
it
number
does
five.
have.
The blower is Johnny 5 right there.
Yeah.
yeah.
Have a
I
thing
can
for
see
that.
that. Careful, you're aging yourself.
I am
there.
actually. Yeah, well, we've done that
Oh,
multiple
I've aged
times. Yeah.
plenty.
I've aged well.
I'm not saying that,
I'm
but-
not gonna say that. I don't know many people that
Documents.
say that.
I have aged. I can agree with that.
I
Yes,
don't-
that part I can concur with.
Oh, I'd have to really search the file. So I was doing some cutaway gag, and I literally took all the short circuit films and cut away so many good parts as cutaways for a video I was trying to do. And then I did a lot of reading on copyright stuff, and I was like, I probably can't do that.
See, I was going to ask about that because I'm really surprised that no one has recreated that robot as something to play with, especially in the YouTube make it real market. You know,
That's
as a
true.
thing. Why has that not been done? And then I go back to, was it because of like the whole B is for build thing with the
Yep.
Eleanor deal?
Come
Is it-
seize that thing.
Exactly. Is it what's the IP rights on Johnny number 5? You know what I mean? I don't know. Because I just feel like that's a build that could be easily built by somebody with time, a decent budget, and a machine shop. Which there's lots of guys in the YouTube space that have those 3 things that they're,
there's so many people that have built R2D2s, and
Yeah.
I mean,
that whole freaking community is massive.
Oh, there's a
Just
whole
for
bunch of cool
R2D2s.
things. Yeah.
And there's no problems ever building an Eleanor car.
yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Build us one then.
Well, I didn't realize until have you guys seen that the B is for Build video he
B is for
just
Build?
did?
Yeah.
He just did it the other
He
day.
just did it, yeah.
Okay,
That's good.
so that's because Shelby just won against what's her name, the same person who made
Yep.
him take it down and all against, which changes a lot of things. Because basically, what Shelby won is saying that they don't really have all the claim to Eleanor the way they thought they did.
They have no claim to Eleanor. It's not
Kind
a
of the way
character.
it's gonna. We'll see what's gonna happen because it's a kind of a reversal of what they've been using to go after people for 30 years.
Interesting.
Yeah. So but anyhow, in that, the one thing I thought was great, he has another Mustang, that 07 Mustang that they had done some work to, and it has this 07 Mustang shit done to it.
Yep.
And they tried to come after him after he
I
played
know.
with the
Because-
Eleanor one. He's like,
because it
fine.
had the
And then
hood.
they tried to go after him for the 07, saying
It's
it was
ridiculous.
and he was like, get
ridiculous.
wrecked. And they didn't press it any further from there. But yeah, they were just bullying it. I didn't realize that. It's like, really? An 07 is an Eleanor now, too, somehow?
That's stupid.
Stop stealing our fun. We're just dudes trying to have fun, right?
Yeah.
But some of us have wrenches, some don't. We're just all dudes trying to have fun.
It's seriously, I don't know enough to speak of any,
That's
any
rusty.
knowledgeable really on the situation. But it sounds to me from my layman side of it is somebody owns the property of somebody else's intellectual property, essentially, at this point.
Well,
Need to
it's-
remove this share
it's
audio
just-
button. It is the dumbest thing.
Cash grab.
yeah,
And then when I
agreed.
do that, it takes away the video I was on because I don't
Well, and
even
they
know where
keep
I was.
changing. They keep changing everything too. I was like,
I
I
noticed
like
that too.
upgrades. I like upgrades, but when you change, it was fine the way it was. You can add, just quit changing.
All right, let's get that oil drain.
Power tool.
See if there's any. Oh, that's
Oh,
that looks
that's
like
not good.
fuel.
That,
even
that looks like
like
what's in
oil.
my cup right now.
It's the bads.
Oh,
Oh.
that's
Oh,
milk.
all right, there's some.
Oh, that
oil.
doesn't even feel like oil.
Nope. Oh, that's no.
What is
Oh, I don't know what that is, but that does not look like oil. Really thin.
it? It's France from
Oh, it's all gas.
It's
It's all gas. They were
I had
just
a
letting that
lawnmower
electric fuel pump run, and she was
just
just
like
filling
that.
the motor up.
I had a golf cart that would do that. Clean the
That's-
motor real
That's
nicely.
not good.
Really,
Just
really
reeks
washed
of
out
fuel, and
everything.
it is so thin.
Oh,
All gasoline.
I wonder if they cracked the distributor and kept trying to turn it over and over and over and
That's
over
what I
and
was
over.
Yeah.
Is this
Time,
the
it's physically broken.
wait?
Wow,
is
they
this
were definitely
the,
just cranking the fuel into it. I'll
Omega?
tell you that.
It is
'Cause
the
that is not
Omega.
Yes.
what I would call oil color. That is
Oh.
fuel color, and it's
You can smell it from up here bad.
oh
that's scary looking.
oh yeah, it reeks. That is
Project.
old fuel oil.
Look at the oil pan though. That's how they showed up. Look at that old kind of
He is,
match up
a little
into
runny.
that.
Yeah.
No viscosity
ASMR is
left in that oil.
amazing.
I mean, oil filter wrench. That might be able to get it.
You heard his voice. He knows how fucked he is at this point.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude.
Like you can tell he's been lying to himself for a while about how fucked he is.
And we'll
but at
notice,
this
everybody,
moment, he looks.
the
he's
oil filter-
justifying it.
Oh.
It's very crushed.
Whoa.
Never try to run something that's got an oil filter that looks like that. That's just bad.
It just keeps getting better.
Hey, you got to write the date
It's
on
not
it.
the right size one.
Exactly. It is a Wix though, so
It might be
that's
down on
cool.
the shelf downstairs. Okay.
Did you say it's not the right size one? Stab
All right, we'll try a
fucking
bigger one.
anything through it and spin it. That
boy
thing's
on there.
done.
Get on there, big boy.
Flathead and a hammer.
Yeah. Flathead,
Oh.
punch, 9/16. It really doesn't
Put it
matter at
upside
this
down.
point.
I was gonna say you
Get
were
her
going
on
the wrong way there, but
Yeah.
I didn't know the film was flipped.
I figured it was going to do that.
What
Yeah.
happens when they're bent like that?
Yes, see, that's
Rather
what
impressive.
You'll have that on them big
Take your
jobs.
Knuckles out. That would have been. That's what I was.
Or that,
Oh,
Engine, honey.
hey,
I don't
that's
know. It's just
engine honey.
It's not oil.
That's sweet nectar.
It's oil
Let me
colored.
get that.
That's motor
That's
pee.
not honey. That's
Oh,
apple
that
juice.
that is a golden shower from your oil filter. That's for sure.
Is that painted?
Oh, did you?
Oh
It is
my
painted
goodness.
in there,
Oh
isn't it?
dear.
Are you?
No, it looks like they need
Let's not
put-
tape everything off.
They
No.
painted it with the adapter, not even taped off.
Yeah,
Oh, you
Not
get,
a pain
I
up there
love
in the
that
oil
dudes
filter.
get to it more. This is the way we need to do these
Quality.
series, dudes. I'm not kidding. This is the way to do
There's my
it.
ugly,
You
nasty
get
filter.
4 or 5 of us idiots in here to talk of shit
Don't
about
smoke
your
too
stuff.
close to that.
Don't smoke too
Yeah.
close.
Like just
Yeah,
no
a little
names
bit
of who we are. Just
Oh, yeah,
random
Yeah,
random
yeah,
conversation.
yeah, if we can get that
What's
off the
very much
wall.
left
the
of-
line that's dangling.
I don't know, bearings. I don't know. You never want this much fuel in your oil. It just wipes everything out, cams, etc. So I'm gonna get these bolts out of here. I got a
Yeah,
tool
that
to
pink
turn
torque
this thing
converter is
and
pretty awesome.
just
That
get these
is a
all undone
pretty
so we can
thing.
start pulling this
I
motor.
just am
'cause
staring at this hose.
hurt.
It looks like there's
He's hurt.
actually a hose bib on the hose.
Oh. No, I think it's just one of those crimped on fittings at the end, isn't it?
Is it?
I don't know.
That
Wow.
was horrible.
That Omega, I have not seen any of this, but I've heard about all of this.
Amazing.
Also, a side note before we get too far here, that one's got a problem. It's a little crooked and it's tight, like they just and just
Oh.
zipped her up in there.
Oh no.
It's probably poorly cross-threaded. These holes go all the way through, so worst case scenario, we can retap this tranny bolt or put a nut on the top side, go to a bigger bolt. Not sure, but that's wrong.
That's not
That's
poorly
wrong.
cross-threaded. That's
We're
properly
looking at this training
cross-threaded.
too. They said training was freshly built.
That's
No.
what I get.
So we'll see that.
If it was
Doesn't
properly
Yes,
cross
things
threaded,
into it.
that
This
thing
is
would be
not
sent
factory.
all the way down.
What going up here is
Yeah,
in
that's
factory.
true.
It looks pretty clean.
A couple more
Or
ugly nuts, that
transmission
would have
that's-
been fun.
Oh yeah,
A lot
you
of
could-
grease up in here, but we'll see. Maybe they stabbed this thing together and it came out of a
Very
running
clean,
unit.
though.
I doubt it. This motor doesn't.
Now the torque converter looks a little worse for wear. I
Like-
just may be observing.
I was wondering the same thing.
Fine.
Like, I don't feel like those two were hanging out with each other before they were
Alrighty.
put together there.
So
Torque converter was brand new.
I do like the hot
Yeah.
pink though. Hot
Yeah,
pink is
I do.
awesome.
bolts.
Yeah, I feel like if it didn't go back,
Torque
that
converter
way-
bolts. We got our torque converter bolts, so we got to pull out here. There's a torque converter bolt. Some of these have Loctite, some of them don't. Probably a good idea to Loctite them. But somebody got in here and was really giving them the beans. A lot of busted corners on these.
From the
Out.
I'm
side
looking
side.
forward to
I'll
when you
turn the
rotate
motor
it.
over.
Watch me.
Fuck you.
Like perfect
Oh
thing.
god.
Sons of bitches.
Is that the
Somebody just
widget they found that
Drive
they can't actually explain what
Maybe
it
I'll
does,
turn
but
this
it's the
motor over
widget
to
they
get the other
found
ones.
like
I
in the
got this
ocean?
fancy little flywheel tool. And you just hook her on there.
Ooh, you are a fancy broad over there,
Yes,
dude.
yeah.
Man. Look at
Get
this.
it backwards.
Got this fancy little flywheel tool.
Those are so fun to use. It's
Try
like
bar on it. It'll be fine.
the worst thing to ever try to use on the planet.
Oh
Yeah, but once
Oh,
it
yeah.
actually hit, you're like, oh, okay, that's
That other
that's
one to where it's
useful.
exposed to.
But he just basically pushed his hand on it. He didn't even use the tool.
Basically. I always ever just
It
doesn't even have the
pry
next
bar.
bolt.
Over, so we have a little more wrench room.
I was right. It's like
All right,
How much
almost
there's
was
our
black
that
paint on the
tool
right
top.
there, but it's
What
right
is that
next to
called?
this nice bracket here. So we might have to get it up to about
Pepto
here
Bismol.
and get a socket on it.
Yes,
Oh,
it
I
is.
think that's the
yeah,
only way
that
we're
is
going to
what
get
that
at
is.
it.
Maybe this is out of one of those
Alright,
cars that, you know, like
so-
painted up to be a sponsor car or something.
You can
know?
see
Painted
Right
that
It's a SEMA build. SEMA build.
close to that metal weight
Yeah.
with flex plate.
We're gonna have to stick a socket on there to get it off.
I don't need to get a
I
socket.
feel
on
like,
it.
dudes, when we
Wait
do these
there,
going
man.
forward, we should
More
just get rid
tools.
of you talking so we can just talk over the top of you. It's really distracting for us to talk over you. No, don't turn it off. Come on. Oh,
That's funny.
Oh, way to wreck it. Way to go.
Come on. I was
Motor
being-
mount number 2.
I
See if can
appreciate
get
your
you folks-
restraint in speaking.
I'm impressed that
honestly.
you're undoing a motor mount with a 3/8 ratchet instead of a 1/2 ratchet.
I have seen me break some things doing some things like that.
Alrighty, we got her all tied up and strapped up, and like I said, not the best way of doing it, but it works. So that's how we're
It
doing it.
doesn't damage anything with the soft straps.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wait, you're still pulling that boat anchor out, so
It's fine. What are each one of those have? What 500, 1,000 pounds
You could
lifting capacity?
Send it.
you could
Yeah,
have
it looks
yanked
like
this
Justin
motor
Greenwood's
out
doing
with a
anything,
freaking flamethrower or something and melted
That looks like the lawn chair stuff that you put on the old ones that
That vinyl
Oh, the
strapping.
plastic weaved ones.
Yeah.
I like to drive the motor mount bolts out because that messes them up. Yeah.
Oh, I don't approve of this. I
Oh,
think
this
the
is
other
like
way was
edited
better, where
together.
the
You've been
green was
making some
gonna lift
progress.
yourself
now.
back up.
oh dude, you're in.
He's already edited this.
Lift up one just a little bit.
Am I gonna get a copyright strike because this is on in mine when you do put this up, dudes? I swear.
Oh yeah, dudes is gonna hammer you. He's gonna
He
sue your
totally
ass.
is. He's gonna take the whole 27 cents this video makes.
And thanks, Fox. I appreciate you noticing that.
Now you know why I made a new channel.
Okay.
I was curious.
Oh man, yeah. Oh,
Make sure you give it all the ups.
energetically.
Yeah, more ups, more ups.
Before we get the motor
More
mounts
ups,
off
more
the
ups.
plates.
Give it all the ups.
Fox,
Why?
fucking fix it, nailed it, dude.
Oh, why is that handle
That is
so
not gonna
hard
go
to
back
push
in the
down? Go back. Go back. Watch my
One
guy
row
on
more.
the
This is
fucking
coming
go
out.
back.
Slow-mo.
Go back and watch my guy on the fucking handle.
Awesome.
On the handle. Look at this dude. He's like,
Before we get the motor
all right,
mounts
we're
off.
gonna get it out.
Dang.
Give me,
Oh,
let me get
put all
let me
your
get
weight
all of it in.
Girl, lean
Oh.
on it.
One tummy
That is
in
not
my.
gonna go back in there.
You fucking, I'm like, seriously.
That's kind of how you do
First
it, I
light
guess.
for the win.
Dang, look at that.
Why is that handle so hard? What's wrong with your fucking lift, bud?
Okay.
That dude is acting like he's lifting the whole motor with that freaking one lever.
Well, there we go. It's going easy on now.
I'll just lean on her. It'll
No,
come
it's
back.
not going up easy.
Listen, all I know is dudes better take back everything bad he said about my
Wait a
engine
minute.
lift,
Is that
because
a
that
double
one,
action?
yeah,
that a
that
double
one. Can we call this Mystery Small Block Theater 3000?
Yes, that's a great name.
Yes.
That is
Alrighty,
really good.
old 383
Oh.
or whatever this thing is
It's
sitting on
so
that.
perfect because we still don't know.
We were going to reuse the distributor, but we quickly
Look in those
we're
gears
going
on
to
the
reuse the
distributor.
distributor,
Aren't
but we
looking too
quickly
healthy.
figured out that's
They're not
not an
geared.
option because it's got a cracky in it.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
It's missing
Yeah.
that piece,
Oh,
so
Like
that's
cracky.
it's
nice.
totally dropped in there with the distributor
That's
on
awesome.
it.
Oh
And
shit!
that's why you don't do that. You can end up breaking the base of your distributor. So now we got to get a distributor. And there's also a lot of stuff. See that?
Oh.
Cat.
You never want debris.
Wow.
Oh,
Isn't
Is
that
distributor like that?
You got there.
is that
Distributor has dandruff.
Is that diatomaceous earth?
You know, through the mystery of why this motor was a
Maybe
little
buzz
stuck.
around there.
Mind you, it's a lot less stuck now. I got to put it up on an engine stand so we can spin it over.
I feel sorry for the people that aren't going to
Seems a lot
sift to
less
the
stuck now that
hour
it's not
4 or
attached to the
5 mark of
transmission.
this live to find
Really
this
troublesome.
gold that's buried back in this live.
Yeah.
Hey, clip it, make it a short, and they'll watch it.
Well, I don't know if I want to now.
It's not on brand with the channel.
Oh, these
Dude,
standard 8
I understand that
It's
schnikey.
just these little
This
creeps
is
right
on
here.
brand with the channel, I
You just
think.
pop all those little curlies.
And I don't see why you
They
had to
come
go
right
get
out of there.
that tool. It should have just came apart without it.
Yeah,
A couple more shakes, it would have just fell off.
it would have
Yeah, there was
crumbled.
really. I feel like
Oof.
Was the rotor cracked
He's got
too?
like
Oh yeah, it is.
bad corrosion.
But it's
Is that
at
what was
least,
coming out with just corrosion?
yeah, aluminum corrosion. It's probably been on
Rotor, I hardly know her.
We said
Rotor's good.
oh, the rotor is good, huh, bud?
Put the cap on, you'll never notice it.
Tool. This already has a broken base.
I'm sure the oil pump's fine. There's no
This is uncut footage. You got to remember that still too.
We're happy with
Oh,
it.
no, some
This
of
is
it
gold, dude.
Yo.
This is gold. Don't edit.
There's no discoloration.
I think it's even better that he has to like chime in with a button that like talks to us. Like it makes it even better, dude. Like we're just set loose with dudes with wrenches shit and just whatever.
No
He's
comments.
just reliving the pain he went through, and we're just nagging him. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
it.
Well,
Oh,
at least
yeah.
you got a good cap and rotor, a good cap and coil out of it.
More parts
Did
for
you?
the parts.
Yeah.
His new name is Captain Coil.
We'll address the condition of this 383 at some point, but for now, it's just going to sit there on the floor while we work on the car because there's no point in messing with that when we can mess with getting the car going.
Can we just jump from here straight to messing with that engine?
Well, that's what I was wondering. I think there's lots of points to messing with that.
Well, I
the
know,
fact
I
that
know you have a
Congo's
ton
just
here, but
loose.
oh yeah, I feel like if for Mystery 3000 or whatever we call this, he has to keep it. Yeah, it has
Oh,
to.
yeah,
continue
yeah.
to be. Yeah.
Keep it in order.
Also to note that even after a lot of
This view is perfect wasted. Just saying.
It is.
Like,
Yeah.
well,
Awesome.
under further
I dig
inspection,
it.
Very shiny.
we don't think this rotating assembly is any good either.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It's
fine.
a lot of clankety clank. on the
It's
old
for a
rod.
race engine. You're supposed to have
Pull some
large
main caps, look
clearances.
at some bearings, all the happy stuff.
The man is coming down from the loft. What are you doing?
looks like
Isaac?
half the
Yeah,
girls
there's
I did in high school.
Again, we're staring at this motor because we done parts, waiting on other things we can do. So, might as well mess with
Well, that's
this
the
guy.
same knees and sound my knees make.
Oh, dude, yes. And elbows.
Now I have
Find all the
PTSD.
lovely
Thanks,
neighbors
Mom.
I have with junk cars. Lots of junk cars around here.
I do love the exhaust notes from some of these gems that you can
Ooh.
imagine driving by.
That's never a good sign. The problem when you're running too much fuel
Play in
through
there.
Oh, that's just the anti-seize that someone put in there. It's fine.
Did you say sneeze or seize?
Seize.
Sneeze. Definitely sneeze.
All these nice washers. We got.
Apparently it's raining. I'm gonna go check this out.
You can see
Never seen rain
that
before.
bearing
Oh man.
it's been wiped out by fuel. Now there's no gold in there yet, but that's done.
You keep digging, you'll get gold.
Yeah,
It
that's
looks
a
like
lot.
there's a groove in there. Oh yeah, there's one in there too.
Might be gouged.
Oh, I think that's where you're dead
Yep.
wrong. This whole thing
Specials.
is gold.
All the special people out there. Oh, it just
is.
reeks of fuel. You can just smell the fuel on the main.
Reeks of fuel.
Oh, yeah, just raw gas.
Is that
They
braille?
running this thing on that?
Don't take your electric fuel pump, blow it past your worn out Edelbrock carburetor, and crank a motor over about 1,000 revolutions just to see if it'll run in your car when you knew it wouldn't. It ruins things.
So
Yeah.
angry.
Who? Hey, who knew?
Yeah.
Oh, this is where you need to know the more you know star goes across.
Yeah.
Seriously, dudes, write that down.
Yeah.
Hey, I will find it. Trust me. I'll send you the GIF.
Yeah, yes.
I feel like this engine is fine. Just pour some chem tool in it, run it a couple times, run a couple tanks to it, it'll be fine.
Oh,
It'll
you
go
need
back.
It needs the Berryman B12.
It needs the bear.
Berryman B12 will fix it right up.
So,
yeah, that'll
Two
work.
things. I don't know what you end up doing with it at the end, but can we just stuff tannerite in it and blow it up if you bring it to Oregon?
Come on. Yeah, there.
Just just saying. Nod, blink twice for yes.
Same story.
Looks about the same.
Sneeze once for no.
At least this one smells like oil. Nasty oil, but
I'll tell you what,
It might
gas
be
does a
smell
really
oil.
good job of cleaning the inside of it.
Oh, so that's like
Look
the
how
cleanest I've ever
Yeah.
seen the inside of a used engine.
Yeah.
I would take that, throw it in the Chevy, and drive it right out to you wasted.
You to the
Well,
levee?
not the
under
whole way.
further inspection, we pulled one of the rocker arms,
Oh.
and
Oh my god!
Assuming you'd already loosened that bolt.
my
That's great.
Oh,
guess
Oh, it's barely an inconvenience.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine.
Behrman's will fix that. Oh, dang.
Oh, that's the anti-rotation rod. It's got so much friction that it can't spin.
Oh, man.
That thing is-
Who else hates cameras that refuse to focus the only time you want them
There
to
you
do
are.
so?
Ooh, I
after
do.
further inspection, you can look at all these nice little rods. If my camera would stay focused.
The echo is nice, actually.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get it over here.
No, turn it back on. It was
You
actually
can look at
good.
one of these and tell we got the problems. That's
And
bad.
it comes off with your
Real
finger.
bad.
So you know how you say this "gots the problems" things, and you do that. I find the more I talk to you and hang out with you, the more I copy that shit, and I catch myself doing it when I'm not talking to you, and I'm like, "Damn it, dudes!" You actually
Right.
in one I did
A little
everything's
more,
always
one of
broken
these is
thing
not like
in one of
the
the
other one.
videos the other day too.
Is that one closest to us bent already?
Come back.
I'd point to the screen, but you
Looks
guys
like
Yeah.
it.
Was
Yeah,
that
here
the
it's
wife?
wrong.
Was that the wife? Are you coming back?
Gas station.
Oh.
remember
Alright.
unintended-
That's
If one
on.
of these is not like the other, get a few of these off, and you can see more of the damage that we have no idea what transpired. See, shiny.
Oh, that was fine.
Yeah, this one looks like it's
It
bowed.
looks like it's got a little wobble to it. I'm sure it's fine.
Listen, it's those new push rods. They help with the lope of the cam by being bent. It's a new thing, new tech.
Oh,
This is ahead of its time, is what you're saying.
It's kind of like
yeah.
VBT,
Don't even
but
come out.
different. Yeah.
There we go. So
Oh,
you can kind of see. It won't focus.
might
Kind
actually
of milled down. Not good. Cameron doesn't do it justice. But Elgano. Yep. More damage and destruction.
you know, I have seen worse in some of those Hemi engines I've pulled apart.
Oh yeah, but those are Dodges.
Yeah, but it's just pinch straight closed.
Really?
Put a fine
All right.
tip into it.
So, so the second one we pulled out,
It's
Both
variable
like
tin
mom.
tapping.
we pull these main caps. Problems. Lots of problems.
You know what? The engine mount looks fine on it.
Yeah.
Found a good part.
Gotta look at the positive. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, the
Add it up.
gasket
Little bit of
mating
horn.
surface there is smooth.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. There's nothing wrong there. Gives
Call that motor Ruffles, because Ruffles have ridges.
it
Hey, this
helps
thing's
the
fresh
settle.
rebuild, man. This thing's a performance built 383, freshly rebuilt. Swear
With
to
a
God
kid's
by the
bracket.
seller.
A loss of
Ding-
receipts.
ding ball. That'll be fine. She'll put the pistons back in.
Little
Gap
buff
it.
out.
Yeah. Little dingleberry, and you're fine.
It'll hone out. You're good.
Yeah. Might put some oil in it though.
Yeah, that's what thrust bearings are supposed to look like.
My engine builder tells me that the sparkly bits in the oil means
It's fine.
I hear the gold means it's gold standard.
Yes.
there it is.
Top of the line.
High quality.
Now,
got the
here's
bite.
the fun part. The story of the guy who came and bought all of this happily for $300.
That's
was-
what happened to this. I forgot.
Yeah. Guy who left his tailgate in my street.
I forgot about
that one.
Is that the one he bought?
Dude,
Yeah.
yeah, you remember this story? We were talking about this.
I remember this. I was there when he said it. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the story.
There's so many fucking things that happens, dudes, that are just
I
like,
know,
this
right?
can't be real life until you like put everything together. And you're like, no, all this actually corroborates everything else. And it's like, if that's real, everything's real. And then you're just like, whoa.
God, those pistons look horrible.
Oh, those are mint.
Yeah,
That
it's
fuel
like
really,
rusted mint on that
cleaned
floor.
in some spots there.
Yeah. Ooh,
Were you running diesel through this thing?
maybe that's what it was.
Built yourself a parts washer.
Oh my god.
Just throw your bolts right down into the oil fill.
I just throw everything in a bucket of gas. It's fine.
Yeah. Called my oil pan.
Oh. Yeah,
Just make a spark plug, oil plug. You're good.
I bet the spark plugs look
Well,
beautiful.
after all the modifying and painting and making it pretty, we test fitted this crossover again. And when we get it all bolted in there, the transmission actually hits it right here. When the transmission rocks a little bit, it goes tangity, tangity, tangity. So we got to cut this out and reinforce it. I'm not sure why this crossover does not fit this transmission at all. Everything else seems to be fitting really good frame and mount wise.
Some
Now,
sort of video.
but the corner of the
music
pan
thing.
smacks right there. So without a bunch of noisy vibration and beating up the pan, we're just gonna modify this little corner, fix it back up, and go from there.
Hammer.
Tangity. I gotta say, I showed you how to fix that. There's a video of you doing it on a Volvo. You just get a bigger hammer.
Yeah.
BFE.
Little tangy,
Well,
tangy,
after all the modifying and
Tangity,
painting,
tangity.
Just tap it in.
alrighty, well, we painted it hot, so it looks all perforated. But you can see, and now we're modified for the transmission again. We cut it.
It's
and
clean.
put it in and welded it. And,
It'll be fine. You can't see that.
Why
stuff.
is this not a video already, dudes?
all right,
What the
Yeah.
it's
hell?
going to work this time. No more modification. We're really hoping we didn't. Not. Yeah.
I think it looks great. I can't see it from my house at all.
That should be a short. Everything's good. We just modified it in. Never mind.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Next.
All right. You're going to see.
I almost think all these need to be like chop cuts too, from like
You can see the
from an
labors.
editing standpoint.
Labors
Yeah.
are not here.
Like it shouldn't be a soft.
Oh, the labors
conclusion
of
from
love.
one to the other.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hard.
That's how
Yeah,
much we had to clearance it and make it look pretty
no.
to get around.
I'm done with transitions after this noise.
Man, and
I'm
then
just going
right
hard
here.
cut.
Yeah.
We did that
I
divot.
mean, don't get me wrong. I do like transitions, but the hard cut on this, I just feel like it works for some of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Get clearanced.
Keeps the eye.
that area.
Keeps the eye.
It would stop hitting right here. This is clearanced because we were catching
Yeah.
the corner of this.
You don't need
There we
that.
go. Fixed.
Yeah, I feel like that's not.
Functioning crossmember.
Dudes.
Just don't hit a bump. You're good.
Oh shit! I still have to do
Nice.
shorts. I haven't done shorts for tomorrow. Have you got shorts done for tomorrow, dudes?
All right. There it is.
Right, yeah, at
Done.
the beginning of this live.
Crap.
Got all
Hey,
these edges.
I'm wearing
tomorrow.
shorts. It was 77 today.
It's already
Who
tomorrow.
pulled
Do you
up
have
here
shorts
for
done
shorts
today?
yet?
He's nodding yes.
All right. Well, here's our cross number.
That makes one of us.
Ton of relief cuts. Rolled it under. Made it look pretty. It's not pretty. So we're going to
Okay.
finish grinding these down. Remove some from here.
You
Roll that
do
under. We're gonna
realize
weld
if
it all back together.
anyone watches
Right.
this,
Ah.
they're going to
I
roast
just
you
got myself on
alive.
it. Even better.
Oh,
It's
God, I
sharp.
hope so.
It's
The
definitely
point
sharp.
in the rolling over was to test fit the crossmember to see if it was even a salvageable crossmember to use.
Okay, well, it's going to need some context that obviously we're not here to pay attention to. Anyhow.
Bumper vice is awesome. You
I'm
gotta go
just
back
saying,
to that.
yeah.
That bumper vice, man.
Alrighty, it's
That bumper vice,
coming
yeah.
along.
He said the quiet part out loud.
Smudgy, camera. All right, so cross members coming right along here, and we're getting her all welded up and shaped. We had to give it some
I don't know,
strength
man.
back.
Yeah, that looks like there's a lot of wire in
center
there. It
anymore.
looks like you're subscribing to the me.
Yeah, and the camera's not focusing, so there's that.
Did you learn that from somewhere?
Laying some bead.
No, I'm 8
The
cents.
old cross member all snooched
Lay
up.
some feed in there. Okay.
How much
Yeah,
we took
he
it back?
knows
We got that center's becoming a problem. Don't worry about those ugly welds down there.
I
didn't grind off enough paint or have my welder set, so this is better. Gooders.
That's
Getting
better
that
than what
cross
we did on
member
the
all
fuel
squared
cell
away.
and Volvo.
Listen, I stand by that product right there. It still looks strong.
It is. One day it'll move again.
It'll buff.
It'll grind.
You liked the bumper vise? Is that what you're telling me?
That bumper vise is awesome.
That bumper vise? All right. Well,
Plate steel with that either mounted to it or welded to it or something.
That's great.
That's
okay,
awesome.
so what you're seeing there, and here's the important part you got to realize. See that bumper vise?
Yeah.
All right. Now you go back over here. That is the same vise.
I believe in overkill.
I have a receiver
and
hitch
probably
built
putting way
into
too much
the
effort
bench.
in, but
I wanted
that's
to
just the
do
way it
that.
is. So this is coming out real nice.
That's brilliant.
It's looking smooth.
And my bench grinder has
I'm
the same
welding all
adapter,
this
and all my
edge
other
because
things have the same
You can
adapter.
see
Yeah.
this thing was put together with just
That's awesome.
randomized spot welds to.
Do you want to
These
start
two
a
pieces together,
website that we
And
can
as I
sell
was
them?
reforming and beating on this thing, it like kept falling apart and becoming flimsy. So I had to put the bolts in there to hold everything. So I'm just gonna put a nice little bead all along here. I've already done it over here,
Fox is leaving.
and
All
should
right,
be real fancy.
Later,
strong.
Fox.
Then I'll
Thanks
do a
for
little bit
sticking
back here a
around
little
for
bit.
5 hours.
Here a little bit.
Better Fox.
And we'll have a cross number that we'll do cross number things.
Appreciate it, brother.
And probably be stronger than it ever was from the factory.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep, yep.
why didn't you just get the right one?
Dude.
So what you need to
dudes.
understand about this whole situation is it's the wrong transmission.
I was wondering when it
It
was
is
hitting
a
the cross member.
350 turbo
Oh shit! Sorry.
cross member, and we're putting a Oldsmobile 350 turbo on it with an adapter to hook to a 305 Chevy small block.
All the whole time while he's trying to scum him out of a big block Oldsmobile, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was sitting on the floor next to it.
Yeah. Which
See
he
if I
wouldn't have had
have
to
any
do.
of the.
Which he wouldn't have had to done half the work that he ended up doing if they would have just used that.
Oh, here's
I
a
have-
good one.
I have to go back to the brilliance of the trailer hitch.
Alrighty. Time to go
Jeez.
to the old carburetor
Wow.
that came off
It's awesome.
the 383. We know
That's
this
a
thing
great one.
probably has junk in it. We're not even going to guess.
I
and
follow a couple
carpet
people
on the
who have
motor.
that.
So
Well,
we got
I
our little
think
clean
you'll think
workspace we
benches and
created.
other
We got
things
some
are
bolts,
nice too,
prop the
though.
carburetor
It
up,
means to make
and we're
top-
just going to start pulling this thing
That's some
apart.
stripper poles that
See what we
clip
find.
into your-
No,
I don't know
they're all
why that
rebuilt
you
and
would
cleaned
think
up.
it has junk in it. It was fully flushed.
You're quiet there, Wasted.
Is that better?
A little bit.
Oh my god.
Huh. Hold on, so quiet.
It's fine.
Love the carburetor propped up on the bolts. That's pretty cool.
No, the brilliance of the bolts, yes, is
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Maybe
there's a
someone
lot
will
of
take-
ingenuity here that people could learn from, and your
Well,
channel
I was gonna
shows
say,
it without even getting to this point. They don't
Yeah,
even
that's a
understand.
That's a trick you've learned from somewhere along the line, picked up experience somewhere, taught
It
you.
was a
that.
guy who smoked like 6 packs of Marlboros every
Or
day.
something. Yeah.
You know what you need to do. And then
Whistled
that came out
through
of
a
it.
hole in his teeth, where he's missing a tooth every now and then. He'd whistle weird if he's talking
Like-
to you.
Hold on, like this one? Oh.
No, it had to be a smaller one so it actually whistled right.
Whistled. Yeah.
All right, no, mine's like a
All
blowhole.
right. Exactly what
That's
we
where he put the cigarettes in the hole.
here. Lots of
Oh,
varnish
trying
and
to.
junk and
I was gonna say, is that a new
Not
perk
bad.
of that or
you want to
no?
pull these
that's
open and just take a look, get everything cleaned up.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
that's
carburetor
nice.
may have worked, but it
It's varnish.
wouldn't have worked good. So let me get this
I
all
saw that on
torn down and
tractors,
cleaned
but
up.
not too
More.
many cars.
Yeah.
Bring it back around. but
Four-wheelers a lot. I've seen
That's
this,
kind of
unfortunately.
why we're doing this. Just nasty.
Yeah.
I'm stealing your idea of the trailer
All
hitch
right,
thing
well,
for everything.
We're still working on getting out.
I'm
all
not
the
sure that
places.
it's his exact idea,
So
but
I got
he
some
might have come up with this.
Well, I've seen
JVA
trailer
in here
hitch
breaking up the goo.
barbecues and
Choosing a
trailer
penetrating
hitch
well on
toilet
some seats
seats.
here.
I don't know that I've ever
Bam.
seen another trailer
So,
hitch vice, though.
You see how it's starting to break down in there.
Yeah.
All the gaskets
Just
are
saying for my
toast.
shop because I have limited
All of our
room.
parts out of this carburetor.
Well, so I
Well,
mounted
it's a limited
vice-
room factor that you got to think about. So I can have one bench that I can throw multiple different devices on. And then on top of that,
goes
by
anywhere.
taking the vise outside and putting it on the truck and you do all your grinding outside in the summer, it keeps all the crap out of your garage.
What you're thinking.
It's 100% brilliance in my opinion. And
Yeah.
coming from a guy who took a piece of metal and now is doing that for a living, and a little piece, and I've never even bent or cut metal in my life until now.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm honestly that's a huge thing to me.
Destroyer, are you stepped up to are you doing like a press break type deal? Are you still doing everything like in a vice and all of that?
Press brake and laser cut.
Oh, nice.
That was the float.
Hell yeah.
They didn't come back around.
What color were they supposed to be?
There was a
That
layer
didn't
of shit on it.
come back
That's
around
right.
either.
Nope.
There was a thick.
So I watched the movie Titanic, and whoever was floating around on that float died. Just
So
saying.
here's the best part. They were pumping fuel
Jack-
with an electric
Jack
fuel
didn't
pump
make it.
through this carb, and you can kind
How?
of tell by the look of everything, nothing was floating. It was all just kind of going right on
Well,
through into the
question.
crankcase.
Was this when they were trying to? Did you still think they were trying to start this engine in this car?
They were. They actually tried starting it when he went to pick it up.
Oh my god.
So
Yeah.
so no rings then. I'm guessing they're just broke.
Which then just makes me go. I have so many questions from everything we just saw here. Like either A, this dude didn't build it and has no idea, and it's just like, yeah, I'll try and get it, and it was.
He's a straight up liar. This is the telltale sign of listen to no one and believe no one and bring someone who knows what they're looking at. Because if I would have seen this car before my buddy bought it, I would have been like, no, you let them keep that freshly built motor and we give them less.
Wow.
Like we'll pull it
That
out
is-
right here before we load it on the trailer.
Yeah.
Because this whole setup came out of a third gen Camaro. And you can tell that because the 700R4 was a third gen 700R4 with fifth arm mount. And it did not belong in there. And there's very little video of me showing that initially, but the actual cross member was only bolted in on one side because it was in there crooked, just kind of holding the tail shaft of the transmission because there was no way for it to mount because the whole cross member had to go back to mount.
Well,
on the
and see,
700R4.
that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if that motor was scuffed and they just tossed it in there and then lied and said it was working, but there was never any intention to ever make it actually work. Like it came out of something that was destroyed in some other thing before it was dumped into there as a.
Well, my only thought is it was bought off somebody that said, hey, it's rebuilt, transmission's been gone through, but the car was in a flood or something along that lines where somebody pulled the motor and said, yeah, this is junk. I'm going to sell it to some idiot who doesn't know better. And some idiot came along.
And then that guy shoehorned it into this thing and that.
He
thing,
shoehorned it into this car and realized mistakes were made and he needed to dump this project right now.
So
Hey,
do you think
guys,
it ever ran
I'm out.
for him?
All right.
Well, yeah, we should
Later,
probably wrap
Montrose.
it up. It's
Good
getting
seeing
late.
ya.
All right.
Anybody
Much
even
better.
watching?
Tools are kind of back where they should be. You just can't function in here without at least a space to walk around. So we have done a bad job at being YouTubers and filming things. But we've plumbed and we got this temporary alternator on there and our pulleys and our fuel pump and we just keep plugging away and figuring out what else we need and what little
That
parts
one
we got to
looked
go
like it
get.
was
And we just keep going to the
smashed
parts
into
store
the
and
engine bay.
find all this quality Spectra. Nah, it's fine. It's cheap. So that's what we're doing. We also new carburetor. So yeah, we'll show you about the old one or
So
Yeah, we'll show you why we can't use the old.
Is this the same engine?
Distributor's kind of in where it should be.
No.
This header's
No.
mocked up. We got to run
Yeah.
some lines for the vacuum for the transmission.
Okay, because
So this motor, and we'll give you a recap because we went right past it in this
We
series.
did.
This is the old motor, or
All right.
the new
I know
motor.
what you're thinking already.
This is the motor you saw in the last video.
It ain't
before
even
we
that old.
spruced
It's a
her up.
90s era one.
Yeah.
You can
really,
tell that by the
Little
old top
DuPont
bolts.
rebuild.
But what you're looking at here is a 5.0 liter Chevy small block. That makes it a 305 if you didn't know. That makes it a 305 if you didn't know. Yeah, we can tell by those numbers right there exactly what it is.
I like the
This thing's
behind
not
the
going to be
scenes
high
here,
output
dude.
by any
Yeah.
means, but it's going to be a good running small block. We got a guarantee and a good price on this bad boy. We're going to tear off all the unessentials like the intake, the manifolds. Potentially, we might use this serpentine belt system. Probably not if I can get away with it. And just get her down to where we can throw a carburetor on. An old distributor. So we'll get started on this. And we'll be putting together our budget-built Olds Omega.
So you're still planning on doing this all as one big video, right?
Yes, sir. Everything will be one. It will
Okay.
be one.
So is the reason you haven't started this project because it's one big video and you don't feel like starting it because it's too big and you should maybe just do smaller ones?
she said.
I love that somebody else did that besides me. I feel like it's poor form to call out your own "that's what she said" jokes.
That's true. Yeah, yeah.
Still, some of the ways you speak and what you
I like
do, it makes me feel like Vice Grip Garage stole from you. But your videos haven't been out, so he didn't know that
Well,
he stole from
and
you.
that's my problem is I do say things in these videos and I steer away from it because there's a lot of people who are like,
Yeah.
oh, I see we're trying to be like Vice Grip Garage. And I'm like, no, I'm not.
I didn't know who
Yeah.
he was. I made videos and had fun, and now there's some guy doing what I
and that's
do.
the problem is because Vice Grip Garage just was the guy doing the same thing everyone else was doing and got kind of face doing it, and they're like, oh well, now everyone's doing him. And it's like, no, we're all but you know, there was a lot of people doing the same damn thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like dudes better.
That makes
Yeah.
a big difference, man. It's like that LS we put in the Volvo. You guys looked, I think it looked so good after it was all painted up.
Yeah. Spent a lot of time on that thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a lot of time, but in the end, I think it made such a huge difference.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
That's all the different engine paints.
Yeah.
That's what all you used on it?
Yeah. So it had multiple layers, and when it caught light at different angles, it changed colors.
Oh, wow.
That's,
And you can kinda
that's
see that
how
in
you
the video.
Girls right there.
And I question why.
Why? To make her look good.
Yeah.
I have this thing about making stuff look good when it's not. What's this? one?
I'll tell you
we
what,
got?
when it was in the engine bay, it looked damn good. It did.
So have you pulled that motor out that had all the have you gone into the my brain's not working, never mind.
Like I said,
Where are you
The
going
engine
with
that
this?
had all the gas in it. Have you torn it all the way down? Or
Yeah,
just-
we did that video.
it
I
was-
sold
it
it.
was-
It's gone.
was- yeah.
Oh,
it
so you
was-
didn't? Did you pull?
Here's the
head
pictures.
thing
This
off?
was the Craigslist
Yeah, that-
ad right here.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
wow.
was the one we pulled up. Remember we were looking at it earlier? The one. you
Yeah,
said
yeah. I
over?
forgot we looked inside there. Yeah, I was just curious if the rings were broke on there.
Oh,
Look, Magnaflux. We're good.
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
see- I didn't see any rings in any of the
I
pictures.
wonder what Two Short's doing these
Properly
days.
seal it, because evidently seal it comes.
Look at them pretty wires.
Ooh, fancy.
What did you do with the wires that came off of this
I love
boat
doing
anchor?
things
That's what you
multiple
should
times.
freaking
There you
use.
go.
Oh,
Yeah.
Those got thrown
All
away.
little stuff that makes you.
Actually, there was a bunch of them that were burned off and missing.
Yeah.
Perfect candidate for
Hey.
making one or two of them. I have seen that done on bikes before.
No, we're not
with
turning it.
what you're talking about. Don. I just
Two
never
small
seen it done
blocks
on a
never ran
car.
the distributor in the front. like everybody else.
Like a Schwinn?
But things like this wouldn't be.
No,
such a
sorry,
thing
like
if
a
the
Harley
products
or
would
a
live-
custom or something like that. Sorry.
The what are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I'm still in dumbass mode.
I'm always in that mode.
That's where I live.
Oh, well, yeah.
Maybe. I don't know where there's a run video here. Oh, here we go. Wind
Sounds
noise.
windy.
Transmission's built. 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, all wind
I couldn't
noise.
tell if it was where was it stumbling or was that wind in the beginning?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out there.
It's a flat tap at Cam. Give it a break.
Yeah. A little tappy.
It's not bad though. It sounds good.
She was a good run in 305.
Yeah.
Which actually, I might be buying that motor back. So
It's got a 308
What?
rear gear, by the way, too.
yeah, it's already been replaced with an Olds.
Yeah, she ain't slow. She's high. So.
This whole video series was for naught because the guy that bought the car from my buddy tore the motor out in 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah. And he's not a car guy, so he doesn't have a reason. Too much wind noise. Didn't work. All bad.
Not much
Yeah,
you can do with
that
that
audio
either.
is, hey, listen, I can tell you a lot of things that don't work with wind noise and recording now. Kind of an expert on what not to do.
It sure doesn't feel
Don't ask me what to do. So I'm
I was about to ask what you figured out.
Nope, I figured out what not to do.
Yeah.
Got you covered there.
So just hanging your phone out the window is not what not to do.
Yeah, definitely don't want a microphone anywhere near wind.
Yeah.
Nope.
for the deer.
That's no good. No good.
I like to watch out for the bear.
You can't hate on this little car. It's not going to be amazing. It's not going to handle well. It's not going to go all that fast. But it's fun to look at and fun to drive.
It's
fun to listen
look
to.
at.
And when you're building these old classic cars, those are the fundamentals you got to stick with. Is it fun in any way? And you have to enjoy working on them because this thing was a lot of work for just a basic engine install.
Here's the problem. I do not believe that you enjoyed working on that with the way you just said that at the end of that.
Yeah.
Well,
Definitely need attention.
if I would have built it, it would have been different. I wasn't
well,
building
yeah.
it, so there was a lot of
She makes noise.
things I never would have done.
Yeah.
She'll spin tires if you let her.
So you got
This is
some
me
good stuff
driving.
here with running and driving.
And chips.
I beat the shit out
It's
of
a
this car
nice
when I
looking
drove it.
car, though, man. That's a nice looking car. I'll tell you right now, if you took that to a drag and drive event and just drove down the track, people would go, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I think you can edit this to where
Oh.
well, you're both filming right now, aren't you? At the same time.
When you hit the gas, speed up like by 5%, and it makes it sound twice as nasty.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Not a trick, just saying that's
Yeah.
what you can do.
Do I do it again?
Stumbled a little bit. It's a little cold
Yeah.
yet.
Choking. It was kind of cold out when I was running that car.
It is 50-some degrees outside.
It'll be better when it warms up, I swear.
Damn it.
I told her that too.
Side by side over here too.
So I got one decent video of it wheel chirping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very noticeable too.
Get that.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, I think you sent me this one.
That is a short with a title that says Badass 305.
There you go.
It smokes so bad though.
Not right there. It's not.
Poor
It is.
financial decisions. is what
So do
should
I.
say. Yeah.
Well, it'd been sitting on somebody's floor for like 10 years. The guy delivered it. He said, "I'll take it back, give you your money back, and I'll deliver it for $200." So can't really go wrong there.
Yeah,
That car's straight as hell.
it is.
Yeah.
It is a original Miles car. It'd been painted once poorly, but it was only had like 65,000 original miles.
What the shit?
It was an inline six car, and the dumbass pulled the inline six to put in that 383, and he should have just left the inline six in it.
Yeah.
I could bring that to Barrett Jackson and make you a mint.
Yeah.
So with the fucked up motor and everything, to get it to where he brought it to me, after the motor, after all the parts, after all the things we threw at it, he had about $8,500 into the car.
Huh.
He sold it for $14,500.
Holy mackerel!
There you go.
Yeah.
And the
And
guy who
it'll pull
bought
more
it
than that.
pulled the motor and stuck an Oldsmobile motor in it within a week of owning it.
Well, there's that.
So I know
And
it has an Iowa 74 plate on there. Are you guys allowed to do that?
Yes, you're allowed to run vintage plates as long as they're the year of the vehicle.
And it has to be printed on the plate.
Yep.
I got a friend in Missouri that he said it's the same way, and I
Oh,
talked to him
because
here and they
things
laughed.
and stuff. We're gonna cold start this.
oh, hey,
All right,
that's better.
cold start time.
It's clean.
See how well this thing. Make sure it's all the way down.
Are you sure?
Clear.
You need to double check that.
Clear.
Contact.
Oh,
You can't be unhappy about that.
yeah, no, that was satisfying.
Very nice.
I concur with that.
It's right where it needs to be.
I tweaked that motor a while to get her to start.
Overcarbed and
Boom.
under motored.
Yeah, that's good.
So this wasn't the first take.
All right,
No.
shut her off. I don't need to deal on
Well,
a
no,
warm
I
motor.
tweaked it the other day. This was the first take of walking out that day.
Everything
and
looks like
starting the car.
belts are a little loose. So I need to address that. Those
Well, they
belts
all
are
need to be
probably going to be
Actually, we don't
stretched.
need to know. We don't need to know that. It just was
We
like
want to
that.
try to get heater hoses on it, or just let it leave that
I'm
way.
fine with that for now.
Okay.
The cap looks
We need to
cropped to
figure
the
out
right.
spring
Am I
of some kind. I don't know.
my vision?
I don't know where any of my engine loops are. So we need to put something
Yeah.
here that gets
No,
And again,
It's
and I can
here.
take more off of that.
Breather cap? No?
a clip.
Nothing?
Maybe just grind her down and
Yeah, well, again, I took a
The
flat
radiator
bottom,
cap?
but if I take
No,
a
valve cover breather.
take off
Wasn't
the-
done.
yeah, to just get it in there and bolt it down. Okay, that's probably a solution for that then.
look at this power steering hoses.
Take enough down with the flat
Look at them
bottom,
down there.
Still having the
Ugh.
flappy paddle.
Look at 'em,
I'll be
see how
able to
that
take
big
off
old
enough
whoopty?
material.
Yeah, to just get it in there.
He
We need to pull
refused
something here
to get
that gets
power steering
And again,
hoses.
and I can
here.
He
take
wouldn't get new
more
ones.
off of
And I'm like,
that.
I can use these, but I don't want to.
a little clip.
Those power
Maybe
steering
just
hoses are
grind
for an
her down
inline
and-
Yeah,
six,
well,
and the
again,
power
I took a
steering
flat
pump is
file
about
to
6
it,
inches
Oh.
farther
but
forward.
if I take a flappy
Oh.
paddle, then I'll be
So
able
they're
to
like
take off-
S kinked up in there to
Yeah,
kind
to
of
just
get them
get
as
it in
short
there
as
and bolt
possible
it
so they
down.
don't touch the
Okay,
head.
that's probably a solution for that then.
I was just practicing for the small block
file with-
3000 or whatever we're calling this type of video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Mystery
else
small
we got?
block 3000.
mystery small block 3000.
There you go.
What it is.
All right,
Oh, hey, if you want to sell it on
rear
YouTube,
end?
Mystery LS
I'll
3000.
give you
There you go.
Pro tip.
Problem we don't have much.
Put
in
your
the-
bolts in some cast. Just put your bolts in some caustic schmoo, and yeah, don't touch this with your hands, kids. It's
Except for the part you're
it's
touching
the
with your hands.
pads.
Yeah. What is that?
My finger melted, but you're good.
Look it. Oh yeah, that's some good caustic schmoo.
Shmoo.
Shmoo.
Bolts are ready.
Schmear's
Only had to sit them
good.
in there for a couple hours.
Don't lie, it's just simple green.
Cleaning made easy. All right, let's go get the cover.
Let's go burn my fingers off now.
So I have a lot of different degreasers that are about half cans or something that loses its aerosol.
Yeah.
And I pour them all in with some rust buster, and there is simple green in there, and it's like a bunch of different caustic things that don't eat stuff sometimes, and then you just put a lid on it and it does things. I couldn't tell you all the stuff that's in there, but it's
And you couldn't
caustic
remake it if you
green.
had to.
No, and it works.
Yeah. And it just eats things. It's
So
live.
you
looks
figure,
good,
out,
yeah.
you figure out something
I
close
bet
to
it
that.
smells
You
phenomenal.
put it in a bottle. You put dudes with wrenches on the label, and you
It's not
sell that shit I am
I don't
all
worry
about
about liability on
selling
that
your
type of
shit.
deal.
Well, you have smart people deal with that, but
I'm
Yeah.
just
put your
saying,
name
every
on
time I
something and
touch that
sell it.
stuff, I could physically feel my thumbnails and fingernails getting thinner.
I need some of that because I have a really thick thumbnail.
They would get
So-
a little gelatiny.
I'm pretty sure the FDA is going to have some things to say about human trials of your nail
Warning,
thinner.
may cause thumbnail gelatinitis.
I
There you
swear you have to work it into your
No.
deal though that you get to do the warning part of all those.
As
Yeah,
long
so
as
this-
I could do it as Harry Carey or some voice I make up.
Here you go.
And it's not warning, it's
Taking off
include
your nails.
nail
May
remover.
cause nail
Damn it.
fungus, high gas prices.
No.
Oh,
We need to look at these
Straight
wiring,
hole through
obviously.
your yard.
Here's the best part because this ties into the short that this whole thing started
No.
with.
Now we're going to attempt something here with an apparatus.
it's a
We got our
clicky
bucket
clack.
down there.
It is.
We have our hose up here. We're going to stick it, kind of aim it at the bucket, I guess. And we got see those clips right there. We're going to clip those to the power leads.
Wait,
And then we're going to
did you
use
not
our
go
DeWalt
back to a
battery
mechanical
charger
fuel pump?
to hopefully send power to that pump. Maybe the DeWalt battery charger will be smarter than I think it is, and it'll be like, no, I don't like this, and not do what I want it to do. But we're going to try it. We're going to try it. So, get our hose down in the bucket first.
I assume he's pumping from the tank.
Oh,
Yes.
Down our hose.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
We're pumping the tank out.
Oh,
And, you know, fire
Because
extinguishers and
everything
whatnot,
else in this
because-
thing has been horrible.
Safety
I'm not
first.
going to let the fuel in the tank go into a new motor.
All right.
From the teat.
You
we
mean
need
the
that to
varnish.
stay down there.
makes
Okay.
sense. Well, everybody,
Yeah.
I think I'm going to end
just
this
aim it.
bad boy.
Aiming at the
here.
bucket, kind of, sort of.
We're
Well,
coming
I'm
up
trying
on
to find-
5.5 hours. We
I
can
wonder
do a
what
little
it's like.
behind the scenes if we want to
Here.
keep it going. But
I just
That's
wanted to see
insane.
the fuel.
Alrighty.
You're a monster
I'll
there,
take
We can,
notes.
Whidbey.
be, we can be done with
It is a
this
number
part right here.
12S microelectric fuel pump, 12 volt, whatever you want to call it, Mr. Gasket model. Now, if you go online, you look up that model number. I don't need to explain this to you. The company who made it will explain it to you. This is not meant to be here. You can get electric pumps. You can mount them wherever you want. They will work. But it is not correct.
this is somebody
Not
who's
your
been,
mom's fuel pump.
Not.
this is somebody
We'll
who's
make
been in the
pumps
comment section
will go
of
into your hood
videos
and we'll
talking
pull
right
just as good
here.
as
You
pushing
can
fuel.
tell by the
We
way
talked
he's
about this in
saying it.
previous short
You
videos.
can.
We're not going to go real on about it.
It
But
ain't short,
we are going to use
right
this
What's up,
there.
Bulldog?
fancy
Wrong
pumps to
space. It's supposed to be on the other
How about all
side.
that old
Oh,
fuel
what's
that's
up,
2+
Jared?
years
How
old
you
that
doing,
smells like
brother?
a rancid dog.
You're already up for the
So-
morning. We're still going.
We're going to just wire her up and drain the tank with it. Because I think that's a good idea at this point. And then we're going to get rid of it because it does have self-tappers running through the inside of the fender well that kind of get really close to the
'Cause I
tire.
know dudes has a thing for
Lots of things wrong here.
electric fuel pumps.
Have your own beliefs, have your own ideas, but I don't agree with putting these cheap plastic fuel pumps under the hood of your car.
Or the
then
filter
just
that's
hoping
before it that starts on
They put
fire.
out the right fuel pressure and
Spin on.
do everything they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it. So yeah,
You have trust
Uranium
issues.
Okay, it's not the video I'm looking for. It gets better.
That's what she said.
now
I just want you to know.
Wait for
when
it.
you're like, how did we
alrighty.
do
We're
a
going to use
6-hour
this,
live? I just don't understand it.
18-volt battery. 'cause
You're like,
the volt power
well,
supplies-
we turned
So-
dudes loose with his videos.
Power
and
charger thing
We're
didn't
still
work.
going.
So
However we can
we
make
built leads for a
get this thing,
battery.
pump some fuel out. But
Yeah,
don't
I have a set of
worry.
these in that toolbox right behind me for this
Jabber in
exact
there.
same thing.
And
well-
we got that hose zip tie.
Similar, very same thing.
Mine go to a vibrator.
Oh, well, that's what that was essentially once it starts working.
All right, with some.
My wife loves
for
it.
some alligator clips or ass sparks.
That pump sounds very angry.
It does. Yeah, I
So-
don't think that's the right pump.
18
There's
18
no
volts.
pressure.
Well, we're running
you
18
can
volts at it, so there's that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Where is the video? Did I
No.
lose that video?
As I sit here in this engine bay, talk
Oh,
about
youngster.
how things are wrong.
Look at him. He looks so
I would like
young
to
with
add-
that.
This is like
Beard
20
out
years
there.
ago.
Good lesson.
No, this is like
Don't
2
blame the
months
person
ago. 2 months
who
ago.
owned your car before you.
Yeah, I know.
Because you bought said disaster. So we can be as mad as we want about every previous owner and all the horrible things they did. All we can do at the end of the day is fix them. So we're not mad. We're just pointing this out for everyone else who's watching and learning. These little things that
send him the more you
probably
know
do
thing
and
for this
get away
moment,
with,
or somewhere
but
in here.
it's not in your best
I
interest.
swear to
So,
God, somewhere in here, or like remixed in here a bunch of times.
Don't hate the people.
He's so fucking mad, but he's just I'm just working through it.
your
I'm not
car.
mad. Look how not mad I am. I'm so
Be
fucking
angry.
mad.
It's okay, but
That's fucking gold, bro. Fucking gold.
You need
You gotta let me
like
find this
Kermit.
video.
I'll let you find your video. I'm not gonna listen.
Yep, gotta go. Bye.
Your wife's not even in town, so I'm not gonna get. I'm not even getting yelled at right now.
you're freaking wrong. Even Fairlane guy knew that the fuel pump goes under the back.
Yep.
The Fairlane guy.
Was retarded.
Well,
Even Fairlane guy.
You know,
I want a shirt with Fairlane guy on it.
light switches in cars.
even Fairline
So,
guy.
there's that.
Oh,
And we like pointy bits
Jesus,
going towards
that-
our tires too. That's always good.
I love
I'm
the
sorry.
sarcasm.
Was that in the car to begin with?
Yep. We didn't
Yes,
put pointy
this is
bits
what was
on
running the
Oh.
motor.
tires.
I'm
Well,
sorry. I thought you were just.
You said running the motor.
Okay,
I'm gonna.
So
I'm
here's
gonna
the video
air
I was
quote
looking
the
for.
fuck out
Now,
of
mind
that,
you,
bud.
in my video, I said, do not put one of these under the hood. Do not have one of them, period, end of subject. And everybody in the comment section, they're perfectly fine. I've ran them for years. I'm a
Yeah.
douche.
he did.
Now watch what happens to this fuel pump when I start trying to take it apart. Now, this would have
Why
been
are
under
you
the
not on
hood
solo
of
for
a
that?
car.
He's a douche.
Okay.
That's fucking
Now,
perfect.
I would like to point out one more time how
Oh, God.
bad of an idea these are to have under your hood. Because I was pulling this apart, just taking the lines off, and I wiggled that a little, and it pulled right on out of there. Like
Oh no.
nothing,
Oh my god.
nothing was keeping it in there. I'm not really even sure how it wasn't just spraying fuel out of that the whole time. So yeah,
That's how I feel. I'm
better
old.
left under the car for sure.
It's cold in there. Gosh. Wow, that's bad.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Yep.
I'll just pump fuel right on my header. That's all
Yeah.
good.
Well, even Fairlane guy knew that the fuel pump goes under the
We just
back.
watched.
The Fairlane guy.
Sure, right there. Even
That's-
Fairlane guy knew.
That
Can't
is
try
your
that on the
intro.
internet, but-
to-
Fairlane guy with light switches in cars.
Yep.
So, there's
Freaking
that.
Fairlane guy.
We like
I feel
pointy
like when you
bits
do the
going towards our
video, you
tires,
don't
too.
you don't need to include, like, if they don't know who Fairlane guy is, they need to figure it out type
Yep.
of deal.
No,
No, that's when you
Fairlane guy.
link the Fairlane video at that scene.
Yeah.
Fairlane guy, and then like 3 seconds of horrible shit from the Fairlane build, and then back to what you're doing.
There.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
brilliant.
yeah, do it. Yeah, do it visually. Don't. Yeah.
With light switches under the
Yeah,
the
just
cab.
hard and like you were talking, hard fucking.
There's a lot of
No
hard
transitions.
Rs.
Yeah, just hard cut,
Whoa.
light switch, you going, oh my god, something on fire, and then back to what you're saying.
Yes, I like it. All right.
So I don't
Was that
have
the
the
video you were looking
videos.
for?
That is the video I was looking for.
All
I
right.
don't have the videos of putting the motor in it, which is problematic. There it is.
Well,
That's-
we'll yachty
in or
past
out of
that
it.
part.
All right. Well, we've checked the oil pan clearance. We're good there. It's very tight. Truck pan definitely very close. But we're good there. Motor mounts all seem to fit and line up. We are worried
Super
about
extra, very
the
close.
direction of everything lining up in the car, but we got to get the tranny on to prove that out.
So what we proved here, and there's a whole lengthy process that needs to be narrated over this series. That motor came in and out of that car like 6 times
Oh wow.
because a douchebag wouldn't buy the right transmission. Sorry, we're live still.
Yeah, I was trying to work that so we could go backstage, but it's at the very end. So, you know
It's
what?
only 1:37 a.m.
On that note,
On that note, we are going to wrap it up. If you want to know more about this saga, we'll have to get dudes drunk and make him tell us about it because he's never going to talk about it again. And if you made it this far in the video, YouTube, Dos Vajania or whatever we have to say, because we're, Google's good. Anyone from the panel, I appreciate you being here tonight. Eric, as always. Ryan, we got to do this more. Like, seriously.
We do.
It's
I
always
agree.
a good time.
Yeah.
Dudes, I mean, you're normally here, so it's not that special. It's just a guy with a play button in a box. So he may or may not be there. Just be in my box, guys.
I love the box over the front of it.
Oh, yeah. Like, no, he hasn't opened it. May or may not be in there.
Why would you?
Well, yeah. Who needs to know that? All right. Well, he may or may not ever do this again on a Saturday. Who knows? We'll see you tomorrow. Maybe.